Karnataka State Legal Services Authority ಮತ್ತು ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ನ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone gathered here on behalf of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority and Environment Support Group. This year marks 1 decade from the unprecedented ruling of the Honorable Karnataka High Court on the ESG Lakes case PIL 817 of 2008. And today we have gathered here to commemorate this through today's seminar, Decentralized, Socially Inclusive and Ecologically Wise Protection and Rehabilitation of Lakes, Kaluves and other water commons of Karnataka. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಉಚ್ಚ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ತೀರ್ಪು ESG ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸಿಕ್ತೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 1 ದಶಕ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ವಿಷಯ ಏನಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕೆರೆಗಳು, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಕುಂಟೆ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ನೀರಿನ ನೆಲೆಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪುನರ್ವಸತಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ again I want to mention that this is co-organized by Karnataka State Legal Services Authority and Environment Support Group. For this entire proceedings, I request all of you to keep your cell phones on silent mode. And the second thing is that this event is being live streamed on both YouTube as well as Facebook. And we have online participants also joining us from there. So in line with tradition, we will begin our event with the lighting of the lamp. For this, I invite onto stage Honorable Shri Justice B. Veerappa, the chairperson for the event, onto the stage, sir. Yeah. Okay. Honorable Shri Justice N.K. Patil, sir. Shri H. Shashidhara Shetty, Srimati Kaveri, Shri Leo F. Saldana, and Srimati Bhargavi Rao. Please come on stage to begin the event by lighting of the lamp. Thank you. I would now request Shri H. Shashidhara Shetty, Honorable Member Secretary, Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, to deliver the welcome speech.
Sarvarigu Shubhodaya. Good morning to all. We, the people of India, have greater awareness and we are diligent in demanding our constitutional rights. Of course, there is nothing wrong in it, but we must have same zeal to abide by the fundamental duties enumerated in Article 51A of Indian Constitution. Article 51A starts with, "It shall be the duty of every citizen of India," and seventh fundamental duty is to protect and improve the natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creature. Recently, a bench headed by Honorable Chief Justice, High Court of Karnataka, sought response from BBMP as well government. Honorable High Court said, how 15 lakes had disappeared. You have to resolve the mystery of disappearance of 15 lakes in 4.5 years. They were told to submit preventive measures to be taken once lake is cleared of encroachments. BBMP in its latest statement said out of 205 lakes in its possession, 19 lakes have lost their characteristics and are now being used as bus stand, stadium, KHB colony, and BDA layouts, etc. That shows pathetic situation in maintaining of lakes by the government and local bodies. In this modern world, we assume that we are more smart and intelligent than our forefathers. With all this modernization, computerization, globalization, what we did, we have become greedier so much so that we have started to gulp up the lakes, ponds, goma lands, forest lands, river beds. There is no end to this greediness, let alone constructing new lake or water bodies. We have failed to maintain old lakes constructed by our forefathers. In reality, the people lived in olden days were more intelligent, humane, dutiful than we people. As you all aware, in WP number 817/2008, the Honorable High Court of Karnataka constituted a committee chaired by Honorable Shri Justice N.K. Patil, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka. The committee submitted its report on private participation in the process of rejuvenation of lakes and tanks in and around the city of Bengaluru. In the said report, action plans are highlighted with role of each stakeholders and recommendations are also made. The state level apex committee and district level committee are constituted as per the direction of the Honorable High Court in WP 817/208. From 4/1/2021 to 24/3/2022, 220 complaints were received by the Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Authority, complaining about the lake encroachment, pollution of lakes, water bodies, and need of development. So I believe that after completing 10 years of the judgment by the Honorable High Court in WP 817/2008, this seminar would be a very meaningful so as to assess what we have achieved, what recommendations were followed by the concerned stakeholders. Honorable Justice B. Virappa, Senior Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairman of Karnataka State Legal Service Authority, is a guiding force in all our endeavors. Under His Lordship's leadership, KALSA is enlarging its horizon and its functions. On behalf of KALSA and ESG, I wholeheartedly welcome His Lordship. Welcome you, my Lord. Honorable Justice N.K. Patil, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and former Executive Chairman of Karnataka State Legal Service Authority, was the chairman of the committee constituted by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka. His Lordship was Executive Chairman of KALSA from 24/10/2013 to 2/5/2016. It is indeed a great privilege for us to have His Lordship in our midst in this seminar. I, on behalf of KALSA and ESG, wholeheartedly welcome His Lordship. Welcome you, my Lord. I also welcome Mr. Leo Saldana, Coordinator and Trustee of Environment Support Group, who is the key person in organizing today's seminar. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Srimati Bhargavi S. Rao, Trustee of Environment Support Group. Welcome you, madam. I welcome Dr. S. Subramanya, Shri Siddharth Joshi, Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, Shri A.R. Shivkumar, Shri L.K. Latik, Shri Girish BK, Shri Anjaneya Reddy, Srimati Kaveri Deputy Secretary Kalsa, Professor Krishna Raj, the Institute of Social and Economic Change and expert member of Karnataka State Wetlands Authority, and all other dignitaries who have participated in today's program. I also welcome the member secretaries of District Legal Society who have joined through virtual mode, and all other participants who have joined online. So I welcome once again all the stakeholders and also press and media. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. We will begin the inaugural session with a keynote address from Honorable Shri Justice B. Veerappa, Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Executive Chairman of Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. I invite you to the dais.
Good morning. Eldrigu namaskara. My Lord, Honorable Justice N.K. Patil, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and former Executive Chairman, Karnataka Legal Services Authority, and also head of the committee, submitted a report on the preservation of lakes in the city, Bengaluru, by the order of the Honorable High Court in WP 817/2008. Sri H. Shashidhar Shetty, Member Secretary, Karnataka Legal Services Authority, Sri Leo F. Saldana, Coordinator, Trustee Environment Support Group, Madam Srimati Bhargavi S. Rao, Trustee Environment Group, all the dignitaries of the dais and the dignitaries on the line, ladies and gentlemen, friends from media. First and foremost, I congratulate the ESG group for having organized this type of event after 10 years from the date of judgment by the Honorable High Court. We all know water is critical for all living things. Without water, there can be no life. The Honorable Supreme Court, while interpreting Article 21 of the Constitution of India, has declared right to water as a fundamental right of a citizen. Lakes are nothing but inland standing water. Each lake has its own characteristics and it has own life history or life cycle, which includes its origin, development and extension. The urbanization and commercialization has badly affected the water sources, especially for drinking purpose. The lakes in Bengaluru were built during 16th century by the founding father of the Bengaluru, Sri Kempegowda. Thereafter, the lakes were preserved and protected by the then Mysuru Maharaja and Britishers. In the year 1790, the Britishers used to call Bengaluru as City of 1,000 Lakes. The recent survey report identified that there were 1,600 added lakes in Bengaluru, but today 85% of these lakes are vanished and completely dead as the buildings and concrete structures are existing. From 1970, drinking water problem started, and we brought the water from Kaveri River. Earlier, drinking water were being supplied by the lakes itself. Nature provides everything for man's need and not for this greed. Now time warrants that every citizen should act as a soldier to protect the water sources. Karnataka Lake Prohibition Development Authority in 2014 is a historic task taken by the government for protecting water sources. The judiciary has been contributing effectively to protect water sources. My humble opinion, the future days, it is necessary to conduct survey of lakes, tanks by demarcating the boundaries. Apart from prevention of encroachment, there should be an attempt to preserve, rehabilitate, and manage the lakes. The removal of silt, de-weeding must be undertaken periodically. Massive plantation drive has to be undertaken in the buffer area around the lakes. Apart from the encroachment of lakes beds, the recent major issue is with regard to contamination of lakes, including underground water. The flow of sewerage water into lakes and tanks has to be stopped. The disposal of waste should not be diverted to water sources. There should be a systematic and scientific disposal of solid waste by the concerned authorities. Further, there should be more and more stress upon the rainwater harvesting. This should be the future preservation of water bodies. We can preserve lakes by taking 4 steps. Use conservation practices on agricultural lands. 2. Install a rain barrel land or plant rain garden. Plant native trees and vegetation along shorelines and river banks to help hold soil in place and reduce erosion. Properly maintain septic system, especially by pumping every few years. Every year, more people die from the consequences of unsafe water from all forms of violence, including war. There are more than 36,000 lakes in Karnataka. The Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department owns 33,000 small lakes, while the rest of the lakes under Minor Irrigation Department. It is only with greater civil movement we can save the lakes. Karnataka Legal Authority is acting like a social parent to various social issues. I always call the judicial officers as judicial soldiers to fight for societal justice. The greater association of non-profit voluntary organizations like Environment Support Group is very much essential to assist KSLSA in providing better access justice for people, including water sources. The seminar on decentralized and socially inclusive and ecological wise protection, rehabilitation lakes, Kaluves, water commons of Karnataka is a welcome approach by ESC in reviving the progress achieved by it after filing PAL. before the High Court of Karnataka, and it was headed by my Lord Justice N.K. Patil, was heading the committee. I wish and hope the meaningful deliberation will take place during the seminar. Karnataka Legal Services Authority always keeps its eyes open, help the poor, marginalized sections of the society. Together we shall endure, fight the cause of protection of lakes and other water bodies. I thank you, the organizers, to providing this opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
We thank Your Honor for your inspiring and pragmatic words and making time from your busy schedule for this seminar. Next, would like to invite Honorable Shri Justice N.K. Patil, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and former Executive Chairman of the Karnataka State Legal Services Authority, to speak on the reflections on implementation of the Karnataka High Court direction in WP 817 of 2008 over the past decade.
Good morning to everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, my esteemed brother Justice B. Veerappa, Mr. H. Shashidhar Shetty, Member Secretary, Legal Service Authority, Karnataka, Sri Leo F. Saldana, Coordinator, Trustee Environment Support Group, and Srimati Bhargavi S. Rao, Trustee Environment Special Support Group, and Sri Srinivasulu, the Member Secretary, KSPGB, Dr. S. Subramanyam, Dr. Sri Siddharth Joshi, Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, A.R. Shivkumar, Sri Grace B.K., the Anjana Reddy, Kaveri Deputy Secretary, Karnataka Legal Services Authorities, special invitees, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. At the outset, let me give a brief history of Bangalore city. The historical background of the lakes in Bangalore. Bangalore city is located at the average elevation of 900 meters above the MSL. The undelicate terrain of Bangalore with its hills and valley provided every natural drainage pattern with a small streams originating from ridges cascading down from major street in the three major valley, namely the Hebbal, Vishbharati, Kormangala, Chellikatti. The city falls into the category of semi-arid tropics with an annual average rainfall 900 millimeters, distributed well along the southwest and northwest monsoon. The nature streams were intercepted at appropriate places to create a man-made lakes, tanks, capture rainfall to meet the irrigation and drinking water needs of the city. Hence, each harvesting rainfall from the catchment and surplus water flow into the downstream Lake Bangalore city has no perennial river nearby, and this would be one of the reasons the construction of serious tanks, most of them during the 16th century. The earliest history of creation of lakes in and around Bangalore city is traced to the foundation of Bangalore, the Kempegowda, and later to the Wadiyar of the Highness of Maharaja Mysore Kingdom, that citizens have abundant water to drink and irrigate their lands and use secondary purposes also. It is significant to note that in her seminal critique of the urbanization process of Bangalore over time, Janki Nair, in her book, The Promise of Metropolis, Bangalore 20th Century, on evaluation of this metropolis to the building and conservation of tanks and lakes, report that for a settlement that has been in existence for over 4.5 decades in the city of Bangalore, boasts a few physical marker, monumental site as significant its entity. The photography of the region of which Bangalore belongs to, remarkable in its antiquity. The topography of the region of which Bangalore belongs to, remarkable. There are few signs of Arbedic, temple town, commercial center, or street energy by a river or other water sources. So in such a landscape that does not bear the physical details of historically of the centuries as like Delhi, Hampi, and other cities, Nair suggests that the earlier settlement was probably helmet of no particular commercial or democratic warrant. On the antiquity of the city, Nayak highlights that some historians believe that the name Bangalore is derived from an old settlement near present-day Yelahanka, long before the time of Kempegowda. The Yelahanka Nad Prabhu are a chieftain whose name is usually associated with founding of the town in the year 1537. Importantly, she noted that it is likely the Kempegowda rule coincident with the development of a new urban farm, a fortified settlement linked to a network of temples and tanks, later attracting many merchants, artisans who took up residence there, where is not providing water security in an otherwise semi-arid area. It is more than likely that journey towards a successful metropolis would be tracted centuries. No wonder then the provisions of water through a system of tanks became a crucial element of city building throughout the 20th century. Some claim that Bangalore was referred to be Kalyan Nagar, a city of Kalyani or tanks. Kempegowda himself is erudicted that the construction of a framed Dharma Budi and Kempabudi tanks, as well as Sampinge tank. The founders, namesake and successor Immadi Kempegowda constructed the Gidda Gowda and Karanji in the year 1920 to make way for a labor colony and Jatka stand respectively. Why I have given this brief history of the Bangalore city is most important. It is one of the unique city in the entire India. Majority all metropolitan cities have been situated at the bank river of or seashore. But this is the one city situated on the hills, is unique in nature. It is mentioned that there is some meeting took place for the Karnataka ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ 9ನೇ FX ಸಮಿತಿ ದಿನಾಂಕ 1/4/2022. There they are given some statistics, which should be believed, which should not be believed. Only God alone can help us. Sometimes they give one figure, another time they give another figure, third time they give another figure. For example, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಜಮೀನುಗಳು ನಿಗಮ ಅವರ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುತಿಸುವ ಒಟ್ಟು ಕೆರೆಗಳು 40,483, ಅಳತೆಯಾಗಿರುವ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 18,885, ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 46.64%. ಅಳತೆ ಬಾಕಿ ಇರುವ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 21,598, 53.35%. ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಗುರುತಿಸುವ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 7,663, 40%, 57.57 ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ವೇಡ್. ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 3,494, ಅಬೌಟ್ 45.95. ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸ ಬಾಕಿ ಇರುವ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 4,169, 54.40%. ಒತ್ತುವರಿಯಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತವಿರುವುದಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿರುವ ಕೆರೆಗಳು 13,140. And so far Bangalore city is concerned, what they said is the total lakes of 205, fencing completed 91, partially completed 76, work in progress 4, not fenced 15. Because they themselves have filed affidavit before the Honorable High Court, presided over the Chief Justice bench, but there is contrary to that. The most important is, having regard to all this background, the Leo Saldana and his colleagues have made sincere efforts and studied the entire geography of the Bangalore city. After making ground reality and survey, they have filed a public interest litigation before the High Court of Karnataka. The said writ petitions had come up for the Division Bench of the High Court of Karnataka, presided over the then Chief Justice and companion judge. After going through the pleadings made out in the writ petitions, the prayer sought in the writ petition, they thought fit to constitute a committee headed by a sitting judge of the High Court of Karnataka. Why I am referring is, this is the one of the first a sitting judge of the High Court has appointed a chairman for submitting a report for regenerating lakes in Bangalore city. In the history of judiciary, throughout India, no High Court or a Supreme Court never appointed any sitting judge to preside over the chairman and submit the master action plan report how to regenerate lakes in Bangalore city. It is be noted carefully, the committee constituted more than 10 members. If you know the members who are the committee members, it is very unique in nature. The chairman is myself, a sitting judge of the High Court of Karnataka, the then, and Sri K.S. Prabhakar, IS Secretary, Revenue Department, Government of Karnataka. Then Sri P.B. Ramamurthy, Chairman, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Sri Bharat Lal Meena, Commissioner, Bangalore Development Authority. Sri S.N. Srinivasachari, Secretary, Minor Irrigation Department of Karnataka. S.B. Mukund, Director, Town Planning. Sri A. Siddhaya, Chairman, Karnataka State. Sri A.S. Sadasivaya, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Sri I.B. Srivatsav, Principal Secretary, Chief Conservator of Forest, Karnataka State. Sri Siddhaya, Commissioner, Bangalore Mahanagarapalike. Sri K.S. Sai Baba, IPS Chief Executive Officer, Lake Development Authority. why I referred these committee members is they all expertise and headed by the respective important post in the government. After calling for the opinion from the public in general, specifically we invited several peoples to share, express their views, and also online we have conducted face-to-face conferences, meetings. The experts respect has been referred the power present in also, and we have collected the data from the Srinagar, because the lake is there, big lake, Jaipur, Bhopal. After collecting all those, how they maintain the lake, respective lake authorities in the entire country. After thorough evaluation and deliberating in the matters at threadbare, we submitted a master action plan report to the court. This court, after accepting, going through that, called for the respective secretary to say in the matter. The concerned secretaries have appeared and filed their affidavit. They assured the bench they implement the matter. But hence things that should, unfortunately, some parties have moved the matter for early hearing. The matter was taken up before the division bench, and matter has been heard and disposed of. The relief sought by the petitioner has been granted, except one most important has been denied. Against that, these Leo Saldana and his colleagues have filed a SLP. That SLP is pending adjudication before the Supreme Court. Matter has been sub judice. But in spite of that, see, already 10 years have been expired. What cutoff date we are given is till 2014. They are supposed to do whatever recommendation made by the committee. And the court also directed orally in the time of matter hearing, but unfortunately, because of the circumstances, the then Chief Justice presided over the bench by Justice Kher. He has been elevated to the Supreme Court. Thereafter, next senior most judge has taken up the matters and disposed of the writ petition. In spite of making sincere efforts by the advocate to appear for the petitioner and also Saldana party in person, what is required. But keeping this background, thereafter they also filed necessary application for taking necessary effect, not implementing the report of the committee and the order passed by the division bench of this court. Then they said, there they have filed the IA number 1 on consideration that has come up before the court. I'll give the brief history of the how many interim orders have been passed, what are the directions issued by the high courts, what extent the government has completed. Unfortunately, the person who agreed to come over here to participate in this function, they are not, I should not use that word, intensely, deliberately they avoided to attend this conference because their statics is contrary to the ground reality and facts. It's very unfortunate, after 1 decade, they are not implemented. And it shows that they do not understand what is the value of the water. Why the lakes are supposed to be developed, what is the reason for that? What purpose the public have expressing their views, their difficulties, and the system. Let me give the brief history of overall review of the judicial proceedings in WP 287/2008 and connected writ petitions before the High Court. They are pending adjudications. Matters are coming time and again. Some respective directions have been issued. In brief, why it is important is because judicial responses in securing the water commons. The court order, based on 2 reports prepared by the court constituted committee headed by myself, who then was judge of the High Court, was also chairman of the Karnataka Legislative Authority. His report, Prevention of Lakes in the City of Bangalore, submitted on February 2011, detail various ecological-wise and socially appropriate ways to rehabilitate, govern commons, and was read as a part of the order and made applicable statewide. The second report about this is most important and it is very crucial. This has been not implemented by the government so far, in spite of contempt petition filed by the petitioner that has been disposed of on the basis of undertaking given by them. The what undertaking they are given by way of affidavit is contrary to the facts and material on record. Private participation in the process of regenerating of lakes and tanks in and around Bangalore city of Bangalore. Examined various aspects of the privatization of water commons, strongly recommended against then prevailing privatization of the lake management, and respond to which the Karnataka government confirmed by way of affidavit that it was not pursuing henceforth with privatization of lake management policy. Where there was a lack of conferences with the establishment of lake protection committee as directed, a contempt petition has filed and that has been disposed of. In the meanwhile, state government also prepared a special leave petitions in the Supreme Court of India, civil petition number 17166. Petitioner means this, the petitioner in the writ petition 218/2008. They have filed a SLP in civil petition 17166/2013, seeking quashing of lease agreement extended 3 corporate entities, Oberoi, Hebbal Lake, Lumbini, Nagwar Lake, Venkargirkare. This appeal is pending adjudication before the Supreme Court of India. A consequence of these decisions was in the enactment of special law, Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Authority Act 2014, amended, came into effect in 2018. This law constituted the Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Authority as an independent regulatory body. The powers of this authority imbibed various recommendations of the committee report and provided regulatory control over all lakes and Raj Kaluves across the state, throughout the state. Despite these efforts, the status of lake remained in a woeful condition. The district and apex committees were also not functioning as prescribed in the orders. This compelled the petitioner implemented as a PIL initiated by Citizens Action Group in WP 38401/2014, wherein the Honorable High Court has seized the matters relating to protecting lakes and Raj Kaluves. Implementing application draw attention to the lack of implementation of order in WP 217/2008. The principal bench of the court thereafter issued various directions in which guidelines proposed by committee report were reinforced as essential, initiating any action to protect lakes across the state. The court directed BBMP to recruit a National Environment Engineering Research Institute as an expert institution in surveying all lakes of Bangalore and providing recommendation on steps needed to ensure protection of lakes and Kaluves. Besides, it took into account various official documentation on the status of lakes and Kaluves across the state. Such a report and maps produced by the Environment Management Policy Research Institute, Indian Space Research Organization, Survey of India, so that the status, encroachment, regradation, rehabilitation, etc. would be mentioned transparently. In addition, the Revenue Department was directed to undertake a state-wide survey of lakes by way of an affidavit filed by a Revenue Secretary in WP 38401/2014. It has been stated that the 39,179 lakes now remain across the Karnataka. About 15,000 have been lost in recent decades by some estimates. The status of thousands of kilometers of Raj Kaluves as it is canal networks is yet to be determined. Needless to state, these judicial directives propose administrative action to ensure protection, rehabilitation, maintenance of the lakes and Raj Kaluves. In compliance of the direction in WP 817/80 is 2008, especially that the District Municipal Lake Protection Committee were not functioning as required. The court thereby directed the state to ensure the committee are functional and accessible to the public. Besides, the court allowed the petitioner to file an application seeking an amendment in the directions of, as per the directions issued in WP 218/2008, in order that the District Lake Protection Committee would also be covering rural lakes and Kaluves. Accordingly, on 15 June 2001, the principal bench of the High Court issued an amendment order in which appropriate Lake Protection Committee were to be constituted with oversight over the lakes of rural and urban areas. As a consequence of all these judicial directions and administrative actions, statewide there are various efforts to reclaim, encroach and polluted lakes and Kaluves and to ensure they are protected and rehabilitated due to the dispatch. These are also various efforts to build new tanks, ponds and water harvesting structures which would obviate the need to river diversion program and dams, which have been irreparable social, ecological impacts. The today's seminar, Decentralized, Socially Inclusive and Economically Wise Protection, Rehabilitation of Lake, Kaluves and Water Canals of the Karnataka, organized by the Environment Support Group in collaboration with the Karnataka State Legal Service Authority, is an opportunity to assess how far we traveled in extending water, socio-economic and ecological security to communities across the state in light of the direction issued by the High Court of Karnataka. And it is also an opportunity to assess how the model of governance and water commons advocated in Karnataka would assist regions across the India and elsewhere in developing socially justice, economically viable and ecologically wise water security systems at the time when the climate change is affecting livelihoods and economics and destabilizing dynamics of this living planet. This seminar is an opportunity to identify ground-up strategy essential to mitigate adverse impacts and evolve resilient program system to support and secure the communities elsewhere. Lastly, let me say where we are lacking for not implementing the report submitted, considering all the efforts, 10 members, and is accepted by the court, and there is a direction, a specific direction issued. What I feel personally, a lapse of one decade, more than 10 years, we have not brought the awareness among the public in general, particularly in Bangalore or any district headquarters or state level. There is no much highlighted this. The group has got its own limitations, they have got their own problems, but until and unless each one of us take up this cause at war footing, then only we can achieve something and we can save the citizens who are living in Bangalore city. Otherwise, there will be a drastic problems will face by all of us, shortage of water. Nobody is expected Bangalore city grow like this in a haphazard manner. But unfortunately, the ultimate sufferer is coming generations. And any default is there, we are answerable for that, all of us. Now at least whatever is happened, but in future, please ensure that you must give a substantial awareness programs to the public in general. As I feel you are supposed to conduct these seminars at a division-wise or center-wise in a corporation, Bangalore BBMP, because BBMP comes, PDA is there, BMRTC is there, international airports will come. There are 6-7 organizations come together. Until unless we highlight these things, what is the report, what should is required, why you are supposed to develop the lake, And at the same time, it is duty cast on the Legal Service Authority also, because time and again court has issued the direction one after another. They must also monitor very strictly under the leadership of Justice Veerappa. I hope and trust he may take the cause to his heart and do something better to implement the report in the interest of public in general. I hope and trust this will be very thought-provoking, discussions will be there, and is knowledgeable, all of us. Whatever implication comes, please do it your best. I am very grateful for the organizers for inviting me to speak few words. I must thanks from my bottom of heart to organizers and all the listener who is participated here and listened my few words. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. God bless you.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the detailed account you provided on the history of water systems in Karnataka all the way up to the present date, including the ground realities. We are delighted to have your presence for this seminar. With this, we will end the inaugural session and we will move to the first technical session. So we will keep the question answers after the technical session because of a crunch of time. So I request all the dignitaries to take your seats in the first row when we start the technical session now. Thank you again. Okay, we can just have a few questions. Anybody who wants to ask a question directed to the panelists can raise your hand.
ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಸರ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ? ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹೇಶ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು. ನಾವು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದಾಗಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ MLAಗಳು ಬಂದರು, MP ಗಳು ಬಂದರು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದರು, ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಐತೆ. ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಕೇಸೆಲ್ಲ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಐತೆ. NGT ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಐತೆ ಸುಮಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಕಾರಣ? ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಯಾರೂ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು ವರ್ಷ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಸಾರನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ? 10 ವರ್ಷ ಮೇಲಾಯಿತು. 10 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಬರೀ ಪೇಜ್ಗಳು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮುಚ್ಚುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನೀವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಬೇಕಾ ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಎಂಥ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಸು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದು ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗೋದು? ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾನೇ ಐತೆ, ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಥರ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇವಾಗಲೇ ಕಾವೇರಿ ನದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಲಸಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಅಂಶ ಐತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಟಾಟಾ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟಿಂದ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದೈತೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗಮನ ತಗೊತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆದ್ರೂ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ವಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜನ್ರೇಷನು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎರಡನೇದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ, ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ, ನಾವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಲೇಕ್ಗಳು ಕಸ, ಇವಾಗ ಹಲ್ಸೂರು ಲೇಕ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹಲ್ಸೂರು ಲೇಕ್ಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದರೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಯಿಂದ 8ರಿಂದ 10 ಟನ್ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ. 8ರಿಂದ 10 ಟನ್ನು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಆರ್ಮಿ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಿಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ, BBMP ಮೂವರು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೆರೆನೇ ಇವರು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೆರೆನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆರೆ ಅದು. ಆ ಕೆರೆನೇ 3 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರು
ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು.
ಅದೇ ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ,
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನಂದರೆ, ನೀವು ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಸದಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಪೈಲಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ಅವರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ತೊಗೊತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಕೋರ್ಟು, ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟು, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ನು ಭಾರಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಆನ್ಸರು, ನಾನು ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಜಡ್ಜಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವೇನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ತಪ್ಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದನೇದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ಕಾರಣ. ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ರೀಡು, ಸೆಲ್ಫಿಶ್ನೆಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ, ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ, ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ಬರಲ್ವೋ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕೋದು ನಿಲ್ಲಲ್ವ, ಈ ದೇಶ ಸರಿಯಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫೈಲ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಪೀಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಈ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನೀವು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟು, ವಾಟ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಾಷ್ಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನೆಸೆಸರಿ. ಅದು ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟು ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹೋಮ್. ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕು, ನೀರು ಯಾವಾಗ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಅದು ನಾವು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಧೋರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೈಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನ ಬೈಯೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನು ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಜಡ್ಜಾಗಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟೋಗಿದೆ. ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ರಿವೋಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಬರೀ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನೀವು ಇಂಥವ್ರು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ಕಳ್ಳರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀರಿ, ರೌಡಿಗೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀರಿ, ಗೂಂಡಾಗಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀರಿ. ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು ನಮ್ಮದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಜನ ಸರಿ ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Good morning, sir. My name is Usha Rajagopalan. I'm chairperson of a Puttanalli Neighborhood Lake Improvement Trust. Actually, you don't know about us, but to us, your report is actually a Bible. We refer not only PNLIT, my group, but also Jakur. We are many citizen groups who have been nurturing lakes in Bangalore. And for us, sir, your report is absolutely the Bible. And you were quite disappointed that the government has not been acting on your report, but we, the people, have been taking it up very diligently. You talked about ensuring public awareness, and that is exactly what we have been doing. Our neighborhoods are completely supportive. The lakes belong to them as much as to us or to the BBMP. So to that extent, thank you so much for preparing a wonderful report, sir. Thank you very much.
What is your question, ma'am? You have not asked a question.
I have not asked a question because I don't have. Your report is completely comprehensive. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your organizer complying the report. Only one organizer is not sufficient. We have a population of more than 700 crores in Bangalore, the entire state. You are doing immense service. I do appreciate. I got all the support, encouragement for your organization. No doubt about it. Only one organization doing is not sufficient, ma'am. We have got the big history is Lakshman Rao committee has submitted a report about 366 lakes in Bangalore city. Now it has come down to only 189. Because these so many problems are there, it is until unless we bring the awareness among a person who is illiterate, he knows about it. We conduct all these conferences. We never invite a persons who are doing the work on the field. Your organization is doing awareness. Have you brought any man who is working on the field there, so in the lake?
Actually,
that man must come and speak here. Whatever language he wants to say, whatever difficulty he is facing, that the truth will come out. Where we are lacking, why we are lacking, who is responsible for that? The entire system has become deteriorated, ma'am. It is very difficult to say speaking few words is not answer for us. Until and unless we do this work in war footing, because why war footing is required is we all are responsible for next generations. They will curse on us, you can rest assured, if we are not did something, bring awareness. Take example today. You said your organization, there are several organizations that are doing work that are ready and willing to come here and share their views. Is not unfortunate?
Certainly.
10 years has been expired, not 1 day, 2 days, ma'am. That committee is not so easily it has been done. A person who participated in the committee, you ask them, he is a man, he made a power presentation, he appeared. What I had told him that day, please ask him. It is not so easily, the report has been submitted. We are almost grateful and thankful to the Indian Chief Justice because of his vision, his commitment to the society. He constituted the first time in the history of judiciary. No sitting judge has submitted any report as a sitting judge. Retired judges, Supreme Court or High Court or a district judge, they have submitted several reports. Not a sitting judge of the High Court. You see, the importance of the report is most essential. You must analyze it, you explain it thoroughly to each and every person. Whenever you go there, participate there, people come walking, jogging there comes, resting there comes. You can interact with them, discuss with group wise. Then only we can bring something better than others.
So I would like to say that there are now in Bangalore nearly 50 lake groups which are taking care of some lake or the other. But of course, we have not been invited to make a presentation in this forum today. I look forward to doing that so that we can tell you what we have done for the lakes in our neighborhood and how it is we are making the community responsible for this.
Ma'am, you are telling Jekkur layout. No, Jekkur layout are planted more than 3,000 trees there. You are aware?
Sir, this is...
when I was Legal Service Authority Chairman, I had planted 3,000 trees in the lake, Jekkur Lake.
So I think
Don't paint the impression I inspected more than 60 lakes in Bangalore before submitting our report.
Sir, I would
personally
like
through the Commissioner BBMP and BDA.
Sir, we are very happy that the community is participating, and when we speak about community, it is everybody in the 10-kilometer radius of lakes that are participating. But an important fact that I would like to stress today, because if I'm here, is we've also had a beautiful relationship with all the governing agencies. Like we work with BBMP, BWSSB and all, close to 17 government agencies, and we've been able to establish that rapport. And also at Jakkur, we also experimentally tried an action committee where all the officials used to meet at the lake, and the joint commissioner is to resolve issues connected with the lake. Somehow it didn't get formalized because he got transferred to another zone. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of possibilities if we explore that. And I think citizen participation is where it starts, and we need to be recognized and encouraged. I think today we are not like a formal entity. That's where the problem is. So if the citizen group is recognized as a proper entity and a democratic setup, I think we are going to go a long way, because we're also being recognized at a national level as a model lake because of all these issues. I think that's where we are stuck today. So that's what we are saying. If we can be recognized and we can bring this to every lake of Bangalore, I think what your vision is going to be realized easily.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for doing email service. May God bless you, all of you.
Anybody else has a question?
Honorable Justice, my name is Doris Raj. ತಾವು ಮನಸ್ಸು ನೊಂದು ತುಂಬಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಜನತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. Well, please don't feel so disheartened, because you will see there are many citizens and activists like these two ladies who just spoke. ತುಂಬಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತುಂಬಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ತಾವು ಒಂದು ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಬೈ ದಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್. ನಾವು in 1996 or so, when Alsur Lake was very bad, we, the citizens group in Bangalore East, took it up to do something. But, sir, tumba kashta. ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತಾವು ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಡಿಡ್ ನಾಟ್, ನಾವು ಹೆದರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಡ್ small action groups of the citizens, and we sat in turns to see who's throwing garbage in the Raja Kaluve, who's throwing debris. ಈ ಬಿಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡೆಬ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ರೋಡ್ ಬದಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹಾಕೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಲೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆನರಬಲ್ BBMP. Lakes are so bad and smelling. ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣದಿದ್ದಾಗ stormwater drains were pure water. We could go and play in it. ಈಗ ಬರೀ sewage. But now complain ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, because we know government officials will not do anything. They will allow you to let the sewage go into the drains. But we took it up. We went house to house. We sat with the BBMP commissioner and said, give them a one-time chance to, without paying anything, to connect their sewage lines to the main lines. ಆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆಲವಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಡರ್ಟಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆ ಮತ್ತು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕಮಿಟೀಸು, BBMP ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಸು ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಇಫ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್, along with Leo, go to the different areas. We'll have small citizens group. Your presence with some officials, and if you could take up and help and support, then only we will be able to get some strength and pursue doing this work. One last maatu. Honorable Justice Veerappa said, please don't talk anything about it now. Well, in different terms, because the matter is in the Supreme Court. Sir, as ordinary citizens, we request, allow ESG to take a supplementary petition or request or a letter to support what is happening, and you, as a justice, give a recommendation. I am sure the Supreme Court will not say anything about it. Thank you very much.
ಅಮ್ಮ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೇಯ್ನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಇದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರಿಜುಡೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೇಸ್ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು, ನೀವು ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೋಸಾ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು, ನಾಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಜಡ್ಜ್. ಆಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ತಾಯಿ, ನಾವು ನೆನ್ನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಶಿಧರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ನಾವು ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಮದುವೆ ಸ್ಕಿಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ 1 hour ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಟರ್ ಮಗನ ಮದುವೆ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಐ ವೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಚಿಂತಾಮಣಿ ಜೈಲು, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲು, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜೈಲು, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸು, ದೇವನಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಶಿಡ್ಲಘಟ್ಟ. ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಶಿಡ್ಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ದಿ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಐ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮ್ಗೆ ರಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಪ್ಸೇಲ್ಸು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಅಪ್ಸೇಲ್ಸ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಳಿ ನಿಂತೋಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರರೋದನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಜಂಗಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ನೀವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸು ಹೊಡೆದಾಟ ಬಡದಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮರಗಳು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿದೋಗಿರೋದು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮನವಿ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗಳು ಜಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೆಳೆಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಾವು ಮರಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಮುಂದೆ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗಾಳಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆದಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರು ಹೋದಾಗ ನೀರು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ ನೀರು. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೋರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಲಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ವಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಳ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದಾಗಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ, ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಕೀನೋಟ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಎವ್ರಿ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಶುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎ ಸೋಲ್ಜರ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿ ನೇಚರ್. ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಆ ನೇಚರ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. ಹೋದ ಸಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ, ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಮಳೆ ಸಾಲಾಗಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡೋಯ್ತು, ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಗಳು ತೇಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ನೇಚರು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಡು ಹೊಡೆದು ಹೋದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದು ನೇಚರ್ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೇಚರ್ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಪವರ್ಗೆ ಅಂಟ್ಕೊಳ್ದೇನೆ ಅವನು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಪವರ್ ಅಂಟ್ಕೊಳ್ದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ. 75 ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 75 ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಬಂದರೂ ಯಾವ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಯಾವ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಾದರ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದರ್ ಓನ್ ಕಿತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಿನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಅಷ್ಟು ರೋಷವಾಗಿ ಬರೆದು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್. 10 ವರ್ಷ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಅವರೇ. ನಾವು ಜಡ್ಜುಗಳು ನೀವು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದವರು, ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಆರ್ಡಿನರಿ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇವಾಗ ಆರ್ಡಿನರಿ ಸಿಟಿಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, DC ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು, ತುಷಾರ್ ನಾಥ ಅವರು ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ನೀವು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದೆಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಭಾರಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ. ಜನ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಜನ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು. ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಟೀಚ್ ಎ ಲೆಸನ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮರ್ತೋದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಳ್ದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಾರಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಗೂಂಡಾಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವಾಗ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ನೋವು ನಂಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನನಗೂ ನೋವಿದೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀಯ ತಾಯಿ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರಿ ಆದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈದು ಬಂದೆ ನಾನು. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್, ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪವರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡೋರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಬೇಕು. ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ದಿವಸದ ಹೋರಾಟ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ 4 ಫಾದರ್ಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಬಂತು. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಶೆ ಇದೆ, ಈ ದೇಶ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಜನ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಜನ ಫಸ್ಟು ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಡೇಂಜರಸ್ ದೆನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಅಬ್ಸ್ಟಕಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಅವರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಕರಪ್ಷನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥನ ಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಆತ್ಮವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಹೋರಾಟ ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ. ಈ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವರೇ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಹೋರಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಹೋರಾಟ ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ, ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವೆಯ್ಟ್. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
Thank you, Your Honor. With this, we will move to the first technical session. The topic of the first technical session is state of lakes and their governance as water commons. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ವಿಷಯ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಸಾಮೂಹಿಕ ನೀರಿನ ನೆಲೆಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತ. For this session, the chairperson for the session would be Shri Srinivasulu IFS, Member Secretary of the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. And the panel members for this session would be Shri Leo F. Saldana, Dr. S. Subramanya, and Shri Siddhartha Joshi. I request the chairperson of this session and the 3 panelists to come on stage. I request Shri Srinivasulu IFS to come on stage and chair the next session. Also request Dr. S. Subramanya. Okay, we can start the technical session. So I request Sri Srinivaslu, IFS, to come here and give the opening remarks.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕಾಮನ್ಸ್. ನಮಗೊಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಕೇಮ್ that from courts at the end of the day they can give directions to somebody who is supposed to implement. As regulatory bodies they can give direction to somebody who is implementing, but then there is an agency which is responsible for implementing all these things. And we also should not forget that these organizations also work under a complex established system that just it is now operated by whims and fancies of a person. Okay, Honorable Judge ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆತನ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಳೆ ಬೆಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಏನೋ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದೆರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಕೀ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ instant answers, I am afraid we may not get those answers. But then if we are on the right direction and look at solutions which are practical and collective responsible decisions, then I think we can reach the goal in a shorter time. Otherwise it will be very difficult. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ನರೇಷನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮೈ ಆಫೀಸ್. ಒಂದು ಸಲ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಸರ್ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸಕರು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಒಂದು 25 ಕೋಟಿ ಅನುದಾನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾನೆಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹಿ ಕೇಮ್ ವಿತ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರೈಡ್, ಪ್ಯಾಷನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ, ಸರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಾನು ಇದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನನಗೂ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷಪ್ಪ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಅವು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋದ, ಸರ್ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಗುಡ್ ಸರ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ನಾವೊಂದು ಬಂಡ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೆರೆ ಕೋಡಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಸಂತೋಷ ಸರ್. ಕೆರೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚೈನ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮೆಶ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆನ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಯಿತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಿಡ ಮರ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೆಟ್ಟು ಬೆಂಚ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ್ಡಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಹೀಗೆ ನಾವು 25 ಕೋಟಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ, ಬಟ್ ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟಿಂಗು, ಬಂಡಿಂಗು, ಚೈನ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮೆಶ್ಶು, ಒಂದು ಬೆಂಚಸ್ಸು, ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾತು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಥರ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಿವಿಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಇವು? ಕೆರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀರಿರಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ನೀರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ? ನೀನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಣ್ತು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ನೀರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಂತ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೇನು ಹೇಳಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀನು. ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅಬ್ಯಾಕ್. 25 ಕೋಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಆದರೆ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆವಾಗ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್, ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಪೊನೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಕೇಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಸರ್ ನೀರು ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೈಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡೈವರ್ಷನ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ನೀರನ್ನ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ, ಅದಂತ ಏನು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಬಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಬರೋ ನೀರನ್ನು ನೀನು ಡೈವರ್ಷನ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೀನು? ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್, ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ವಿಡಂಬನಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಆದರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಕ್ ರಿಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ವಿ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ನೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು? ನೀರು ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ನೀರು ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 25 ಕೋಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ STP ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 2-3 ಕೋಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ STP ಹಾಕಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ STP. ಬಟ್ STP ವರ್ಕ್ ಈಸ್ ನೋವೇರ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಲೇಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನಾನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದ್ದ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ದೆನ್ ಹಿ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ಸರ್ ಕೆರೆ ಇದು STP ಹಾಕೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬೇರೆ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ದು. ಆಯಿತು, ಅದೂ ಆಗಲಿ. ಈಗ ಬೇರೆ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅವರು 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು STP ಹಾಕದೆ, ನೀನು 25 ಕೋಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಯಿತಾ, ಕೆರೆ ಹಾಳಾಯ್ತಾ? ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕೆರೆ ಹಾಳಾಯಿತು. ನಮಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಒಂದು ಪಾಠ, ಬಟ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾಠ. ಲೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸರ್ ಇದೆ, ಡಿಕಂಪೋಸರ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನೆಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ರೈಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆರೆನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 10 ಅಡಿ ನೀರು ಇರಬೇಕು, 8 ಅಡಿ ನೀರು ಇರಬೇಕು, 3 ಅಡಿ ನೀರು ಇರಬೇಕು, 1 ಅಡಿ ನೀರು ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೆಸರು ಇರಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಿಡ ಗಂಟೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ಸ್ ಹೌ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೇಕ್. ಅದನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು? ಬೌಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ವಾಟರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಬೌಲ್. ಟುಡೇ ಇನ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್, ಲೇಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಚಾರ್ಜ್. We are not looking lakes from lake ecosystem point of view. I am not talking legal. I am only talking some technical things. And why we are doing this? ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಷ್ಟ ಆದರೆ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ನಷ್ಟ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಹೋಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಏನು ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ, ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟು ಎ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಡ್ರಿವನ್ ಬೈ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನನಗೊಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯನೂ ಆಯಿತು. ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೆರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಐಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? I was very happy to see these islands because that harbor lot of birds and other things. ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಎಕೋಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಊಹೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವಾರದಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮಣ್ಣು ದೂರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕೋ ಆ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ದೂರ ಹಾಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಐಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ. ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಎಕಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಬೈ ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಇದು. ಬಟ್ ದೆನ್ ದಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡೆಡ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸರ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದಿ estimate and civil engineering requirement, not ecological requirement. So we are living in this setup of things, and that is where these kind of discussions, I honestly urge all of us, including me sitting here, okay, it is easy to blame fingers at somebody else. it is easy to find faults that nothing is working, okay? But then, as an intellectual society or intellectual subset of a society, when we are discussing at these bigger issues, we should be living in the present. We should be completely aware of all different dynamics that operate in this sector and identify, suggest technical solutions which are technically feasible, economically viable, legally yes, and politically acceptable. We are living in that system, okay? We definitely will not find solutions if we are living in an isolation and then recommending something. In fact, that you heard from none other than Honorable Judge itself, that yes, we can only pass orders, but then somebody has to execute them. Then, while passing judgments, while recommending these kind of things, if we are privy to the dynamics of operations which all different sectors are involved in this, then we will be able to find solutions easily. And I'm really looking at that kind of positive discussions and recommendations from this workshop seminar, so that they are the outcomes are realistic. Otherwise, I think I was going through the some keynote and other things. ಆಯಿತು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ, ಎಸ್ ನಾವು ಬೈಕೋಬೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೊರಗಡೆವ್ರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಪರಿಸರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಲವಾರು ಸಲ ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಕಾಮನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪರಿಸರ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದಷ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೈ ಐ ಕೀಪ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್. See, today we are in 2020. Today we are talking of pollution, lake and other things. You just go back 100 years. What was the burning topic in 1920s? Independence. And independence, as Honorable Judge was telling, it didn't came one day. Only when it became mass movement. Yes, we had tall leaders, but then, unless otherwise, the demand for freedom 100 years back, when it turns into civil disobedience movement, that's it. When unless it became a mass movement for a particular cause, results were not there. So similarly today, in 2020, 100 years after today, the burning topic is yes, pollution. Burning topic is water. It's not just water. Panchabhutagalu, ನೆಲ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನೀರು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಗಾಳಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಲ್ ಅವರ್ ಪಂಚಭೂತಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್. ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ದಿ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನಂಬರ್ 1, ಎಸ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಮಾಸ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್. ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವನಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸೇವಿಸೋ ಗಾಳಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಬೇಕು. ಸಮ್ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್. I have seen the other sector also, okay. I have some basic information of the mindset of the scientific community. Sometimes what happens, for a simple cause, we for winning a battle we lose war ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಲ ಓವರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ದಿ ಕಾಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್, okay, it becomes a defeating point. For example, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇದು, ಗಿಡ ಮರ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಬೇಕು, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಡ? ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 1989ರಲ್ಲಿ there was a massive greening program went, and then today it became garden city, green city ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯಿತು, ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ. But then in recent last 10 years, because I am there in bureaucracy, I am privy to some of the discussion that happens there also. Last 10 years, for any development project, okay, ಈ ಮರ saving 1 or 2 trees, I am with you, but then I'm telling you, saving 1 or 2 trees, that movement, that passion might many a times delay a bigger project for which that tree had to be sacrificed. Now in government, many a times the discussion is, ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಗ ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 1,00,000 ಗಾಡಿಗಳು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಫ್ಯೂಯಲ್ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಏರ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಏನೋ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಈ ಥರ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ತಾನೇ ಗಲಾಟೆ, ಮರನೇ ಬೆಳೆಸದೆ ಹೋದರೆ. So in last 10 years in BBMP, if you see the budget that they have earmarked for planting in BBMP for over 10 years is much less than what was earlier. Do you think these are trends? I'm telling you, these are trends. So we as civilized society also should try to be more and more realistic in our thought processes and engage with government, engage with organizations who are implementing agencies, and definitely we will see the future. And then I am an optimistic person. Okay, yes, we have problems, but still these kind of workshops and then this kind of engagements with all other different agencies with right recommendations, definitely we will see results. And I'm looking forward for these technical sessions and then interact with you during question answer sessions. Thank you, Ananda.
We will have the questions after all the 3 panelists speak. Thank you very much, sir. That was very inspiring, and there was also a call for mass action, which was very interesting to see the optimistic point of view here. So next, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Subramanya, ornithologist and former professor at University of Agricultural Sciences, who has done especially extensive research on wetland birds, rare and endangered birds for over 45 years. So he will be providing an ornithologist's perspective of the status of lakes as wetlands ecosystems.
Double click on it's open. Open it. Eldaru namaskara. I thank the organizers to giving me this opportunity to talk about lakes, with which I've been involved right from 1987. And I'm trying to tell you a little bit about lakes based on how birds use them. And if you ever looked at Survey of India topo sheets, you'll find that there are lakes distributed all across Deccan Plateau. And these lakes were created as a part of water harvesting system. And each and every one of these lakes that you see in the topo sheets are man-made, built by ordinary villagers without any complicated degrees. By just building a bund across a low-lying area or a natural stream to build a series of lakes where the water from lake upstream flows down, excess water from lake upstream flows down to the lake below. Then thus we have lakes in a series. And as I said, all these lakes are man-made. And these lakes have been built several centuries back for mainly to serve the purpose of irrigation, where on the downstream of the lake they grew paddy. And these are all built across natural water system. And if you also look very closely at these lakes, you find that almost on an average every 2 villages share the waters of a single lake. Of course, this is a situation that you get to see in Dodbalapur Taluk area. And also these lakes had a different characteristic in the sense it had a raised band which to impound monsoon water. There was a larger catchment area around the lake where it should ferry water into the lake during monsoon, where the overflow of monsoon water, where the monsoon rains will flow into the lake, and the lake had different zones of water depths. And if you look at one of the lakes, so there's a picture of a lake from Google Earth, Dorjala Lake on Airport Road. And this lake had its own catchment area from where the water would flow into the lake. And these lakes with the catchment area again formed a larger watershed. And these lakes were created as a means of water harvesting system in Deccan Plateau, which was mainly a parched area where there are no seasonal, the perennial streams. And these lakes served the purpose of irrigation and also domestic availability of water for domestic usage. And also these lakes were very seasonal. As we see today, the lakes are perennial, but these lakes were never like that, where these lakes got impounded during monsoon and would go dry by the middle of summer. And in summer, of course, in my own village, we used to play football and cricket on the lake bed. And this seasonality was brought about by the cultivation of paddy and the downstream of the lake, where they used to grow 2 to 3 crops of paddy earlier. By usage, a constant usage of water, the water level would keep on going down. By middle of summer, the lake would be bone dry. And these lakes had different zones of water of different depths. So with the deepest zone very close to the bund, as you move away from the main bund toward the foreshore, the water will become shallower and shallower. And based on the depth of water, you would consider the lake to be a deeper lake or a shallow lake. And if you take a cross section of the lake, this was the structure of the lake that used to be there before civic authorities started developing lakes, where we had a deep water zone, a shallow water zone, and also a very shallow water zone toward the foreshore. And toward the margin of the lake, you have inch-deep water with mud flats. And based on this water depths, we had different types of aquatic vegetation growing in the lakes. We had 4 groups of them: floating vegetation, emergent vegetation, which had the roots in the lake bed, where the plant would emerge out like the bulrush reeds. And also there are submerged aquatic plants, and also plants that had anchored floating structure. That is, they had their roots in the lake bed, but the leaves would float on the water surface like the water lilies. And we have a very good documentation about the kind of the plants that used to occur way back. Around 30 dominant species of plants used to occur in these four different types of aquatic plants. So because of this, we had a natural lake which was very, very heterogeneous, mainly because there was zones of different water depths. And also the lake was very dynamic in the sense that it was not a perennial water body, it was a seasonal water body, wherein from monsoon till summer, there used to be a variation. And also by summer drying, all the dominant water, the life forms would get killed, and the life would start afresh by when the new water came in during monsoon. And as a consequence, these wetlands were a very important biodiversity conservation wetlands, diverse biodiversity units. And my involvement in the lake is mainly because in Bangalore way back, we're a small group of some 30 or 50 bird watchers, and we took part in a national coordinated work called as Asian Midwinter Waterfowl Census, where during January, when most of the water birds, both migratory and resident water birds, would have settled down and their population would become stable in wetlands, we would go and count them. What we used to do is that we used to go around each and every lake, count each and every bird that we get to see. And this we did from 1987 to 1996. Again, Leo forced us to look at these lakes again in 2016 and also 2020. And what I'm going to speak to you now a little further is based on what we have observed in these lakes. And we used to count lakes in more than, the birds in more than 150 lakes in and around Bangalore, about 40 kilometer radius from Rajabhan area. So we started in 1987, then in 1989, the Forest Department came with us, said that we'll provide you the support, logistical support, why don't you do it in a much greater way. and we covered about 89 lakes. Then between 90 to 96, we used to cover some count birds in about 135 lakes. And of course, in 16 and 20, we counted birds in more than 150 lakes. And of course, the 1980 report is available for download in Internet Archive. Anybody can download, and the entire data that we collected during 1989 is available there. And in this process, we counted somewhere around 110 species of birds, partially or totally utilizing these lakes, including, in addition to that, we documented the number of fish species, amphibians, and also microscopic planktons in these lakes. And in addition to the birds that we observed, there are other biota as well. Dominant of them are aquatic hemiptera and coleopterans that are very, very odonatans that are very much present in those lakes. So when you look at how birds used to use them, the birds use these lakes based on the depth of water. We had birds that were using deep water zone, like the coots, grebes, pelicans, pochards, and geese, and most of the ducks. And when it came to the shallow water zone, there are birds that dependent on the vegetation use these lakes, like the iron seagrates, and where the water was ankle deep, the knee deep water, and there different groups of birds utilize them. And as you moved away from the shallow water zone towards the shoreline, the margins of water, we had other groups like the sandpipers, plovers, stilts that used to use the lakes. And when you look at this one, you find that nearly about 70% of the birds that used to use the lakes, they used to, the 70% of the bird diversity used to be in the shallows. And deep water would capture just about for another 30 to 40% of the bird diversity. And when we look at the lakes today, the situation is totally different. Because these lakes today promote a civil engineering model, like Mr. Srinivaslu rightly said. And desilting pattern destroys the tank structure. Okay, it makes a uniformly deep tank structure and lacks total ecological sense. And all the DPRs that we prepare treats aquatic vegetation as weeds. And also they have the standard model. You have a ringed jogging track, several islands. Like Srinivaslu said that the lake development today aims at maximum desiltation, because every cubic meter of mud that is desilted can be built. And also, when you desiltate so much of mud, it attracts two costs, transportation costs and dumping that mud on somebody else's property. And they don't want to do that. As a consequence, we have got this ringed elevated jogging tracks, which is about 15 feet height or 30 feet wide, as if we run marathon on those jogging tracks. And also we had we get several islands, mainly because it's not that the birds would come and dance over them the moment they create the islands, mainly because they want to incur less money, like Srin also said, in transporting the bird. And putting that ringed jogging track would effectively curtail any water that would otherwise flow freely into the lake. And as a consequence of this uniformly desilting into a soup-bowl design would again cater to only about 30 to 40% of the birds that would otherwise occupy the lake. And also, as I said, the desilting pattern promotes a soup-bowl design. Water spread area, of course, they call it the water spread area wetland, because wetland is, as our science told us, any area with any amount of water. And the elevated ringed jogging track is like putting a noose around the lake, preventing any clean water from coming into the lake. And also we have boating jetties, islands, public parks, etc. And also look at that, you don't have any place for the shallow water, the birds in these lakes. And these birds are a very good indicator of the health of the lake. So if you give me a list of birds with their numbers of any lake in Bangalore, I'll be able to tell you what kind of a lake it is. Whether it's a clean water lake, it's a polluted lake, because birds are very good indicators. Here I will try to illustrate with two lakes. One Hebbal Lake, where we surveyed in 2005, and also another Signackley Lake, where we had covered during earlier days of waterfall census. So Hebbal Lake was partly filled with sewage, whereas the Signackley Lake was with clean water. So when you look at the birds and also composition, also their numbers, I can tell you what kind of a lake it is. For example, prior to 1995, we only had about 3 records of large cormorants and darters. They were a very rarity, but today you have plenty of them all over Bangalore. So when you have a large number of large cormorants and darters, you can be very, very sure that the lake has been given out for commercial fishing. Otherwise, because in those earlier days, when there used to be small guppy fishes, fingerlings, these birds were not present in our lakes. Now that we have that commercial fishes that are tilapia, rohu, katla, which can grow to a larger size, are fed upon by these birds. So you have so if you have a higher number of darters and cormorants, large cormorants can indicate that the lake has been given out for commercial fishing. Similarly, if you have higher number of ponderans, grey-headed swamp hens, grey herons, you can be very, very sure that the lake has pollution and also rampant growth of water hyacinth and also alligator weed is present in those lakes. Similarly, when you look at a clean lake, there are a lot of species which would indicate the water is very, very shallower because they are shallow water feeders. And there are some bird species that with their very presence, you can say that lake has clean water. For example, if you have one or two bar-tailed godwits, black-tailed godwits, you can be very, very sure that lake has very clean water. So birds are such good indicators of the health of the lake. And today, it's all, it's totally, there's nothing but the lakes are filled with sewage. The olden days of the bird diversity, biodiversity that you used to see is not present. And also, I'd like to leave you with some of the data that we collected over the years. There is about more than 80% decline in bird numbers in our lakes compared to what it was prior to 1995. Similarly, of course, ducks and there's one other reason again is that the commercial fishing. When there are boats crisscrossing the lakes, the duck congregations don't occur in the lakes. And we have quite a few of these the duck congregations that we used to see, where sometimes you would, in Nabar Lake would see flocks as large as 8 to 10,000 ducks. And once in Balandur Lake, we accounted around 50,000 ducks on a January morning. And many of these lakes are, the birds are migratory. Secondly, about 50%, more than 50% decline in birds that used to use the shallow water area and the shorelines has occurred in Bangalore lakes. But one of the, as I said, one of the groups that are really benefited by commercial fishing has been the cormorants and darters, wherein there is a 4-fold increase in their numbers. So I'm not telling that what has happened over the years in lakes of Bangalore has gone bad, but there has been some birds which have benefited, and some birds have adjusted to the altered conditions also. Similarly, the same thing has been reflected in other reports also, wherein compared to what it was before 1996 to the present day, now 2016, there have been decline in bird numbers, and also there is loss of sloping margins or shallow water areas. There have been increase in garbage dumping and also cut margins of the lakes. And was very happy to be part of supporting the Justice N.K. Patil committee in formulating ecological restoration guidelines for the lakes of Bangalore. But unfortunately, all that recommendation that has happened through this report has never been looked at by people who prepare the DPR or BBMP or BDR, any other agency that's been developing the lakes. Thank you. I can take questions later.
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative and interesting presentation and a new perspective, interesting perspective on how birds can serve as indicators of the wetland health. Thank you for that. Next, I would like to invite Shri Siddharth Joshi, who's working with Punarchit, Chamrajnagar, a collective that focuses on evolving alternative perspectives in relation to education, environment, democracy, and society. He will be speaking on the topic lake governance approaches needed to benefit rural and urban communities in the times of climate change. I welcome you, sir.
ಸಾಕು ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. You can just switch that. Just connect it. Yeah. Thank you. Project again. ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. PDF just a minute.
Okay. Meanwhile, I now invite upon stage Sri Leo F. Saldana, Coordinator and Trustee of Environment Support Group, to speak on the challenges in protecting and rehabilitating lakes and Kaluves as water commons.
Yeah, sorry about those glitches. While they get the laptop fixed, I'll take over. That's why they say trusted Mac. I don't know what Windows does. Okay, so my challenge is to actually present you challenges in terms of how several of you are here and several of you have shared your challenges in working through the systems to protect lakes. And what I'll do is I'll quickly walk you through what it means and how we can find ways out of this. Yeah. So I won't cover this too much, but to just say that the history has been advocated by, explained by Justice Patil, and Justice Veerappa has given you a sense of what it involves to give orders in the court and how difficult it is to get them implemented. But what I also want to highlight is that the Constitution was also amended in 1992, making protection of natural resources and wise use of natural resources part of local governance. So you don't need to ask bureaucracies or senior politicians for help, because that is actually a power cast within the Constitution with local governments. And local publics are actually constitutionally empowered to hold the local governments accountable. We just don't use that. And one of the efforts in this last 1.5 decades has been to use this order to actually highlight the importance of the common pool resources and why it is critical to protect and conserve them so that you don't have to make cities extractive and destructive of the larger regions. We also find that the response of the government of Karnataka has largely been to centralize administrative powers. The Justice N.K. Patil report, if you read through it, is essentially an argument for decentralization, of empowering local communities. And the court actually put it out in open court and said, if any of you have any objections to it, file it now, otherwise, keep your peace with the report. And there was no objections filed by any of and 9 departments were involved in writing that report, right? All the departments involved in protection of lakes across Karnataka and commons across Karnataka agreed with it. And yet today you see how difficult it is to get that report, which had consensus from being implemented. And one of the key problems of that is you have the Chief Minister sitting as part of the structure of regulatory systems, the Karnataka Tank Conservation Development Authority Act, for instance, as the Chief Minister and Minor Irrigation Minister sitting on top of a committee which administers lakes, which is antithetical to the Constitutional 73rd and 74th Amendment, which is the Panchayat Raj and Nagarpalika Act, which requires local governments to be the ones who are the custodians and responsible for those governance. So in a sense, the KTCDA is an unconstitutional act because it doesn't incorporate the constitutional mandate. Now, apart from that, we have spoken at length. We don't want to go into that, but just to give you an image, on the right side is how the Bangalore Development Authority actually engages with the public. A small little, really tiny little advertisement in a newspaper asking you and me and everyone else to gather at Yavanika on a particular day for a couple of hours and decide the future of the city for the next 20 years. That is how the land use planning process was proposed. And we had to protest. We went and protested there. And then they did it like 4 other places. Whereas the Constitution actually requires planning to be done ground up. The Article 243 ZD is very clear, and ZD is for districts and ZE is for metropolitan areas, requires that panchayats and nagarpalikas together construct a plan every 5 years, taking into account water resources, natural resources, environmental conservation, and economic and social development. 4 values are involved. And those plans are incorporated and made into a district plan or a metropolitan plan and submitted to the State Finance Commission, not to the Chief Minister, not to the Finance Minister, but to the State Finance Commission. And funds are allocated. And in the annual budget, you can have provisions to allocate which district gets how much money. Instead, what is now happening is, in fact, the court understood this. In 817 order, Chief Justice KR actually directed the state government to allocate every year 50 crores for the lakes of Bangalore from BDA, 50 crores from BBMP, and 50 crores from the state government. So that's 150 crores. Only Chief Minister Sadanand Gowda made that allocation. That was in 2011 or 12 budget. 10 years later, we don't know where the money has gone. So take that money, 150 into 10 years is 1,500 crores. As per the High Court direction, at least that much money should be there. But if you take the budget, that money is not there. So what happened to this, right? Apart from that, we have reckless urbanization because parastatals like BDA are unaccountable to the people. They are undemocratic institutions, and BDA in particular was created during the emergency when there was democracy had been suspended. So it was a top-down, didactic, centralized system. And BDA decides the future of almost everything. Your life, my life, and the lives of those to come is determined by the way in which their land use planning, and their land use planning we have seen in their drawing boards, is essentially taking a map, not looking at the land features, not looking at topographies, not looking at geographies, cultures, and just basically erasing it all, and then drawing lines on it, and there's a layout. And you and I rush, get a BDA site, and we feel like we have got the Nobel Prize. So this is how BDA has indignified people, indignified geographies and cultures. So there is an argument in the Constitutional 74 that BDA should go. That planning has to be through metropolitan planning committees, and those committees are people-centered and responsive to the local ecology and environment. And no wonder that Bangalore is sucking itself dry. That's an image from Times of India from some years ago. But you see, what's worrying is that we are willfully losing a tradition which is 5,000 years old. All the lakes are built. None of them are natural. We have 40,000 left, and you heard Justice Patil say whether it is 36 or 39 or 42, we don't know. Every time there is a direction given, a new number comes up. In any case, we still, let's say, have 40,000 lakes left. And that's a result, at least we know that number, because of these litigative efforts across the state. But what we don't recognize is that 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, there was a process of living in urban settlements, and there were 140 urban settlements. 140 at least we know of. In region which we now consider Gujarat, Karachi, all the way to Afghanistan, Haryana, and so on. And in Dholavira, for instance, they're finding, and Mohenjo-daro, of course, you know, they're finding extraordinary structures where water engineering was so evolved that grey water was not mixed. They didn't have a pollution control board at that time. So yet they had that, you know, sort of conscientious use. Grey water was completely separated out from rainwater and surface runoffs. And what is important for us to understand is that's an arid region, not a semi-arid region, but very arid region. And there was no perennial river, much like what we have in Karnataka. Most of Karnataka is in that situation. And yet they managed to have a civilizational process for 1,000 years without war. And if there are many theories on why it collapsed, one of the theories is that because there was a very, very long drought for decades. And obviously didn't, you know, you cannot survive if you don't have water. So I think there is a lesson to us in that you cannot sustain this type of urbanization and intense living based on, you know, extraction. And there is a good model in the Harappan times where, you know, for instance, open wells were ever present. Everyone who's here probably knows that in their houses there was a well, or in the neighbor's house there was a well. And those wells were in turn supported by groundwater, by lakes. And such were the lakes. And this on the right side is the Neerganti. It's an institution which is disappearing very fast. And the Neerganti actually acted as a local governor of water. And that person would dispense justice in a sense, equity in a sense, by deciding who gets how much water, based on how much water has accumulated, how much rain has come. And he was not acting alone. He was acting on the basis of a village council which governed the lake. So if there is a future for lakes of Bangalore, it is to return to such democratic processes like a village council and look forward. And this is a lake in Dodbalapur which is from 2 years ago. Such lakes still exist. People know how to protect them. And if you go to the northeast, Subbi spent about 2-3 weeks there studying birds. We're trying to work with the communities there. People live on lakes there. And they fish, they eat, and one of the best forms of living, lightest forms of living, is what I have seen there. They just don't have any impact on the environment. They live off the lake, and they contribute to the lake, and they are the ones arguing against motorboats coming in, though the Manipur government wants to introduce motorboats and, you know, take them all out, put them on land, so that you and I can fly to Imphal and then have a good time doing water skiing. But this is a tradition which has been going on for thousands of years, right? And Gujarat and Rajasthan, such extraordinary horticultural forms like the Vaus of Gujarat or Bauris. If you travel there, please go there. They're littered across. So people knew how to hold water and use water and ensure that the water was not there just for them, but for long time to come. And here you're seeing, you know, if you are investing so much attention to storing water, how much importance was given to that. Hang on. It's a simple structure. And you basically integrate many simple structures. Subbi has spoken about it. I won't go into it. And it doesn't take, you don't over-engineer lakes. You just, work with water in a way you don't insult it. You don't hold it back. You don't make water prisoner. You just ask water to stay for a little longer. Nourish the area, nourish the ground, make sure it doesn't, destroy you, and you don't destroy the water. And then you let it go and you share it. It's a form of equitable living. But what we have on the right is a submergence zone of the Kaveri. If our politicians decide to fight with each other and say, I did it first, I destroyed Kaveri first. That's the Mekedatu Dam. And that water is for you and me. They're using us as the reason why that stretch of Kaveri, which is so wonderful. If anyone has gone there, you will see why we must all work to protect that stretch from damming. So it's not about which party is interested in it, but the fact is that the river will die if we allow Mekedatu to be built. And then, finally what we know is, as one of them said, we'll secure Bangalore for 50 years. What happens after? You see, why do we have short-term political visions dominating the life of a river which has evolved over millions of years? This would be as explained, I won't go into it. This is how, it was before the 1990s. You can see the landscape littered with lakes. In fact, if you take the topo sheets, what you don't see is any possibility of building a new lake, though the Prime Minister wants us to build 75 new lakes. I would argue, where is the space for it? Because all of them have already been taken by some tank or pond, because people engineered water harvesting into their lives and livelihoods. All we need to do is maintain them. And this is a story of Bangalore in the last 3-4 decades. The red means built area, and the green means you know what. You take the watersheds, same problem. This is the Bellandur catchment area. And today in that catchment area, this is what happens. So these are some of the challenges, and these challenges we have seen is highly destructive of lives and livelihoods. It's not just about the floods that come and go. It's not funny at all that we allow this to happen every year. For a family which has lost its property because of submergence, it takes them maybe 20, 30 years to get it back. That means we have pushed them back 20 years, 30 years. They would have taken loans. For the infrastructure we have built, which is based on extraordinary amount of taxes that we give. We are amongst the highly taxed people in the world, direct and indirect taxes, especially those of us who don't have billion plus rupees as billionaires. So we are more taxed than the billionaires are. And that money goes into financing these projects. And our decision makers are callous in a sense about the fact that they keep on thinking that it is possible to build over the floods, to build over congestion, right? But then what happens is when you have something like this for the last 10, 12 days, which is an incredible rainfall that we are receiving, you see the infrastructure breakdown, which means we are setting back 20, 30 years because the loans have to be paid to foreign banks. All this is paid for with foreign loans now. Subhi has attended to this, so I won't go into it. Now, why I want to halt here is this, on the left here is a lake which I just saw yesterday. I just went around a few places. This is, if you've been to Ragikana in Banargata Road, it happens every Sunday. It's a Sante, where farmers come together and sell their produce directly to consumers. Right next to that is a lake, which I have seen, where people used to actually swim. That was 30 years ago. People have caught fish there by just, for recreational, put a fishing rod and you get a fish. And extraordinarily fantastic bird life in such a small pond. And see the mess that BBMP has turned that into. It is now called IDBI tank. So I don't know why the local name is given up and it's called IDBI tank, right? On the right side is a lake in which I have actually fished. It's called Vosakareyalli, which is in South Bangalore. And this has been the state of it. And when the NICE road was built, that company, Nandi Infrastructure Corridor, is required by contract to rehabilitate it and protect it. But what we see is a mess of it. And it is heavily built around. And in the bottom is a lake called Subramanyapura Kere, which is in the south. It's one lake which has gone through 5 major litigations and 5 major rulings of division benches of the High Court. And yet, everything is being done to encroach it, and the Raja Kaluves as well. And in fact, at one point, they even made sure that the lake did not exist on record. And I remember Justice Kumar and Justice Nagaratna asking Mr. Siddhaya, who was in the committee, Justice Patil committee. He said, I want you to go there and find out if the lake exists or not. That was what the Tahsildar's report was. The lake doesn't exist. So Mr. Siddhaya comes back and says, we went there. There is something like a lake. and it is recorded in the court order. That's his statement. So then an investigation is ordered. Now my point about it is, if the court has to guide this process and direct it for each and every lake, it's not going to happen. So there has to be a pressure from the ground up that each and every community which lives around lakes has to get hold of maps, the topo sheets, the Tahsildar maps. And yes, it is a fact that post BDA creation, most maps have been, local maps have been fudged. So common property resources have been turned into private property resources, lakes, Gomala, and so on. So we need to go back to older maps, establish the record, and then work from there and ensure that the space is protected first. The Raja Kaluve and the lake has to be protected together. At the same time, living heritage, we should recognize that this is living heritage which we are losing. So this is one of the challenges, that it's not just the lake, but the watersheds around it. For instance, at the bottom you see Sturalli. It's a major watershed, and what had happened was half of it was actually sold off till we intervened, filed a criminal complaint, and it was got back as a forest. Then BDA came and knocked off some 60 acres of forest, and they built a layout into it. Then we had to file a complaint against BDA. So our point is that the custodians are forest department. So they need to be far more alert about it, right? You can't always wait for some group like us or local community to file a criminal complaint. It's not possible. So the point is, why do we finance with our tax money these institutions if they fail to deliver? So that's been one of the biggest challenges in protection of our commons. And you can see on the right side, when BDA developed its so-called 6-stage layout, the first thing it does is it destroys the geography, the water courses, the vegetation. It basically flattens everything out. It erases everything. Erases geological history of millions of years, billions of years, and then gives you a piece of land and say, go live now. And then if you look at it, like in HSR layout, I believe most of the people who live there are IAS and IFS officers. Sadly, they all get flooded every time it gets rained. So why do we allow these things to happen, right? And this, of course, is a 1,000-year-old lake, a Begur lake, where BBMP went and put up a statue, huge island, and the court has directed that this has to be removed, and yet it has not been removed. So the point is that this is the situation. I just want to flash this so that you guys realize that the 11th and 12th schedule is a must read for anybody who's engaged with this issue, because there's so many aspects in the 11th and 12th schedule of the Constitution which is about protecting common pool resources. And local governments are directly cast with that responsibility. Of course, this I spoke about already. And the Supreme Court this is a very important statement that you could use, that the absence of arbitrary power is the first essential of the rule of law upon which our whole constitution system is based. The absence of arbitrary power, that no official has the power to arbitrarily decide that he or she can give away common pool resources to private use. In a system governed by rule of law, discretion, when conferred upon executive authorities, must be confined within defined limits, which is why when your regulation and policy is written, it is extremely critical you and I engage with it and make sure that every step is regulated. The rule of law from this point of view means that decisions should be made by the application of known principles and rules, and in general, such decisions should be predictable and the citizen should know where he or she is. Of course, it says he there. So it should be predictable. It should not be a mystery to you and me. It should not be like, the DPR, like Subhi said, suddenly some DPR comes. I read yesterday or day before, Kengeri Lake, 4 crores. So I asked my colleague, why 4 crores? Why do you need 4 crores to destroy a lake? Because what they do with 4 crores is put a noose around the lake. So I think that should be a common voice, that we should junk this approach that BBMP and BDA have promoted, which is unfortunately becoming infectious across the state, which is destroying lakes. Put a bund around it, pad it with concrete, put lots of lights, put some statues inside, put some islands, and then you don't find water there, because there is no way water can get in. Birds, of course, are wiser, they just leave. So if a decision is taken without any principle or without any rule, it is unpredictable, and such a decision is the antithesis of a decision taken in accordance with the rule of law. So the principle here is the N.K. Patil committee report, as far as these lakes are concerned, and Raja Kaluves. And there are ways to do it. This is some way. This is a ward committees which were not functioning. Ward committees need to take hold of common property resources in their ward. It is not something that Mr. Srinivasulu should be asked to, deal with the entire state's pollution. It's impossible. It's inhuman to demand such action. That is why there is a third tier of governance which is constitutionally guaranteed, that is a local government. All the information relating to all common property resources should be open and publicly available at the ward committee offices. And every month at least the ward committees must meet. It's an outcome of a case we also fought on solid waste management, in which we argued that unless we decentralize administration, as is in the 74th Amendment, there's no way you can solve the problem of lakes or waste management or pollution or land grabbing or any of those problems we deal with. And it is also possible to imagine locally. This is an imagination of Gandhi Bazaar being remodeled into a pedestrian-friendly market. And this was done with 10 or 15 public hearings which was held locally, transparently, and everything was documented. Administration can do that everywhere. You don't need to make it mystery. So when there is mystery, then there is suspicion. When there is suspicion, one can be assured what the judges themselves said, that the system is polluted, it is corrupt. So whenever you see a lack of transparency, we can be guaranteed there is something like that happening. There's another problem with inclusivity. So we say that in the theme, social inclusivity. In about 4 years' time, it will be a century when Dr. Ambedkar went to drink water from the Chawar Lake, which is in Maharashtra now. And he actually gave a speech which is known as the Mahad Satyagraha speech. The reason why he went to drink water there is because he is a Dalit and he is not allowed to drink water. If he touches water from the tank is polluted according to the upper caste. Yet he goes there in March of 1927 and he drinks water from there, and the upper caste decide to attack him. So he restrains the Dalits, who are in the majority at that time as a population, and says you will not respond violently. And they suffer violence. And then it goes on for several months, the Mahad Satyagraha. On Christmas Day, 25th December 1927, Manusmriti is burnt there by Dr. Ambedkar. The reason why I did that was because he said the caste violence is one of the worst forms of violence which has plagued, and the caste violence has been most atrociously been exhibited through the way lakes have been managed. So when we look at our tradition in the past, what we should also be aware of is almost all our lakes were built with Dalit labor for the benefit of upper caste, and the Dalits were prevented from using that water, including with extraordinary violence. So it will be a century in 4 years. And I hope that across India we will all say that all our water commons and all our commons are inclusive, so that Dalits, Adivasis and other backward communities are not racially kept away from their due right. Because if the constitution is true for everyone, it must be more true for them. I think this is a sign to tell us that I need to stop, and we might overshoot on time. I'll just stop with saying a couple of things. Just see the amount of water that is falling. It's one of the, Shivkumar will tell us later what that means. I must say that because of his help, when we built our house, we made sure not a drop of water that falls on our house or in our garden goes out. Everything that falls on our house, we consume. Nothing gets wasted. So I can proudly say my house has the largest collection of rainwater in Bangalore. Not my words, but Shivkumar's words. He's done the service. I collect 1 lakh liters of water. And if the water overflows that tank and goes into the garden, it doesn't run away. He has another technique which he mastered a long time ago, the recharge wells. I have a recharge well. It doesn't come back to me, but it's my investment for the future. So I'm just thinking, why can't everyone do that? Why doesn't Gandhi Bhavan have it? Why doesn't the multi-story building have it? Just look at the government buildings. I don't know if Pollution Control Board has the Parisara Bhavan. I don't think so. I know your Pina facility has it. So if government institutions can become a model, then we can force corporate bodies, education institutions, so that not a drop of water runs away and pollutes. And that's because, as both the judges said to us, ownership and control of material resources of community. So material resources are common pool resources, are so distributed as best to subserve the common good. That's in the Constitution. If it is not subserving the common good, we are going against it. And I think this one article in the Constitution is more than sufficient. We don't need any of these laws, because if you just follow this one line, then you don't need a Water Act to contain pollution, because there won't be pollution. So as Justice Veerappa had said, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಿಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥನ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ ಈ ಯಾವ ಕಾನೂನು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. And also we need to negotiate our rights and responsibilities over water commons. For instance, I want to show you this big picture in the bottom. It's actually called Krishnarajpura Kere. It's one of the successful examples as an outcome of this litigation that we managed to protect it, got a direction from the High Court. The Legal Services Authority worked on ensuring that surveyed it. KTCDA went and got Mr. Iremath is here, he's the legal officer. KTCDA went and did the survey and confirmed there was encroachment. This encroachment is by Nitte College. Okay? And on the side, Forest Department had encroached. So both the encroachments have been removed and the lake is being rehabilitated. It's possible. And this is not yet urbanized, but the idea is to protect it. And so one way we do it is actually by creating templates. You can go to our website and download it. And in these templates, you can find how the degradation takes place and what are the possibilities of rehabilitating it. So how do you imagine transformation of a lake? And on our website, there's tons of information which I welcome you to visit. And I just stop by showing you you can't see it clearly, unfortunately, because of the lights. But if all our Raja Kaluves in Bangalore were turned into green ribbons and not concrete canals, then the water flowing could be cleansed as it is flowing through the reed beds and the vegetation, and you actually have a crisscross corridor of vegetation. So it becomes wildlife corridor, it becomes open space, which is acting as carbon sinks, pollution sinks, and also it kind of creates the possibility that in future it can be urban gardening. And what we are, you can't see it, so I won't pause too long. But on our website, if you click on PILs, this page, everything that is happening in the court, in both the 817 order and the 38401 orders, is uploaded. Any statement made, either by the petitioners or the respondents, is immediately scanned and put up here. So we work in a way that when we file a public interest litigation, since we are working on behalf of the public, there is no privacy. There are a lot of groups which do not share their PILs. From the very beginning of ESG, whatever goes out of our door goes online. And that's 25 years ago, even before the Right to Information Act came. Everything that goes out of ESG is already online. Everything we submit in court, as soon as the court considers it, is online. So you can download all of that. And at the bottom, all the orders are there. And all the government orders, including the one which says how to protect the Kaluves. We all forget the Kaluves are important. And so this one, what is a no development zone around a lake? What is a no development zone around a Kaluve? Right? You can't see it, but these are already passed as an outcome of this litigation. And so it is necessary that each and every ward works to protect its Kaluves and lakes, and then puts pressure on the local administration to ensure that not a drop of sewage goes into it, no waste goes into it. They are rehabilitated according to the Justice Patil Committee guidelines. And most importantly, encroachments have to be fiercely attacked. But there's a caution here. When Subramanyapura Kere was encroached, the High Court, citing a Supreme Court order, ruled, if poor people have encroached, do not throw them out. You shall rehabilitate them, and rehabilitate them locally. So in Subramanyapura, the rehabilitation is just across the road. Where 300 families had encroached, we made sure that orders were passed that in the abutting Gomala land, 850 flats were built so that they could be allotted. They are not on the road, right? So this is the model which is there in Jagpal Singh order of the Supreme Court. We have followed it already here. So let lake rehabilitation not be at the cost of the poor. But if it is because of avarice, I think we have to be ruthless with the implementation of law. So I'll stop here, and I thank you for this time. Yeah. It's working?
Thank you. Thank you for that interesting narrative on all the challenges in protecting our lakes and Kaluves, and reiterating about how decentralization and inclusivity is the important part of the solution. So I think now we are back with Shri Siddharth Joshi.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. I am making this presentation on behalf of a collective called Punarchit, which means Rethink, which is a small group based in Nagvalli village in Chamarajanagar district, which works with local communities on issues of, on alternative ways of looking at education, agriculture, employment, livelihoods, democracy and society in general. We are not experts, we are not climate change experts, nor are we lake experts. We basically directly work with the community, and about this what I'm going to present started about 2000, in about 5-6 years back, in 2016, when there was drought across Karnataka, especially in Chamarajanagar, and we had started seeing some of these climate change related impacts in and around us, and so we thought we should formalize this, looking at data, formal data as to what is happening in the district along the last 100 years horizon, and then we wanted to take this to the communities, to the people. So this presentation, this is part of a larger presentation that we have prepared. We have presented this to the farmer groups in Chamarajanagar, to the members of Solega community, which lives in BR Hills. We have converted this into video information, sort of leaflets, and there's a street play, Bidi Natka, that we have done across 10-15 villages in the last 2 months. So we have tried to take this to the people also, and not let it be only as sort of information, purpose being catalyzing action across some of these things. And so I'll present the climate change impact on Chamarajanagar, and then I'll sort of go to maybe a view from the below of, when you try to get communities to act on some of these things, what challenges do you face? Challenges which are basically born out of the development which has happened in the last 30-40 years on the policy front. So this, because we largely work on agriculture, so a lot of, we come at this from the agricultural point of view as well. So let me just begin the presentation. In the last about 115 years, if you look at climate change, largely we look at global warming and increase in temperatures. As per the data that we collected, in the last 115 years, the average increase per year of temperature in India has been about 0.01 degrees Celsius. Every year, the average temperature has been going up by 0.01 degrees Celsius across India. In Chamarajanagar, it has been double that. So in Chamarajanagar, the temperatures have been going up by 0.02 Celsius per year in the last 115 years. Right? This is a sort of a continuous trend. It's not changed. It's completely upward trending. So that's sort of the first thing we look around. And of course, lakes have a role in mitigating land and air temperatures. So lake plays a very important role in mitigating the impact of this. Then secondly, we looked at rain. So what has happened to the total amount of water that has been coming through rains in the whole district? And what we see is very interesting. The total amount of water has not gone down. So the total amount or the average amount that the district is receiving has not changed in the last 115 years. What has changed is the nature of the distribution of that water. So while earlier you would get basically large bouts of rainfall, what has happened is those large bouts of rainfall has reduced now. You get very small showers now distributed across the year. So the total amount of water, total amount of rainfall has not gone down, but the amount of water that you get in one shower or in a particular day has become very small now and distributed across multiple days. What that does is that the water that you used to receive during the cropping seasons, during the June-July season or during the winter season, that has gone down and more water is coming during the non-cropping season now. And there is a delay in the starting of monsoon also in the district. So the amount of water has remained the same, but its distribution has decreased. Very small shower instead of earlier medium-sized showers. And the showers are now happening during non-cropping season more than used to happen. And water received during the cropping season has reduced over a period of time, both of which has implications for agriculture. Additionally, the evapotranspiration from the district has gone up, so which again has to do with loss of water bodies. You see a lot of water being evaporated or transpiration from the district. Again, because we started during drought season, so we collected data for the last 10-12 years. In the last 18 years, for example, each of the talukas in Chamarajanagar has seen drought at least 10 years out of 18 years. And some districts have seen drought for up to 12 years also. So there are districts which have been like, there has been continuous 5-6 years for which they have seen the drought. So now what happens is, if you combine this with the changing in the cropping pattern, Chamarajanagar used to be what we call a dry grain complex. It used to be rain-fed agriculture, mostly millets were grown there, but over a period of time cash crops are being grown. So there is a greater reliance on the groundwater usage now. This is across the districts. In the last 60 years, you see again a secular trend, a continuous trend of water table going down. It used to be 50 to 60 feet low in around 1965 when sort of the Green Revolution starts. And by 2018, it has sort of dropped by 5 times, 6 times. And this is sort of secular trend in the sense that it's not just linked to the drought, but generally the water table has been going down, even when it has not been a drought year. So some of the talukas in Chamarajanagar have become critical. Now they are overexploited, and the quality of water also has declined in the last few years. This is the drought year data. This is about the number of borewells which are being sunk. So just in, this is the official data, which of course doesn't record all the borewells sunk, but even among the official data, you see in just that one drought year, about 50,000 new borewells were sunk. And the failure rate was about 25%. And unofficially, like if you correct data, you realize that number of new borewells sunk was about 2 lakh in just the Chamarajanagar district itself. So what happens is, because of this, the changing in the rainfall pattern and absence of mitigating sources of water like lakes and other common sources, the reliance on private usage of groundwater has increased in the last few years. And you see heavy investment going into these sort of technologies, borewell technologies in the district. This is the official data. This may not match with what has been given as part of PIL by the department, but this is from different. So the number of bodies are basically spread over multiple departments. So as Leo was saying, that according to 73rd and 74th amendment, all of these should have been with the panchayat. But as you see, a large number of them are actually not with the panchayat. They are with either with the minor irrigation department or the major irrigation department. So that leads to fragmentation of sort of within the same watershed. You have multiple agencies governing various different sort of water bodies in the district. Now, if you look at the status of some of these water bodies, because of this fragmentation, especially the ones which are being managed by the panchayats have fallen into disuse. There has been encroachment, dumping of waste, because of which the inlet channels have been blocked. So many of these lakes, which used to be sources of many things, of multiple usages, which I'll talk about in the next slide, have now fallen into disuse. This is actually inlet channel to a particular lake. And this is just about 2 years back. Prajavani did a whole series on the status of lakes in Karnataka, and this was one of the lakes which was featured in that story. So basically, there are few trends that we see which I would like to highlight. As Subramania sir was talking about the structure of the lake, you can sort of map onto that structure of the lake various social uses of how the lake is used. So women will be using the lake in a particular way, and those who keep animals, sheep, shepherds and all, they will use the lake in a particular way. There'll be one area where green sopu will be grown, and so there'll be all these various social uses of the lake. I mean, lake is not just an ecological entity. It's sort of social uses also determine how the lake is sort of managed also. Over a period of time, what has happened is that both in terms of drinking water as well as agriculture water usage, alternative forms of water access have come. So piped water supply to households have sort of reduced the usage of the lake as a source of drinking water, and the dams and ground borewells and all have actually reduced the reliance on lakes for agriculture purposes also. So what we see is a delocalization of natural resources. By that, what we mean is, for example, in Chamarajanagar itself, there is a scheme which tries across 200 or 250 villages. It's trying to supply pipe water supply, 24/7 pipe water supply, and the water is actually being brought from Kabini, from a distance about 40 kilometers. So it involves both energy costs, because you have to pump water through all these things, and there are losses along the way. And then the stake in maintaining local commons reduces, because now people are getting water from somewhere 40 kilometers down the line. And then over-exploitation or over-usage starts. The usage is not sustainable, because you just open the tap and water is coming to you, and if it dries up there, it doesn't really affect you. You don't see the impact of what this whole thing is doing on that side of the water source. And the water source themselves are not very sustainable. So there is no guarantee. There's many such multi-village drinking water schemes which have basically failed because the source from which they were drawing water is not sustainable. They have dried up, and now there is neither the local systems to get drinking water nor the pipe water supply now. So these sort of, for example, this water ATM which have come into the village now, they again lead to this sort of delinking of usage of local resources and sustainability practices that were there earlier. Of course, Leo also made this point that when we look back at traditional water structures, we also have to be mindful of the fact that there were a lot of burden of those things used to fall on women, and they were also a little, even in this multiple usage, there was hierarchy of usage. There was one place where Dalit used to draw water, or sometimes they were not allowed access, and there was the higher place where the upper caste used to allow access. So those things have to be kept in mind when we talk of going back to some of those practices in the present context. Also, as I said, there are multiple uses associated with lakes which we have to keep in mind when we try to design a governance structure for lakes. So few principles I'll just outline. As I said, this fragmenting of multiple water bodies across multiple bodies doesn't allow for supra-local planning and management of these things. So when we talk about decentralization, we also have to keep in mind that the planning also has to be at a supra-local level, whether it's the watershed or maybe the larger basin level also. So the framework has to be integrated. We have to look at a higher level when we are doing the planning, even when we decentralize the management of it to community level institutions. And of course, when we think of community level institutions, we have to also have safeguards for some of those caste-based discrimination, and especially the inequities which sort of lead to additional burden on women when it comes to management of those structures. And lastly, while, as the Honorable Judge said in the morning that we should also, society should become selfless and all, but going with Armstrong, I think commons often, if not always, are maintained not sort of by individuals acting out of lack of self-interest, but multiplicity of self-interest. Right? I also have some stake in this. Everybody has some stake in this, and we come together and then we try to save this common resource and regulate its usage, of course. right? So I think when we think of lake development, rejuvenation, often many people have said this becomes like an enclosure. You know, you discard all, prohibit all other sorts of usage, make a bund and, you know, do all those things. So that I think should be avoided. It should not become an enclosure. And these multiple forms of usage of different communities, of people, different genders and all, should be recognized within the larger framework of lake governance. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that detailed account and sharing your research in Chamrajnagar. Now the panel can take a few questions. So anybody who has questions, please raise your hand.
Hello. My question is to Leo Saldana. Mr. Leo Saldana, may I know, to inform you, in Bangalore, a lot of wells which are polluted and closed because of sewage water and other things. Is there any scheme or to revive these wells? Please give me a perfect answer. I am unable to find a perfect answer. Thank you.
What I would do is I would defer that answer to Shivakumar, who is actually working on it, and he will explain that in the next session. Yeah. We also want to make sure that you all have lunch, so please don't leave, have lunch and stay on for the afternoon session, and we'll make this a really brief question and answer session.
Sir, Pollution Control Board chairman avarge. Sir, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರ. ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಲೇಕ್ಗಳು, ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರೋದು, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಬೆರಳು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರಾ, ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕರೆಸಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಈ ಥರ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಾತ್ರ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಕು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. BWSSP ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋಲ್ಲ, BBMP ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋಲ್ಲ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಪಾತ್ರ. ನೀವು ಅದರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಯಾರನ್ನ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಫಸ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಕರೆಸಿ ಈ ಥರ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದೈತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದ್ರೂ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದೈತೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದೈತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂರಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು BBMP ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, BWSSP ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಐತೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು ಈ ಥರ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವಾಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ 25 ಕೋಟಿ ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದರು, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ. ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕರಿಬೇಕು, ಕರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಐತೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಎತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟು, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ನಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫರ್ದರ್ಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗದಿರಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೋ ಲೇಕ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ KSPCB ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿನ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ 106 ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್. ಬಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ಅದನ್ನು ABCD ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎತ್ತಿಡೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಡೇಟಾ NGTಗೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಏನು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಐ ನಾಟ್ ಸೀನ್ ಎನಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಒನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಅಫ್ರೈಡ್ ಆಫ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಸಚ್, ಈಗ 100 ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, DO ಆಗಲಿ BOD ಆಗಲಿ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಲಿ, can we, many lake groups are there who want to know what is their water quality. So if in the month of this month we get to know the water quality is deteriorating or some coliform is increasing, we can take some action. So our information, it will come only to website after whatever 1 month or 2 months or so, and again in the form of ABCD. So that is not so progressive ansute. Some software nalli enara vyavasthegalu ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ if you can release it for transparency and monitoring the water quality will be helpful ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ redressal system should be much more effective. It is not up to the mark.
So I'll just add on. Srinivasulu sir, you had stopped all the car servicing units and ಈ ಬೆಲಂದೂರು ಲೇಕ್ ಫ್ರಾತಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ. ಬಟ್ ಒನ್ ವೆರಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೈ ಡಿಟರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೈ domestic flow which goes into the drains, and the stormwater drain is connected to these lakes. I was really shocked to know mane soap matte detergents matte what is that, shampoo and all those things which has been building up for so many years, that is what is polluting all this. What is your answer to this, to see that it doesn't go there and it gets cleaned in the STPs? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ನೀವು STP ಮನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ STPಸ್ನ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಫಾಲೋ ಅಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಕ್ಲಾಂಡಸ್ಟೈನ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅಲೌವಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಇನ್ ಟು ದ stormwater drains and the natural drains also. And here I would like to also, the desilting ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ, we had a very big role. Alsur Lake desilting ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ we were making arterial road in a defunct stormwater drain of about 1.5 kilometers. ಈಗ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ರೋಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, leading to Lingarajpuram and to the airport. You all have a look. For us it was very good because we could use all the desilting from the Alsur Lake to dump into this, and but there was some objection by a High Court judge. When you desilt, you are destroying the what is it called, the bacteria or whatever. Is desilting the answer? And here I would like to use this forum to congratulate and thank ESG. Day before yesterday there was a write-up in the paper. ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಆಲ್ ಸೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಚರ್ಚ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡು ಮತ್ತು ಟ್ರೀಸು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ they were fighting with for such a long time, and Bangalore Metro Corporation, they had expansion on the other side of the road, but clandestinely they were destroying the ecology and the trees and everything. And we must congratulate ESG for coming into the picture and supporting them. So who is going to support residential associations and activists? And one more, Mr. Subramanya. Sir, you were talking about the ponds in rural areas. Can we not have these check buds and little overflow of waters and little ponds created wherever there is space in the urban areas? Thank you.
Like Leo said that wherever it was possible to create lakes, ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಅನ್ ಅ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಡೆಸ್ಟ್ರಾಯ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ವಾಟರ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಟು ಫ್ಲೋ, ದ ಗ್ರೇಡಿಯಂಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸಿ ವೇರ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ದೋಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ವೆದರ್ ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಲೋ ಯು ಟು ಡೂ ದಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ.
So would you like to answer?
ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ವಸಂತ್ ಅಂತ, ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕು. ಈಗ ನೀರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಷೆಟಳ್ಳಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೋರಾಟಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ, ಅವ್ರಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಮೂಲ ಮಲ ವಿಸರ್ಜನೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೆರೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ. ಕಾನೂನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ ಸರ್? ಕಾನೂನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ? ಒಂದು ಮನೆ ನೀರು ಕೂಡ ಫಿಲ್ಟ್ರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಗರಸಭೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಭಾಷೆಟಳ್ಳಿ ಪಟ್ಟಣ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಅಂಗ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲೆಟ್ರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಸಮಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಮಳೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಷೆಹಳ್ಳಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಏನೀಗ ಅಂಡರ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇದು ಒಳಚರಂಡಿ ನೀರು ಕೆರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕತುಮಕೂರು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಈ ಚಿಕ್ಕತುಮಕೂರು ಕೆರೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಕೋಡಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತಾಗಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಮಳೆಗೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಟ್ಟಣ ಇವೆರಡು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ನೀರು ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬಿರುತ್ತೆ ಎನಿ ಟೈಮು. ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮಳೆ ಆದರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡತುಮಕೂರು ಕೆರೆ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಕೆರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 20% ಮಳೆ ಆದರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಕೆರೆ ಕೋಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೈತೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಕಾಕೋಳ ಕೆರೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಸರುಘಟ್ಟ ಕೆರೆ. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ನದಿ ನೀರು ಹಾಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಲೇ ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ನದಿ ಹಾಳಾಗಾಯಿತು. ಈಗ ಅರ್ಕಾವತಿ ನದಿ ಹಾಳಾಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಷೆಟಳ್ಳಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರೇ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವಾಗಲೇ. ಅದು ನೀವು ವಿಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟವರಿಗೆ ಸಿಹಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪಾಯಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಹೋರಾಟಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ತಗೊತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು?
ಓಕೆ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ರಿಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಪುಟ್ ದಿ ಕಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ governance is not one organization, one body. It is a complex structure. And ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ರಿಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಿದೆ ಹೇಳಿ? ಆನರಬಲ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ 8 ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ಸ್, ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೂ 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆದರೂ ಆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಲು ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೂಸ್ ದಿ ಕಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಕಾನೂನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಒಂದು, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು. ಬಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಡೇ ವಸ್ತುಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ಆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಬಲಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇರೋ ನಮಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ it's there. So, as Member Secretary of the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, I am not here, running away from problems. No. But then, I am here to put, things in context and say, one order, one action will, ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಪೂರಾ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ರೈಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್. ನಂಬರ್ 1. ನಂಬರ್ 2, even to start with, I can get into that debate. Water Act, Air Act, Environmental Pollution, EPI Act ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಥಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಲಿನ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಂದ STP, ETP ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ವೆನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಇನ್ 1974. ನೋಬಡಿ ಎವರ್ ಥಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಸೀವೇಜ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಆನ್ ಅವರ್ ವಾಟರ್. ನೋ, ದೇ ಥಾಟ್ industrial effluent will become the biggest polluter for our lakes. That's the major with which it started. And Pollution Control Board, okay, in 1974 Water Act ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ is essentially the structure is created to regulate and control water pollution to a large extent from industrial effluents and other things. Subsequently, with the massive urbanization, in fact, on the other day I was with the Chief Commissioner, he was telling, in 2000 Bangalore population was 70 million. Today it is 120 million, around 130 million. ಅಂದರೆ ಕಳೆದ 40 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಲೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. It is nowhere in the world. I am not running away from my responsibilities, but I am putting things in context. ಅಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ರ್ಯಾಪಿಡ್ ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆದಾಗ ದಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೆರೆಗಳಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಏನೋ ವೆನ್ ಸೇಮ್ ದಟ್ BWSSB ಇದು ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆದಾಗ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇಮ್ಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ power that is with pollution control board is ಈಗ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಪವರ್ ಈಸ್ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪವರ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನೀನು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ನೀನು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ನಾವು ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕ್ಲೋಜರ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ದಂಡ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್. ವಿ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ಡ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್. ನೌ ಇನ್ ಬೆಳಂದೂರು there are around 198 residential apartments whose sewerage network is not properly connected to the UGD, nor it is getting into terminal STP, and through flood water that is getting into lake. Now what is the option left with us? Close the apartments, power cut apartments. Even we did that, and you can imagine who is the sufferers? Public. Now people came and come on yaar, this organization is there for the benefit of people, and your actions are actually against them. Okay, so by just cutting power, do you think you can get solution? No. I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you. So then the action is, we need to strengthen our infrastructure network. UGD ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, STP ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. This cannot happen overnight. And again, sitting from here, having primary access to lot of data, I warn people here sitting here that today what are we doing? UGD and STP. ಅಲ್ರಿ ಈಗ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? STP ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. STP ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಬಟ್ STP ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಿವೇಜ್ ಎದರಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು? UGDಯಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು. UGD ಕೆಲಸ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. UGD ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು 5-6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೈ ದಿ ಟೈಮ್ UGD ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಆದಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ STP, ನಿಮ್ಮ BMW ಗಾಡಿನೇ ನೀವು ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಗುಜರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಸಿ ದಿಸ್ ಐರನೀಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಇದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ I always sitting here, being in the system, it's like, our government is like a body. ಕಣ್ಣಿದೆ, ಕೈ ಇದೆ, ಕಿವಿ ಇದೆ, ಮೂಗಿದೆ, ಕಾಲಿದೆ, ಬಾಯಿ ಇದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇದೆ. ಕೈ ಕಾಲು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಲು ಕೈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಲೈಕ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ಡ್, ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ದಿ ಪವರ್ ಟು pass the orders. Okay? Similarly, Pollution Control Board has the powers to close the establishment if it is not conforming to the things. If it is as far as industries, we issue closure orders when we are doing that. And as far as urban local bodies are confirmed, maximum is we can book criminal cases against the responsible CMC, TMC commissioners. No, I'll tell you, man. I'm telling you, in last 1 year, the public will not come to know with these primary facts. In last 1 year, we have criminally booked, okay, not less than 20 KS and other IAS officers for their lapses in urban local bodies. And if you think that KSPCB by criminally booking all TMC we find solution, it's not the case. ಅವರ್ ಸಾಮಾಧಾನ ಭೇದ ದಂಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಕೇಸ್ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು, ಲೈಕ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಇಗ್ನೈಟ್ ಆರ್ ಗಿವ್ ಚಾವಿ ಟು ದಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹೂ ಈಸ್ ಆಪರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್. ಬೈ ಲೈಕ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಹಾಡಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು regularly go to different districts only to educate them that if you are managing your municipal solid waste, if you are not managing your lakes, lake ee thara agutte. So KSPCB is roll towards ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ, ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ. Now from here, even from our website, and even from, we have launched a mobile app. At your fingertips you will come to know what is the air quality. ಅದು ಬರೀ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಇದು water quality. All our 280 water quality stations data is live in mobile app. I am not here hiding any facts. No, I am putting it on public domain. In fact, for that, even in web, anybody can go to website and see it is live. Anybody can go to my mobile app and then say it is good. Now the point is, in ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದಾಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ನು ಕಾಮಿಕಲ್ ವೇ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಯ್ಯ, ಈಗ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋನಿಗೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾವು ಬಾಡಿ ಚೆಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು BP ಶುಗರ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಮನುಷ್ಯ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಡೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೋಗ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಸೇ ಕೆರೆ ಈ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮೆಷರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಈ ಇದೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಮೆಷರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಈ ಇದೆ, ಮಳೆ ಬಂದರೂ ಈ ಇದೆ, ಮಳೆ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು ಇದೆ. ನಾವು the severity of the issue is right on our face. KSBCB's measurement need not tell you things are bad. It is already and bad. Now the point is how to go about it. And here in this hall itself there are multiple options. Like it should be decentralized. Some thought is it should be centralized government activities. Some thought is BDA should be it should be. There are many thoughts like this. So now, that is why in my initial remarks itself I mentioned that we should be in the present. We should set our context in right, and we should suggest implementable, executable solutions. Otherwise I might have so many labeled ideas to execute or suggest. That's not the way how to go about in a setup, democratically elected government setup. We are in a setup, we cannot wish away from that. And just don't think that pollution control kutkonbiಟ್ಟು BBMP commissioner charge sheet ಮಾಡಬಿಡಿ, BDA commissioner charge sheet ಮಾಡಬಿಡಿ, we get solutions. No, that's not the way. So no, it's not. No, it's not like that. Let's not get into the details. No, see, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡಿ. See, now it's okay. Here itself, we think that one organization alone is responsible for the mess that we have created for ourselves. Okay? Which cannot be true, because this system is created by us for, I am not here to judge whether that system is good, bad, and then what is the reason for creating this system. I am not here to judge that. But it is, we have created a system for ourselves to govern, and we should find solutions within that scope. Pointing fingers is very easy. Okay? So, yeah.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಥ ದಂಡ ಗಿಂಡ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪಟ್ಟಣ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು, ಅದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ನೀವು ವಾಟರ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗಿಂತ ದಂಡ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಸಹ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ? ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮೂರು ಕೆರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡ ತುಮಕೂರು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ 9 ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ 7 ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ನೀರು ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿರೋದೇನೆ 7 ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಗಳು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ಕುಡಿಯಲು ಯೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಈಗ ಯಾವ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಬದುಕಬೇಕು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವ ಸರ್? ಅದು ಕಾನೂನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್? ನೀರು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಏನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಗ್ಗೆ.
ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ ಆಗಲೇ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ our constitution is so exhaustive, and then we are all so much aware of constitution. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗಡೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮು, ಲಾಂಗ್ ಟರ್ಮು, ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂತ, ನನಗೆ ಇದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಯೆಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ ಓನ್ಲಿ I myself conducted a special meeting with Yelahanka Joint Commissioner JC. ಅವರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು, ನೀವೇ ನನಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ನೀನು ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಯಾ, ನೀನು MSW ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಸೀವೇಜ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸು. ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡರ್, ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್, ಈಗ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರಿ? ನಮ್ದಲ್ವಾ? ನಮ್ಮನೇಲಿ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಕಸ ಗುಡಿಸಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮನೇಲಿ ನಾನೇ ಕಸ ಗುಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಲಹಂಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಸೈಟು ಏನೋ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರ ಸೈಟಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಬಂದು ಕಸ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಯಾವನು ಕಸ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಜಮೀನಿದೆ, ಯಾರು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ, ಅವನು ಅವ್ನ ಮನೆ ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹೀ ಶುಡ್ ಎನ್ಶೂರ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ದಂಡ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕಾನೂನೇ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ MSW ರೂಲ್ಸ್. ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಹರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಎ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ that anybody who is found that some garbage is put in their site owner will be charged with some additional tax. ಸರ್ ಈ ಥರ ಕಾನೂನು ಇದೆಯಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹೌದಮ್ಮ ಇದೆಯಮ್ಮ, ನೀನು ಕಾನೂನು ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ. Yesterday she has issued a letter and that I have circulated throughout state and asking all Nagarasabha commissioners issue this. These, I know these are baby steps, but we don't have lift to take you from ground floor to 10th floor. Okay, we have to walk baby steps and climb all those things, and we are in the direction.
We are ending with this and breaking for lunch. We can continue the questions after lunch because it's already 1:45.
Yeah, ma'am, from here sitting here, I am inviting Shivkumar. My office is open 24/7. Please come even after this. I will give him time, and whatever plan he suggests that how it can be taken to public, I'm wholeheartedly I'll join with him. No issue. Anybody with solutions, they are coming to KSPCB. Yes, I am there. Yes, I am there. Please come. It's my open invitation.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all the audience. We'll break for lunch now and we'll assemble back here after 45 minutes. So please. I think he's there. 20 minutes is possible.
I am sorry for the session which got delayed, and the speakers are all prepared and come. And I request all of you to come back in 20 minutes. It's possible. Please come back and don't leave. If you are back in 20 minutes, then we can try and manage time and still leave at 4:30. Thank you.
Shri Anjanya Reddy and Srimati Kaveri on stage. The topics of the session would be environmental impacts of lake pollution and building water security, as well as promoting effective governance of lakes and wetlands of Karnataka. ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಗಳು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಭದ್ರತೆಯನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವುದು. ಮತ್ತು ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಕೆರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜೌಗು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿ ಆಡಳಿತವನ್ನು ಉತ್ತೇಜಿಸುವುದು.
Thank you, Janani, and thank you everybody for keeping to time and coming back after the quick lunch. So while in the morning we got to understand the entire process of how this lake issue was taken up by Environment Support Group, the entire legal journey of the public interest litigation, the various provisions in law, the various judgments that have come so far, and the part of it that was handled by the High Court of Karnataka and another part which is still sitting at the Supreme Court, we got a very good understanding from a legal angle. But the science of it is something even more important, and that is where we have Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, who will share with us some of his long findings and research over a period of time. So now I will hand over the forum to him to discuss and share with us some of the assessments of the environment quality of the lakes of Bengaluru. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. I know just now we had a lunch. So now my job is not just to communicate and make sure that everyone listens to me also. As a teacher, I am going to do that. If somebody try to take a nap, I will interact with them. Okay? So now with this, today I am going to talk on the wetlands or the lake. When we talk about lakes or a wetland, it is for people and nature. Now when we talk about lakes, first let us try to understand why lakes are required. Why I have put this slide first, because often in Bangalore I hear there's a section of experts say that Bangalore does not require lakes. So for them, I just tell them that lakes gives us a fish, the fodder, and water. They also have to drink water. If they don't eat fish, at least water has to be there. Then regulating services, groundwater recharge happens. Then, of course, recreation. And this section of the society who criticizes, I also often see them jogging in the Sankey Lake and other areas. So that means that recreation services, at least for that, they require lake. Now, when we talk about the conservation can happen only if there are funds are available. Conservation would have been effective if people have taken active part in the system. Now, to allocate fund, what should be the strategy? Let us do the natural capital accounting. What is the worth of the ecosystem? Is it worth? So we tried to do that. In fact, today morning there was a discussion about the number of wetlands in Karnataka, 40,000 to 36,000. I work with remote sensing data. These are the pictures taken from the satellite platform. It doesn't lie. So my data shows 39,970 wetlands are there in Karnataka. And we have also categorized based on the various criteria, the size, etc. Now, each district, the district which had a water stress, we had large number of lakes. That was the vision of our leaders. Gandhiji talked about Surajya, decentralized harvesting structures so that everyone have the water. So if there is a river passing through or the stream passing through, they just put a bund so that they can stagnate the water for a while, which can be used for irrigation, etc., and drinking. That's how even if you look at Bangalore topography, we have the large number of tanks, etc. Now, if you look at what is the worth of the wetlands or lakes in Karnataka, you see it amounts to about 7,320 billion rupees. There was a mention of Mekedatu project in the morning by Dr. Leo. My argument to them who proposed the project, you are submerging the forest which is worth 80 to 100 billion rupees. How much money they are spending on the project? 5,000 crore to loot 10,000 or 100 billion rupees worth forest. And another important thing we need to understand is the hydrological function by the forest ecosystem. You know, forest and river system there are helping in recharging the underlying layer to an extent of 100 TMC of water. Why are we submerging 100 TMC of water to store 65 TMC of water? So these are the things people have to question. They can question provided they have the knowledge about these things. That's where some of the work what I have done recently. Earlier I used to argue on biodiversity. People used to say, so what? Now if I say the money, then people started looking at it in a bigger way. So now when you look at the worth of the lake per hectare, we get the goods provisioning services 1,76,000 rupees, okay, per hectare per year. See, if you go to some of the lakes in Bangalore, like Rachinhalli or Jakkor, the worth is about 10,000 rupees per hectare per day. And who are the people who are benefited because of this? Fishermen, washermen, then the farmers, etc. And if we pollute the lake, Amruthalli lake, 20 rupees per hectare per day. And these are the sections of society that they get affected because of we people polluting the water bodies. Okay? Then the worth of the wetland amounts to about 10 lakh rupees per hectare per year. Now, what is the agenda of my research? Of course, I have been doing the society relevant science, and my objective is to ensure there is a clean air and water to our next generation. That's what we have been working, and of course my colleague Shiv Kumar is there, who is also talking about rainwater harvesting. We want to make sure that our children have a clean and adequate quantity of water. But for that to happen, we need to have responsible decision making without excuses. You know, today I become a decision maker, I'll have the baggage of excuses. So that can stop only when we have sensible citizens in the system. Who are these sensible citizens? The people who have knowledge of ecosystem and environment. We did a small study in Bangalore to find out what is environmental literacy in Bangalore compared to the other districts. You know, Bangalore people can read and write to an extent of 85.8% next to Mumbai. Everyone can read, write, or at least they can send messages through chat and all those things. But when it comes to the environmental literacy, 3.5% of Bangaloreans are environmentally literate. That is my problem. 3.5% of Bangaloreans are environmentally literate. That's where I have a tree cover of 3.5%. I have lakes which are good. It's constitute only 3.5% of the thing. The same, the correlation you can see in a district like Uttara Kannada and Shimoga, where environmental literacy is as high as 45 to 46%. I see the forest cover also of that. That means if you are talking about conservation, first and foremost thing we need to do is educate, make the people sensible. When they become sensible, they will be responsible. Now, let us talk about wetlands of Bangalore. And we have done these studies. I will skip this slide. These are all the pleasant part of the Bangalore when we were young. But today, we see this. A young lady struggling to earn 25 rupees a day, which is not sufficient even for her food. Okay, when you look at the lakes of Bangalore, the current Bangalore extent is 740 square kilometer. Way back when Kempegowda and all were there, we had 1,452 water bodies. Taking advantage of undulating terrain, the people bundled the streams or the rivers, the flowing in the region, and that's how we had the lakes. When people say that there are no natural wetlands in Bangalore, I counter them that the rivers are dammed. So that means they are natural. So this is only to bypass the wetland rule and all. People come up with this kind of theories and all those things. I am in the wetland committee. You know, the gentleman who spoke few minutes back came to the committee. He said there are no wetlands which can merit the conservation in Bangalore and in Karnataka. So this is the problem, okay? So now, today, when you look at the lakes in Bangalore, we have 193 water bodies. storage capacity of water body is 1 TMC, whereas when Kempegowda created the water body, or that generation created a water body, we had 35 TMC of storage capacity. And today, if you look at the interconnectivity among the lakes are lost. Okay. Earlier, the water used to move from one lake to the other. Today, it's not happening. And we restored the lake. Out of curiosity, I asked my student to monitor these restored lakes. So when we did that, out of that 45 lakes which are monitored, we found that the good water quality is only 13%, the poor water quality 34%, very, very poor water quality is 53%. And that means a lot of money we spent on the rejuvenation lake, but we didn't achieve the purpose of rejuvenation. That means to restore the ecological integrity of the system. Now, what are the problem? You know, people who rejuvenate the lake, they didn't know what is lake. The dominated by the cement-loving section of the society with the concrete brains, they only concretized the lake. That was first problem. And their agenda is to utilize the allocated fund, not what is required for the lake and how to rejuvenate. Okay? Then they do not think about decontaminating the lake. They take the silt and they create an island. They think that they have done the job, they have provided a habitat or for the site for the birds, but whatever the contaminant that was there in the silt get leached to the lake, and that's where the lake continues to be in the contaminated state, so that the next, after 5 years, again you can take up the rejuvenation. If the system is working fine, who will allocate the fund? So this is the agenda to deliberately to misuse the money. And another aspect is not arresting the pollutant. I am in Belandur and Vartur lake committees. Even today, the raw sewage is coming to the lake, both because of the government, BWSSB, as well as Aam Aadmis. You know, the apartments also is releasing the sewage. We monitor the thing, we quantified what is the quantum of the sewage that comes from the apartment. And I was told by the apartment, the association, they have to pay the regulating agency every month to be inefficient. That means they can release the sewage into the lake, provided they make a payment to the board. Okay? So, and the agenda is to convert into cement lake, cement bowl, and remove all the, you know, all those lakes with the shallow region and having the bushes which are giving the kind of the habitat for the birds and the other organism. We are losing because of this, the mismanaging the lake. Now let me summarize each one of the things and illustrate. First, the problem of Bangalore or in India is unplanned, senseless urbanization. And you look at this 68% green cover in 70s. Today I have less than 4%. And if you want to understand, 73, we had 68% green cover. 92, with industrialization, Pune and Koramangala, changes started happening. Then 2000, with ITBT coming at the outskirts, we see further changes. Then intensification started happening 2006, 2009. And if this trend continues, what is likely to happen, we try to simulate that, dividing Bangalore into 4 zones, 1 kilometer concentric circle. We try to understand the behavior, the agents, etc. I will not get into the detail because the time given is short. So now, what is likely to happen? In 2025, 98% would be concretized. The people, the urban elites who like concrete and cement area, they will not see the soil. So probably they want that. That is what's going to happen. And this is and another implication is the green cover will be less than 1.5% or so. There will be oxygen deficiency. And many people do not even know that trees gives us oxygen. So that is the state of affairs in Bangalore. And when we talk about lakes, of course, when we mismanage the lake, we have the flooding happening. That is meaning because people occupy the floodplain, and if nobody questions, they will also occupy the lake itself. And if you want to understand what is the floodplain, because people will go to the court and argue what should be the buffer zone for the lake. In one of my articles, I said 200 meters should be the buffer zone for some of the big lakes in Bangalore. And of course, NGT came up with 75 meters. Then people, building mafia and the other section of the society, the bureaucracy didn't like that 75-meter buffer. They went to the Supreme Court. What was their argument? They said, Lord, our Mumbai has 10 meter, Hyderabad has 15 meter, why should Bangalore have 75 meter? Lord granted, okay, let Bangalore also have 30 meter. So without understanding the science, we take a we judge the system and we come up with this kind of erroneous decisions. So now the consequence is that our children are paying the price. You know, flooding is happening every year. And the causal factor, land use, alteration, topography, etc. And the most important thing we need to understand is in the name of urbanization, we concretize the Bangalore landscape by 1,055% in 4 decades. We lost 79% water bodies and 88% green cover in 4 decades. And what the job lake was doing, when the lake was there, groundwater was at 80 to 100 feet. And after removing the lake in 5 years, in places like Nagshettihalli, it came down to 600 feet. Today in the same location, you know, about 6 months back, the resident from that area came to my office. They said, sir, we have dug a well. We have gone down to 1,900 feet. How to get a water? You know, that is the situation. So now that means we are making this region the without water. Okay? So now why the other problem, the flood happens, is interconnectivity among the lakes is disappear. When bureaucrats swallow the lake, we have the flooding happening in the region. So now this is where we have lost the interconnectivity among the lake. This I have published actually. All this material is available online. You can look at it. And another thing you need to understand, I think Bangaloreans need to understand, is the famous remodeling of the Raja Kaluves and stormwater network. It is as bad as the white topping. So with these two things, Raja Kaluves and white topping, the money is distributed among all MLAs across the ward, irrespective of the party. That's where everyone wants the Raja Kaluve to be remodeled and the thing. What is the purpose of Raja Kaluve remodeling? Narrow the thing so that they can make more money and help the builders in the vicinity and concretize. Because every kilometer of concretizing, you get 8 crores of rupees. 40 to 50% of that, you know how much it is. So that is the thing. And that is where the flooding is happening. For example, if you look at Koramangala, you go to Koramangala region. Belandur and Agaram drain. In the cadastral map, I see the width as 80 meters. Today it is 18.5 meters. There is a limit to help the corruption or to make corruption in the system. This is the level they are doing it. You know, 60 meters worth of land, few meters they have encroached. And BBMP goes and helps them in the name of remodeling. And today, in the current budget, 1,500 crore is allocated for remodeling. Not only the government allocates the money, in the process the people also make money by helping the others in the section. And this is how the concretization has happened in the Belandur and Vartur catchment. You see Belandur catchment, and this is the Vartur catchment. We have reached the threshold. You know, there's something called carrying capacity of the region. We have crossed all the limits. And we will pay the heavy price, okay? And look at the valley zone violation, what's happening. As per the norm, between two wetlands, that's called valley zone, to be conserved or protected. See how it is happening? The government itself comes up with SEZ. That means neither government knows or the Aam Aadmi knows about what is conservation and why conservation is required. Okay? Now the other thing is, see, the lake has been used for dumping solid waste. We have solid waste rule of 2000, and then we modified in 2016. Still it continues. And we encroach. We have lake view apartment. Happily, we elites go and pay, and we stay in the apartment, thinking that we can take the benefit of the lake. But unfortunately, my study shows that every year they have to spend 30,000 rupees on the repellents like mosquito repellents and other problems because of the misdeed of staying closer to the polluted lake. And the lake is receiving the sewage, untreated sewage. For example, Belandur receives about 500 million liters every day. And through the tankers also it comes. And I was surprised. The industries have become a gentleman in our country. Show me one industry in Bangalore who is treating properly and not letting the pollutant into the lake. If they are doing the job, why they have the midnight operation? When we go to some of the lakes in the midnight, I see the truck coming there and discharging the pollutant. Okay? The lake which is in pristine state when I was young, today is full of the green, which indicates lake has reached the eutrophic status with rich in nutrient and heavy metals. And see that we have done the mapping of where all the dumping of solid waste happens, especially construction, demolition waste and other things, okay? So now, of course, this is a famous Belandur saga and Vartur, and probably I have traveled many countries. Nobody showed the coexistence of fire and water except Babus in Bangalore who showed that. Okay? And what is the solution for this? Not to solve the problem. They just put the barricade. I wrote an article saying that this is not going to solve the problem. This is going to further aggravate the situation. And I said, in 4 days, this froth will cross over the barricade. And the BDA chief told me, as usual, that you are a critic, you will continue to criticize whatever we do. We have solved the problem. But after 4 days, as I predicted, when it crossed over, I called the gentleman, so where is your success? He said, sir, we should respect scientists. I just jovially pulled you. I said, fine. Okay? Now, because of this pollution, what are the problems? Let us try to understand. You see that people grow vegetable in the vicinity of Vartur. You collect those, the vegetable sample, and the fish that grows in the Vartur and Belandur lake, you analyze. When we analyzed, we saw the heavy metal in the food. The vegetable, you know, the spinach, pudina, all these have heavy metal. So that means you don't have to eat chawanprash. Heavy metal is coming in the food. But the excess heavy metal into our body is going to create the problem. It is going to cripple the system. That's where we have higher instances of kidney failure and cancer in the system. You know, kidney failure, as per the data I have, what was 1 in 1 lakh about 12 years back, today is 1 in 5,000. This is not a sign of prosperity. This shows how we have degenerated the system. Okay? Now coming to the Vartur lake and Belandur lake. We said desilting has to be done. Question came, how much is the silt has to be removed? We analyzed. You know, the army helped us. We did the quantification of the silt. Finally, we said 11 million cubic meter of silt is there from both the lake. Then immediately a section of the society came up. They said, no, the silt should not be transported. It will create the traffic problem. We said, no, nearby villages will take the Vartur lake silt. They said, no, the Vartur lake silt has the pollute and contaminants. How can you give this silt to them? Then I asked my students to analyze, and parallelly I asked the Pollution Control Board, because they are the regulatory agency, they should also analyze. When they analyzed, we were confirmed that there were no pollutant in the Vartur lake silt, because Belandur lake acts as the wetland, so that when water moves to the, from Belandur to Vartur, the contamination got trapped in the Belandur lake. So then we said that we'll give it to the farmers. I had a meeting with the farmers. I said that you try this, it will work. After 4 months, I visited the farmers. You know, I just asked a simple question. Okay, we gave you the silt. Whether it troubled you, whether you underwent loss, or did you get benefit? They said that we were earning X amount, but after we putting this silt in this lake, of the lake to this agriculture land, our earning went up by 1.5 lakhs. By the time we had supplied the silt to the 400 acres in that region. You can imagine 400 acre into the 1.5 lakh, what is the worth of the silt? And if you take the entire silt of the Belandur, Vartur and Belandur, this one, it amounts to 1,500 crores. That is the worth of the silt. So then another aspect, as madam was telling about in the morning, the phosphorus. You know, phosphorus is the root cause for the frothing in the region. You know, we did the analysis and we submitted a report to the government of Karnataka, and independently I sent it to the government of India also, our scientific report. Based on that, now there are restrictions on the phosphate used in the detergent. So I do not know how far the industries will they implement that. For that, again, the regulating agencies has to be there with the spinal cord in their body. So this is a study we did with the help of all the agencies, you know, including the defense. We work with the defense people also. So then what needs to be done? Criticism is fine. What is the solution for Bangalore? I would say that we need to go for rainwater harvesting, that's where Shukumar is here. Other one is we need to treat the sewage. Sewage has to be treated. Something similar to Jakkur. You know, constructed wetland, way back we implemented in 2010 when I was in the committee. And we monitor for the 10 years, last 10 years. And we showed that that is one of the success model. And also the model is successful, that's because the credit goes to the local people. Where local people and organization take active part in the management of the natural resources, I see that the resources survives. Otherwise, it will be taken by the other section of the society who are interested in making money. So now when you look at Bangalore, receives about 700 to 850 millimeter of rainfall. If I quantify that, we have 15 TMC of water for a region where 18 TMC is the water requirement. So that means 70% of the water required for Bangalorean is available in the form of rain. Then if I'm using 18 TMC of water, I'm also generating 18 TMC of wastewater. If I treat that similar to the Jakkur model, I have 16 TMC of water. That means 15 plus 16 TMC, I have 31 TMC of water, which is a surplus situation in a region where 18 TMC is required. If I am having 31 TMC, I do not require even Mekedatu or Linganmakki water to the Bangalore. For that, I have a 5R formula. First R is a responsible citizen. When people are responsible, we will rejuvenate the lake, retain the rainwater, and we will also reuse the wastewater. So that's how we ensure that enough water is available in the region. So these are the number of lakes that are there in the Bangalore today. 193 lakes, all lakes, we have monitored that. You know, my students did it at zero cost. I was told that NEERI also did a similar exercise, but most of their work is carries the study reports outcome also. If you see that they have cited that. So, but they charge 3 crores. That is where, when scientists do, it is zero cost. When organization does, it becomes 3 crores, okay? So then, what is the other thing one can do? I said rainwater harvesting, then mini forest in the region, and then the other thing which I have been doing is sensitizing the youth. When people, you know, when youth acquire the knowledge, I have a better India. So now, let me take you to ISC. This is what we do. The children do a simple experiment. And that's our environmental education program we have on carbon sequestration, lake monitoring, etc. And I organize a symposium, popularly known as Lake Symposium, once in 2 years. One day is for the school and college students. You know, they come, do the presentation, and they take part in the other 3 days. They can interact with the national and international experts. That's how the capacity building happens. And you see that how the children collect this and how they have been trained, and they come to the lab and they use the gadgets, etc. So then they also take part in the rejuvenation of a landscape, planting, etc. So now, this is a lake I created in the campus way back in 2008. For the last, 13 years, we have enough water, 10 lakh liters of water. I stay on the campus, 500 liters of water I require for my family. 500 into 365 is 1.65 lakh required per year. That means I'm putting back 10 times the water that is required for me. So that is what, if every Indian does it, there won't be any scarcity of resources in the country or in the region. So now, not only the student who use this water body for their biofuel study, even I have water in the campus. At one end, I say Bangalore is dying. Other end, I see the positive thing. That means there is still hope in Bangalore. Okay? Now, when I meet people, I also make them to create the water body. This is what happened in Mudbidre. This one, I see the success is because of the youth. You know, the Mudbidre faced a water crisis for 2 years. Then they invited me and we had a discussion on how to create the water body, etc. We gave the scientific input. Within 15 days, they created a water body. I saw the success is because of the youth from the Alvas Institute. Then we made sure in Alvas campus also, you have the water body of 25 lakh liters of water. When I visited, every year I go as a guest faculty, I see the green with a smile on everybody's face. To put it on the lighter side, you know, this gentleman who is the CEO of Alvas, he was a quite young man. So he took my advice, he created a water body, and when he met me, he was a bachelor. But within 6 months, he got a partner who take care of the joint family. That is the beauty of the nature. What you do, you get the dividends also in a better way. Okay? Now, if you come to ISC campus, I'll end in another 1 or 2 minutes. This is a climber from Western Ghats. People said Western Ghats climber doesn't survive in Bangalore, but I disproved that. I was fascinated by the architecture. I said I should have it in my campus. I just brought it to the campus. This is the pod, I got it, and planted in 7 locations in the 7 pods in the campus. That, you know, among the 7 locations, only 1 location it has survived. That is next to my office. You know, even the plants know who will take care. Other 6 locations, it didn't survive. Many people tested this. You can also do that, okay? And in front of this building, I created a mini forest. Today, that is a success model. You know, 49 native species, 500 saplings were planted way back in 90s when I was a student. And today, you come there, you feel a rainforest. And another interesting thing is, groundwater, which was 100 feet or the 150 feet, today you have the water at 10 feet. That means the forests also act as the water reservoir. That is what the Mekedatu project, you have to tell the government. If there are some sensible people in this room, today you should send a message to my friend who heads the state, who doesn't listen to me. Okay? This is where we have the capacity building program for the school students. Sometimes my audience goes up to 5,000, 2,000 like that, okay? And we enjoy working with them. That is where we sensitize them. And also we do the capacity building for the people working in industries, etc. This is the 19th session on the course on environmental management and solid waste. That means we are trying to sensitize all sections of the society, including the bureaucrats and also the politicians. If you want more details, it's available online. These are the portals where data is available. Here in YouTube also my lectures, Dr. Bharat is there. He has archived all my talks in the portal. And when you look at my website, you will get all my publications which is archived there. So these are the locations where you get the details of the publications. You can explore. If you still have doubt, you can write to me, you can criticize. So, and the success is because of this bunch of youngsters who are working with me. When they do good science, we take it to the society, and society also sees the peace. And that's what we are working for. Thank you very much for listening to me. Social distance.
Thank you, Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, for those very interesting numbers of 1 TMC of lake water right now, while it was 35 TMC many hundreds of years ago, and the fact that Bangalore has been allocated 19 TMC of water by the Kaveri Tribunal. All these are very interesting facts that will work on our minds and, you know, keep us so occupied and thinking about this. And definitely, I think, you know, the campaign to stop Mekedatu will be strengthened with these numbers. So moving on in the context of harvesting rainwater for Bangalore, the needs of Bangalore's water, I will now hand over the forum to Mr. A.R. Shivkumar, who's very well known for his rainwater harvesting work in Bangalore. Over to you.
Thank you. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯು ಹರ್ಡ್ ಎ ಲಾಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಗಾಳಿಪಟ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ದ ಕೈಟ್. ಗಾಳಿಪಟ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಾರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಗಾಳಿಪಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಬರೋದು ದಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ. ದ ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ವೇರ್ ದ ವಾಟರ್ ಫ್ಲೋಸ್, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಲೇಕ್ನೇ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೀವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು PILಸು. ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಓಕೆ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ? ಓಕೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು PILಸು, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಲಿಯೋ, ಭಾರ್ಗವಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ಸು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸು ಕೂಡ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಮ್ಮಂಥವರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು 2 ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ತರ್ತೀರಾ? ಒಂದು ರೂಲು, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ತೊಗೊತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ 42 ವರ್ಷ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 38 ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಇದಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಓನ್ಲಿ ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೇಲಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಅವಾಗಲಿಂದನೂ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐ ಬೀನ್ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 40 years. How natural resource can help and see Bangalore can be better off. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ರೂಲ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು, we have concretized the entire place. We can't go back and ask them to remove the footpaths, we can't ask them to remove the white topping, all these things. And we cannot drive away all those people who are already built on the Raja Kaluves and drains and many other, this one they have shrunk. There are solutions for that. Let us be practical and try to see what is the solution and how we can implement these things. Now, I am not criticizing anyone who is advocating about removal of all those encroachments and all that. We can remove, but there are solutions amicably. We can go with the authorities and the people and who are going along with this stream. 2 things we have to ask. One is, BWSSP came into existence in 1963, the act, via an act. Their mandate is 2 lines. One is supply water to Bangalore and collect sewage after use from everyone. If they do this, believe me, not a single lake in Bangalore will have even a drop of sewage or any other this one. It will have good quality water. I can drink like this in Bangalore. Second one, if BWSSP does this, can BBMP, the garbage or any other solid waste, that is also mandated, it is there, because I am part of advisory committee in both the departments, BBMP as well as BWSSP. As a scientist, we used to sit and then drafted a lot of policies on rainwater harvesting, town planning. I'll come to that little later. And they have given me 10 minutes, I'll close it now because I don't have a presentation. In BWSSP, how we have this sewage, which is part of the collection, and if they mandate, there will not be any problem. In BBMP also, we have a mandate to collect all the garbage or whatever the waste which is generated in the city, and if it is scientifically collected and treated, I don't think we will have problem on any of the catchments, neither in the lake. I don't know how we can get that done, but we are asking every citizen to abide by not letting the sewage, not putting the garbage here and all that. If they are strict, they can do it. Suppose, practically thinking what we are and how we are, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಹೊಡಿತು ಒಂದು ಮಳೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕರ್ಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ರೈನ್ಸ್. People like me and people who are sitting here will pray, my God, what kind of rain, what a wealth we have and all that, we'll say that. Because my sump in the house and Leo's sump in the house are getting more richer and richer. We collect water and we say that, yes, you are also, many of you are sitting here. The cloud juice or the amrita we are collecting and we are using, that's the wealth for us. BBMP website says there are nearly 25 lakh minimum who are paying property tax. My request is 25 lakh homes have the tank already. Every house will have minimum 6,000 litre underground sump because they have to half load one tanker of load of water, because they can't trust BWSSP when they leave or how they leave water and all. So we don't trust neither the quality nor the quantity. That's why they have the tank. We have created parallel infrastructures, which is, in my estimate, the individuals who have invested in the sump, pump and the pipelines because of the inefficiency of a service provider like BWSSP is around 12 times the total worth of BWSSP. 12 times the total worth of BWSSP we have invested, because we don't have 24/7 water supply, and when we turn on the tap, we don't get water. Believe me, we conducted an experiment from Indian Institute of Science in one of the village and urban areas. The village name is Ungra in Kunungal Taluk. We found out the water consumption will not increase because 24/7 water supply. In a village, we supplied through biogas and found out. So if BWSSP thinks if I give 24/7 water supply, the consumption of water in Bangalore will go up, is a false belief. It will not. Because of that inefficiency, all this investment has come. Okay, it has come. Let us accept the reality. Now can we do this way? We have 25 lakhs plus properties in Bangalore, which have around 5,000 or 6,000 liter capacity sums. Can we see that the rainwater from their own roof is through a filter, which has been mandated and certified by the government, goes into that sump? What will happen? Not a single drop in any of the rain will come on the road and flood the roads. And whatever the water which is coming from Kaveri, 50% of it will become useless. And BWSSB has to beg some people to say that, please take my water, I have excess water. That will be the situation with a single. Then, Madam, you were telling about, can we have check dams, can we have dams and other things, or we have many such kind of water conservation measures for the lakes in urban area. And as for the recent slogan of our Honorable Prime Minister, can we create urban lakes or the new lakes? We have with zero cost. How is that? Mother Earth is the biggest dam what we have. Unfortunately, Bangalore is such a good position. In our country, we can't find a place like Bangalore. The weather. In fact, if you take any other this one, it's an undulating landscape. It's a hill station. It receives the highest rainfall compared to any city or town in the 150 kilometer radius. Take any, Bangalore receives so much of rainfall. And it has a very good valley system, highly conducive, tailor-made for rainwater harvesting. We can harvest at home. Can we do that? Yes, everybody can do that. There are more than 150,000 homes have already collecting rainwater harvesting. Can we do that for groundwater recharge? Yes. These Bowie communities are creating wells. Very small, 2 feet or 3 feet cement rings and 15 to 20 feet deep, you have water. You can allow the water to go into, that's all is the groundwater recharge system what we require. And there is nothing in that. And I have done that from the last 28 years, and my neighborhood has done all that. Come and see me. It is practically, I'll tell you, day after tomorrow there is a NDTV team which is coming for the to test after 10 years and reproducing that. There is water in the 15 feet well throughout the year in the neighborhood. And we are on the ridge in Vijayanagar at a higher place. From whichever side you have to come, we have to climb up. There we have shown. So that means we can create underground lakes with no cost, underground dams with no cost. Millions of liters of water can be stored in the subsoil. Thanks to Bangalore city, unlike Hyderabad where there is only rock, you cannot store underground. Thanks to Bangalore, unlike Chennai where there is brackish water if you start drawing more water from the underground. Whereas Bangalore is tailor-made for all this compared to any other. At the same time, we have, as TVR told, nearly around 20 TMC of water is what rainwater is coming here. And all these Bangalore lakes can citizens and the government decide they will become drinking water facilities for that area. If that is declared, morning I was discussing with Usha madam on the Puttenalli lake, what they said. Puttenalli lake, we can drink that water provided this committee or whoever in the local area declare that this area will be supplied with Puttenalli lake water. If you allow the sewage, you are going to drink that. If you put garbage, you are going to drink that. Can we mandate that and then see that? This is more sustainable. Sustainability, what we have the title. And decentralized system, that's what was there earlier. But you don't think that we cannot do that. We can do that. When several families like me can sustain on rainwater for throughout the year, why not Bangalore at least sustain for 20, 30, 40% of the requirement through rainwater harvesting? Rainwater harvesting where all? I will list up. This is the last few sentences. Start from home, collect the rainwater. That's the best thing to store in your sump. Believe me, no other water can be purer than rainwater. Go and collect from outside and test it in any lab, whether it is Pollution Control Board or Kanija Bhavan's Mines and DLA department or any other lab. That's the purest form of water. Allow it directly into your sump. Excess waters, make a small ring. Don't lose your real estate value of your site. Only 2.5 or 3 feet diameter, one well below your parking place or in your portico. Allow it to go into that. Suppose if there is excess water flowing outside, city should take care. It's already in that. I am advisor to this town planning, this one. We have made the act. Every 50 meters or 100 meters in the stormwater drain, there has to be a drain to allow the water to go into that. Your stormwater drain in front of your house. The entire city, imagine the hundreds and thousands of kilometers of stormwater drain what we have. Every 50 meters, if you have one trench and allow the water to go into that, that's second. Third one, how many parks are there in Bangalore? I myself have visited 783 parks, planned and got the rainwater harvesting implemented. Every park, every drop of it has to percolate there by eliminating the lawn and putting only the tree-based parks. The first thing condition I put in BWSSP is, if I have to be the advisor, remove your lawn culture in your parks, put only the native varieties of trees. The water has to sink there, excess water has to come on the walk path. At the end of the lowest portion of your park, we should have wells to see that the rainwater goes into that. Similarly, the public these playgrounds. Like this, if you do rainwater harvesting, more than 50% of the water which falls here can be either soaked into the ground or collected and used or flows into your lakes. This is the system. Another 20, 30, 40% of the water has to go out and finally reach the sea. That we can't avoid. It will wash off all our dirt and other things. And one example I give, I had already given the proposal, and then, let's not go into the implementation package. In Bangalore city, the biggest, cleanest roof is our metro. The entire viaduct all along, now it crosses more than 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers of viaduct, nothing can come on that, because there is electric traction. There is no diesel, no oil, nothing spillage there. Nobody can throw BD or any other split on that, because all the cars are totally sealed. We have more than 80 kilometers of viaduct collecting the purest form of rainwater. And every pillar has a pipe which comes down and then allows to go to the concreted roads, because it is built on the road and other places. And for Namkavaste, a small pit, because we insisted that at least there should be a pit to recharge. They did that, but it's not going. I am sure that it's coming in. And Leo recently has taken a photograph of that viaduct with almost like a joke falls, water falling, and then put it on the social media, telling that how the precious water is going waste. Can we take that water? Don't invest by government. Government is poor, we accept that. Call expression of interest. We have millions of liters of purest form of water. Somebody can immediately bottle that and sell it. And where it is required, city requires so many bottles of water, it has been sold. Decentralized, collect it, bottle it and sell. That's all is required in that. There are ways to do that. Catchment area treatment is the most important thing, and micro watersheds in Bangalore has to come. If Bangalore has to survive in future, for that matter, any city in the world, there has to be a multiple source of water. Now, most of the cities are dependent only on one source, that is the dam or river, or a large lake outside, not inside. But in future, there has to be a multiple source, and that is 4 sources. One is the dam and river for 40 to 50%. Bring it Kaveri or any other. Second one is harvest rainwater from the roof of any building which is take, store it and use, whichever place it is. Third one is recharge to the ground and take it and use it. And that's the most. I differ with the people who are against tankers, against borewells. I am not. Ask them to give a water balance. If you are drawing 1 liter of water from your borewell, recharge 1 liter to the ground. If you are supplying 1 liter of tanker water, ask them to show where they have got it recharged in any other place also. Third one is most important, the fourth one, most important, city is not using the used water. TVR told. So any city for that matter, if you get 1 TMC of water, 80% of it is flows out as sewage. Treat that as an asset. In fact, Mr. Reddy will tell now, there are places, Kolar and Chikbalapur, the people are fighting to get that sewage. No, we want this sewage treated sewage for our tank and all that. He will tell you about the other side story of the lake. Madam, please, I will not suggest anything. There is a better option to give drinking water. As I told you with the title also, decentralized and sustainable is more important. Fulfill the need of the local area first. You don't need to transport it elsewhere because there are other costs involved in that, ecological costs and other things. Here, Bangalore is starved for water. We are asking many farmers of the entire Kaveri belt not to grow and then bringing water here. Of course, I'm not going into controversies of all that. But at the same time, decentralized, sustainable systems have to be built making use of the local resources. And when Leo can harvest and say that I am proud to have nearly 65, 70 or 1 lakh liter of storage, and I sustain for that. 1 lakh, that's the Mother Earth's contribution here. So that means we have resource. We, in the first place, rainwater has no GST. Anybody can harvest, whether your lake or myself or anything. And it is free, tax free. It comes to your doorstep free. Like a timetable, I will tell you, from last 100 years, daily rainfall data. That means 100 years into 365, I have the record of when it has rained in Bangalore. With that, I know how much it comes and all. Like a timetable, it comes. And many people differ that, sir, ಈಗ ಮಳೆನೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ harvest ಮಾಡೋದು. No, saw the rain in the morning. Have you seen the summer rains of that kind of intensity? In the last 15 years, rainfall has increased. In the last 100 years, whatever the rainfall was there, today it has gone up. When that is the kind of help nature has given, why do you differ with nature? Differ with all other bureaucrats or politicians. Whereas the nature we have to cooperate and try to see that we make use of that. And each one of you can definitely make a difference by showing the success story of that. And definitely you have created that assets and such kind of models of the success stories. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shivkumar, for that amazing thoughts on how we can harvest rainwater and take care of our own homes and the city in general. I will now request Mr. Girish to come from Chelkere, Chitradurga, to share with us his journey about how it has been to set up the Lake Protection Committee there, what has been the challenges, how did they manage to do it. He's joining us directly from Chitradurga. Over to you, Mr. Girish.
Now,
yes, sir. You can proceed.
ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟಿನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನದಂತೆ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಈ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಓಡಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನನಗೆ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೆರೆ ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರ ಸಂಘ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕೆರೆ ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರ ಸಂಘದವರೇ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೆರೆ ಆವರಣ ಏನಿದೆ, ಆವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರೇ ಜಮೀನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವರೇ ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೆದು ಅದೇ ನೀರನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಹಣ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸಂಘನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ತೆರವು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಹಸ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತೆರವು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವರು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಅದನ್ನ ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರರ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೆರೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ತೆರವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಆನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಮಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಈ ವಿಚಾರನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿ ಪುನಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೀವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳ ಒತ್ತಡದಿಂದ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಿಂದ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಹಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಹಸದ ಮಧ್ಯೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು 1-2 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನೇ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ತೆರವು ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಹೀರೋ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಒಳಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋದು, ಈ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋದು ಕೂಡ ತಪ್ಪೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಲಚರಗಳು ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಬಾವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾವ, ಬೋರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್. ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ, ಹಿಡಿತದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ರೇನೆ ಕೂಡ ನೀರ್ ನಿಂತು ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಫಿಲ್ಟರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಸೋಸ್ತೀವೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಸೋಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಜಲಚರಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಡ್ಯೂಟೀಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಟು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ದಿ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್, ಲೇಕ್ಸ್, ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಲೈಫ್, ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಚರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನ್ ತೋರ್ಸಂಗ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಚರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಚರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದನೇ ನೀರನ್ನು ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರೇ, ಕೆರೆ ಬತ್ತೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದನ್ನ ತಡೆಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇದೇ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಟು ದೆಮ್ ಇಂದ ಏನು ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯೋ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮಿಟಿ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಗ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಮಿಟಿ ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಅಥವಾ 15 ದಿನಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಸೇರ್ಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ 15 ದಿನಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈಗ DC ಅವರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂತ ಒತ್ತಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಒಂದು ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕಮಿಟಿ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ 15 ದಿನಕ್ಕೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಸೇರ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ಈಗ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಣ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಹಣ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಹಣ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಣ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವು ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸೇಫ್, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇಂಟರ್ಫಿರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಅವಲಂಬಿಸಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇವರು ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಒಂದು ಅಂಶ, ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಯಾವ್ದು ಹಕ್ಕುಚ್ಯುತಿ. ಆ ಹಕ್ಕುಚ್ಯುತಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಹಕ್ಕುಚ್ಯುತಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭಾವನೆ ನಂದು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಏನಿದೆ, ಈ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಇಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಧ್ಯ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾವನೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಾಸಿವೆ ಕಾಳಷ್ಟೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿರೋದು, ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೈ ದಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಗರಿಕನು ಕೂಡ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಈ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಲೇಖನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂತಹ ನೀರನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಈ ಹೊಂಡ ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಹೊಂಡ ಕೆರೆ ಕಳ್ಸೋರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತುಂಬದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಲ್ಲಾಪುರದ ಕೆರೆ ಕಳ್ಸೋರು, ಮಲ್ಲಾಪುರದ ಕೆರೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೋಣೂರು ಕೆರೆ ಅಂತ ಕಳ್ಸೋರು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೆರೆ ರಿಜ್ಯುವಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ರಿಜ್ಯುವಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇರೋ ನೀರನ್ನ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ತಡೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಏನೋ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೂ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಉಂಟು. ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರ. ನಾವು ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಾಸಿವೆ ಕಾಳಷ್ಟೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಅವರೇ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ನ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಕಲಿಬೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಅಂತ. So moving on, I now request Mr. Anjaneya Reddy to come and share the experience from Chikballapura. He's a water activist. Over to you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು, ಕಾನೂನು ತಜ್ಞರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು, ನಾನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು, ಕೆಲವು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಪರಿಸರ ಪ್ರೇಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ ಮನವರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ESG ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಲಿಯೋ ಸಲ್ಡಾನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ, ಬಂದೊಳ್ಳೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಾತನ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಮುತ್ತಾತಂದಿರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೇ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಆವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೆರೆ ಕುಂಟೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಜೀವನ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಸಾಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳಿದ್ರೂ, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಕೆಲಸಗಾರರು, ಅಂದರೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ರೂ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆಯ ಕೊರತೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಒಂದು 10-12 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಹತ್ತಿರದಿಂದ ನೋಡಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಆ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತ. ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಯನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೃಷಿಯಿಂದನೇ ಬದುಕ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬರಡು ಪ್ರದೇಶ, ಬರಡು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು, ಬರಪೀಡಿತ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು, ಡ್ರೌಟ್ ಪ್ರೋನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು 40 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅಣೆಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು. ನೀರಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವಾದಂಥ, ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತವಾದಂಥ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಅವರ ಜೀವನೋಪಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಗೆ ಏನು ಕೃಷಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಧಾರ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಕೃಷಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿಸುವಂಥ, ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹರಿಸುವಂಥ, ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಓವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರಗೊಳಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ, ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೋಲಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ನೀರನ್ನು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಟಾಪಿಕನ್ನು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡುವಂಥವರು ಈ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಸಂತೋಷಪಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸಿದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೂಮಾಲೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇವರು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆತಂಕ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಆ ಕೋಲಾರ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಜನತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಆತಂಕ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಲಿಯೋ ಸಲ್ಡಾನ್ ಅವರು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೋಲಾರದ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸಿದರೆ ಆಗುವ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಡ ಏನು ನೀರಾವರಿ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರರಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತಂಡ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಬಹುತೇಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಭವ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನಗಳನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು PAL ಅನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 25087 ಆಫ್ 2018 ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ಸೂ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ದಾಖಲು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಏನಂತ ಕೋರ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸು ಏನಂತ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸು ಅಥವಾ ಅವರ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ನೋಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ 25087 ಆಫ್ 2018ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇಡೀ ದಿನದ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಷ್ಟು ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂತು, KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ನಾಗವಾರ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರನ್ನು, ಅದು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ರಾ, ಎಫ್ಲುಯೆಂಟ್ ವಾಟ್ರಾ, ಸಿವೇಜ್ ವಾಟ್ರಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ, ಆದರೆ ಆ ವಾಟ್ರನ್ನು 2 ಹಂತದ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಕೋಲಾರ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಡ್ರೌಟ್ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ 1500 ಅಡಿ ಕೊರೆದರೂ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಲು ನೀರು ಸಿಗದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಕೆಲವು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲದಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಮಟ್ಟ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ನೀರಿನ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರತೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವ ನೀರನ್ನು ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟೂ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಪಟ್ಟಣಗಳಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಕಿದಂಥ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳು, ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಕೊರೆಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ವಿಫಲವಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಕೆರೆಯ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಕೊರೆಸಿ ಆ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಲಿನಿಂದ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನು ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪಟ್ಟಣದ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂಥ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಈ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ವಾಟ್ರನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಅಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಮೊದಲನೇದು. ಎರಡನೇ ವಿಚಾರ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರನ್ನು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹರಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ಸೋರ್ಸನ್ನು ರಿಜ್ಯುವಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತವಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರಿಗೇನು ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಅಕ್ವಾಟಿಕ್ ಏನು ಜಲಚರಗಳಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಿಂದ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದರ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ನೀರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಕೃಷಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ತರಕಾರಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಮತ್ತು ನಾವೇ ತಿನ್ನೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೂ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾಜಾ ಸೊಪ್ಪು, ತರಕಾರಿ, ಹಾಲು, ಹಣ್ಣು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ, ರಾಮನಗರ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆನೇಕಲ್ಲು ಈ ಭಾಗದಿಂದನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟ್ರನ್ನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ್ದು, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟ್ವಿ. ಅಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಒಂದು ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ IASCಯನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ. 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಈ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. IASC ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಹೀಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಪಾಪ ಈಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ 1 in 1 lakh ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರು, ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇವಾಗ 1 in 5,000 ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ರೀತಿಯ ಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್ಸು, ನೈಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸು, ಈ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ನೋನ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಡಿನೈಟ್ರಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಡಿಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೆವಿ ಮೆಟಲ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈಕೋಲಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ, ಮನುಷ್ಯನು ವಿಸರ್ಜಿಸಿದಂಥ ಮಲ, ಅದು ಸಹ ಲಕ್ಷಾನುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಇದೆ.
ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರೋ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೆಮಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ, ಕಂಟಾಮಿನೇಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅದು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಗುಣಲಕ್ಷಣ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಯೂಟ್ರೋಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಸೆಡಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಿಂದ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬರುವಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು, ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು PIL ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ PIL ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರುವಾದಾಗ ಆ ಯೋಜನೆಯ DPRನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಯೋಜನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ CPHEO ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಜೈಕಾ, ಈ ಮೂರೂ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನನ್ನು ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳು ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಸಿವೇಜನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಳಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದರ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಅದೇ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಷನ್ ಏನು 7ನೇ ಚಾಪ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿವೇಜನ್ನು ಟರ್ಷರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 65 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಫಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ 65 ಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಫಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ 20 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಸ್ಕೇಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ರಿವರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ CPHEO ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನನ್ನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹಲವಾರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ವಾಟರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ನು, ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್, ಈ ಥರ ಹಲವಾರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಯೋಜನೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನನ್ನು ಕಸದ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ 15-20 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಏನು STPಗಳಿದ್ರು, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ STPಗಳು, ಅವುಗಳ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ಏನು, ಅವುಗಳ ಕೆಪ್ಯಾಸಿಟಿ ಏನು, ಅವುಗಳ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವುಗಳ ಕ್ಯಾರಿಯಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಪ್ಯಾಸಿಟಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಇದು ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡದೆ ಕೇವಲ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಸಾಧನೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶ ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಾರಿ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಏನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ತಾವು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ STPಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು BWSSB ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವರು ಕೇವಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ನಾಗವಾರ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಕ್ವೆಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನು ಪೈಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕೋಲಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುವಂಥ ಪೈಪ್ ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ, ಇವರಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ STPಗಳನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ, ಅವುಗಳ ಕೆಪ್ಯಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ, ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗಲಿ ಇವರು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇಲಾಖೆ, 2 ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೋಲಾರದವರು, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರದವರು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ನಾವು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, PILನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದನ್ನು CPHEO ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೀವು ಟರ್ಷರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೀವು ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ 1500 MLD ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ BWSSB ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ TVR ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ರೂ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಒಂದು 1500 MLD ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೂ ನಮಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿಯ 400 MLD ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಳ ನಾಗವಾರ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಯ 210 MLD ಅದನ್ನಾದರೂ ನೀವು ಟರ್ಷರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ, ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸೆಮಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನೇ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೆ ಆದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಮುಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ, ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ TVR ಸರು, ಮುಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ವರ್ತೂರು ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ಕೆರೆಗಳಾಗುವಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಸಂಶಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ಒಂದು PAL ಹಾಕಿ ESG ಗ್ರೂಪಿಂದ ಲಿಯೋ ಸಲ್ಡಾನ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಅವು ಯಾವ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಾಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅನಾಹುತಗಳಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು PAL ಅನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಪಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನೇನು ಕಷ್ಟಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಅರಿವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಏನಂತ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತವೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಬಹಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು, ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಅವರು ತೊಂದರೆಯಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕೋರ್ಟುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತವೆ, ನಮ್ಮದನ್ನು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ, ನಮಗೆ ನಾಳೆನೇ ಇದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕೋರ್ಟುಗಳು, ಅದರ ನಿಧಾನಗತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಫೇಕ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳು, ನಾನು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾವು ಈ PAL ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸು ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿದು HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿದು, ಅವತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ಸು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬಿಂದ ತಂದು ಹಾಕ್ತವೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾರಾಮೀಟರ್ಸು 0 ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಲ್ಯಾಬೊರೇಟರಿಯಿಂದ ತಂದಿದ್ದು. ಅವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ, ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ, ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅದೇ STPಗಳಲ್ಲಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ 0 ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಈಕ್ವಲಿನೂ ಸಹ 0 ಅಂತ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ. ಇಂಥ ಅನಾಹುತಗಳನ್ನು PAL ಮಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವರು, ಇದನ್ನು ಲಿಯೋ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. 10 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೇಸಿಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ, ನಮ್ಮ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿಗೆ. ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವರು 1998ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದರು, ಈ PAL ಹಾಕಿದರು. ಆ PAL ಸಾರಾಂಶ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, 98ರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ನೀರಿನಿಂದ ವರ್ತೂರು ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ಬಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ವಾಸನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮೊಸ್ಕಿಟೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು BWSSB ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು, ಒಂದು 7-8 ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಕೇಸ್ ನಂಬರ್ WP 13473 13,473/1998 ಕೇಸ್ ನಂಬರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 3-4 ಕೇಸ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು PAL ಹಾಕೋದು, ನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಷ್ಟ, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಅನಾಹುತ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರೇನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಯಾವನೋ ಒಬ್ಬನ ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನಾನೇನು ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದೀನೇನ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 1998ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದಂಥ ಕೇಸು 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ 20 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಳಂದೂರು ವರ್ತೂರು ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಇನ್ನೂ ಒತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಉರಿಯುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ನೋಡ್ತು. ಇನ್ನೂ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ, ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಪರಿಸರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದರ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಜಲಚರಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಾನಿ ಏನು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೋಟಿಗಳಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅಥವಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜೀವಗಳು ಹೋಗಿರ್ತದೋ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು PAL ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಹಲವಾರು ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸು ತಪ್ಪು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಫೇಕ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಮ್ಯಾನಿಪುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು 20 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಈ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲೇ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಕೆರೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಜ್ವಲಂತವಾದಂಥ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ B ವೀರಪ್ಪನವರು ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾಳ ಆಸೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಒಂದು 7-8 ವರ್ಷ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾಪಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ BBMPಗೆ ಒಂದು 500 ಕೋಟಿ NGT ಅವರು ಫೈನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆತಂಕ, ಯಾರು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಯಾರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲು ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿದ್ದರು, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಏನೂ ಫೈನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಿರುಗಿ BBMPಯ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಮನಿಯಿಂದ 500 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಖ್ಯಾತಿ ಪಡೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಈ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹಾಳಾದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಹಾಳಾದರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲ ಹಾಳಾದರೆ, ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ನರಳುತ್ತೀವೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನರಳುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫುಡ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು. ನಮಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಫುಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದರ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಅಂಜನೇಯ ಅವರೇ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿವರಿಸಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ತಿನ್ನೋ ತರಕಾರಿಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕಣ್ಣು ಬಿಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀರ. ತುಂಬ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್. ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗಿಂದ ನಡೆದಿರೋ ಚರ್ಚೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಪುರುಷರ ಧ್ವನಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಾರೀ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರದ ಧ್ವನಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸೇರಿ ಅವರು ದ ಮಚ್ ನೀಡೆಡ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಓವರ್ ಟು ಯು.
I need some space here. Yes, you can see it from somewhere. Dignitaries on and off the dais, and all the dignitaries present online. By default, my name is Kaveri, which represents river. And of course, it was my mother who kept this name because I come from Jamkhandi. You might be thinking, Kaveri and Takshana elru Kodugu anta keltare first question nange. But yes, tumba Krishna ತೀರದಿಂದ ಕೊಡಗುವಿಂದಲ್ಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ತೀರದಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. There's a story behind it. Like, so let's all that the gist is my mother wanted that my name should represent Karnataka. Maneyalli there was always a fight between Kannada and Marathi. ಗಡಿನಾಡು ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನು ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅವರು ತನ್ನ ಮಗಳ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಇದು ಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ತುಂಬ ಸರ್ತಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಈ ನೇಮ್. ಲೈಕ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಐ ಆಫನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಸೇ, ಓ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಪಟ್ನೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬಾಗಲ್ಕೋಟ್. ಕಾವೇರಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ವಾಟರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ದಿ ಹೌಸ್. ಇದು ಕಾವೇರಿ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿತ್ತಾ ಅಥವಾ ಬೋರ್ ನೀರು ಬಿಟ್ರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ನೀರು ಬಿಟ್ರಾ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕಾವೇರಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಲೈಕ್ ಜಲ್ ಹಿ ಜೀವನ್ ಹೈ, that is the basic line which we have been hearing. No doubt, like all the civilizations were formed on the river banks, be it either the Egyptian civilization which was on the river Nile, or the Indus Valley civilization, which our own civilization which formed on the banks of river Sindhu. Sindhu Nagarikatva anta ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ 71% ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅರ್ತ್ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ವಾಟರ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ more than like 2/3 of the water surface of earth is covered by water, out of which 96.5% is salt water covered by seas. Andre idar artha we have only 3.5 drinking water on the earth, 3.5% of drinking water on the earth, which has now reduced. The drinking water or the level, like everyone is saying, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟುಗಳು ಕಾರಣ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ದಿ ರೀಸನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ರಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ. ಮೇ ಬಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಅವರ್ ancestors, if you just one generation ago, if you would ask someone, they would be surprised if they would have heard that water is being sold today. I remember I was just in second standard when my US returned uncle, he asked for bottled water. Imagine asking a girl staying in small town Jamkhandi for a bottled water. I said, like, what? Bottled water? Andre eno? Illa, drinking water. He like literally mentioned the company's name. We do get sparkle water, normal water in bottled water in US. I said, okay, fine. I was so surprised. I told the entire school that they sell water in US. And now, today, even we buy water, right? Water has become so precious that we don't share it with fellow travelers. ಕೇಳಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಟ್ರೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡು ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀವೇನಂತೀರಾ? ಇದು ಬಿಸ್ಲೇರಿ ರೀ, ಇದು ಏನು ಅಕ್ವಾ, ಇದು ಬಾಟಲ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ಡ್, ಸೊ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಶೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಯು ಬೈ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ವಾಟರ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ. ಬಟ್ ವೇರ್ ಆಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದೆರ್ ಆರ್ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾಕ್ ಆರ್ ಬಾರ್ಜ್ ಎನಿಬಡೀಸ್ ಡೋರ್ ನಿಯರ್ ದ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕುಡಿದು ಬಂದುಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ವೆನ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್. ನೌ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವರ್ಸ್ಟನ್ಡ್. ದ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕೋರ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಈಸ್ ದಟ್ ಅರ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ drinking water reserves, and the reason and the cause are none other than we the people are responsible for the lack of water, whatever is happening, or the scarcity of water ಏನೇನು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾವೇ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರರಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೊಣೆಗಾರರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೀಸನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಐ ಫೌಂಡ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. We have a lot of unscientific agriculture actually going on. Agriculture based, like, I don't know, my grandfather used to say that we have to follow Vedic agricultural style. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಆ ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಥರ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಅವರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಒನ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಗ್ರಾಫ್. ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ವೀಟ್ ವಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್, ಹೌ ಮಚ್ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ರೈಸ್ ವಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್, how much quantity of vegetables we consume, how much quantity of sugar we consume. ಆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಡು ವಿ ಡೂ ದಟ್ ಟುಡೇ? ಆ ಪ್ಲೇಟದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಗ್ರಾಫ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ಶುಗರ್ ವಿಚ್ ವಿ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್? ಹಾರ್ಡ್ಲಿ ಲೈಕ್ 5%, 2 to 5% ಶುಗರ್ ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ sugar cane is one of the major crops which is grown. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಶುಗರ್ ಕೇನಿಗೆ, ಕಾಟನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಡಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೀಟ್. ಸೊ there is lot of water consumption even in agriculture which we are not using it scientifically. So there are several reasons like which have come. India supports 15% of world's population. We were talking about population as one of the cause for scarcity of water. 15% of world's population is in India, but we have only 4% of water reserves. ಈ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇಡೀ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡದ್ದು ನಾವು ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 4%. ದೋ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ರಿವರ್ಸ್, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫಲವತ್ತವಾದಂತಹ ನದಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೂ ಸಹಿತ, ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಸಹಿತ, ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ಕೇಪ್ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 4% ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ಸೊ ದ ನೀಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅವರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದಿ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಾಂಡ್ಸ್ I'm taking it together because legally these terms are together under the Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Act, Authority Act adiyalli. So lakes, tanks and farms, they form major water resources. So entire day we have heard a lot of statistics and measures which are taken for protection and conservation and rehabilitation of lakes, tanks, etc. Well, what I find here is we need to have combined efforts. Combined efforts in the sense both from the government as well as from we the people to develop the water resources. So far as lakes, tanks and ponds are concerned in Karnataka, we have this special authority or the act which is called as the Karnataka State Tank Conservation and Development of Authority Act 2014, which was amended in the year 2018. 2018 ಒಂದು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, 2014 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. So I will concentrate only on the topic of decentralization, that is need for further reforms to advance decentralized lake governance in Karnataka. So whenever I am referring or whenever anyone refers as lake governance or lake, we'll have to take it as lake, tank and pond together because they are defined together under the act. So that is what it is. So what do we understand by the term decentralization? ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್, ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಸಹಿತ ಒಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತಲೇ ಇದೆ. What do we understand by the term decentralization is giving control to the local authorities. ಎಲ್ಲ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದೇ ಕಡೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಒಂದು ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಒಂದೇ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್ಗಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್. ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಟು ಸೆವರಲ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಆಫೀಸಸ್ ಆರ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಟು ದ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದ್ದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆ ಆದರೆ, I was even discussing the same thing during lunch also. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆ ಆದರೆ ಅದರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ their own stories and problems. But the thing is, it is easier to get work done in other districts than in ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ತುಂಬ ಸಹಜವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಈ ಲೇಕ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋದಾಗ ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟಿ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ZPCO ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮೈನರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. Then we have also the Panchayat Raj, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಸು, ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸು ಬೇಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ವಿ ಫೈಂಡ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ವೇರ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಈಸಿ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಸಿನೇರಿಯೋ. Now coming to the decentralization, when we are talking, I heard somebody saying that there are no authorities so far as this Karnataka tank development and conservation is concerned. The thing is, the act itself, ಯಾವುದು ಇದು Karnataka Tank Conservation and Development Authority Act 2014 ಮತ್ತು 2018 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ Section 2A read with Section 11 and Section 2D designated officers under Section 10 ಅಂತ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು ಮತ್ತು ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ನವರು 2 ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಆನ್ ದೇರ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್. ದಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ KTD CDA ಅನ್ನೋ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. 2 ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ದಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಟು ಪ್ರಿಸರ್ವ್, ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ದೇರ್ ಜುರಿಸ್ಡಿಕ್ಷನ್. ಈ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಡೇಟೆಡ್ 29/8/2017 ಬೈ ದಿ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 10 ಮತ್ತು 11 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯಾ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಯಾರು ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವೆರಿ ಎಲಾಬ್ರೇಟ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಬೈ ದಿ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ನೆಟ್. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಪಾಲಕ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ Panchayat Raj Vibhaga, Bengaluru. And then you also have authorized officers which are divided to the divisions Bengaluru Uttara, Dakshina ಮತ್ತು ಪೂರ್ವ, ಹಾಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಲೈಕ್ ರೂರಲ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರೂರಲ್ಲಿಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ರಾಮನಗರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮನಗರ್, ಮಾಗಡಿ, ಚನ್ನಪಟ್ಟಣ, ಕನಕಪುರ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನೋಟಿಫೈಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ accepted or given assent to these two notifications. Okay, whatever is said is done by the government, like stating that decentralization ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಏರಿಯಾಕ್ಕೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸೊ ಈಗೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ at present there are also district executive officers of the Karnataka tank conservation and development officers idara Hiremat avare. But the thing is 2018 alli district executive committee ಏನਿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು omit ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. I am just telling when I was studying the law parallelly, district executive officers ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ನೋಟಿಫೈ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ by in the year 2018 ಈ 2014ಕ್ಕೆ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಸ್ ಒಮಿಟೆಡ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಇವರೇನು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅದು ಲೈಕ್ ಲಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒಮಿಟೆಡ್. ಬಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ದೇರ್. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ and authorized officers notified by the minor irrigation department. We have also designated and authorized officer notified by rural development and panchayat raj, and there is also a district committee as ordered by honorable high court. But now what is happening is everybody's responsibility has become nobody's responsibility. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ what is one thing like which I have found, it is just a legal, like my personal legal opinion for that matter, ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರೋಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ದ ರೋಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದೀಸ್ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರಿಸೈಸ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಟು ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಈ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಸಹಿತ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನೊಂದು ಅವರು ಸಹ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಹೂ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ? ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ? he is the manager for the Karnataka tank Conservation and Development Authority at Bengaluru. Okay.
So any complaints on lakes or for any complaints on developmental activities, it is their duty to report to the CEO.
But Iga, I mean, our anomaly or our confusion was there are notified officers by the Panchayat Raj also, and also by the minor irrigation department ಇಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಈಗ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಲೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಷನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗ ಅವರು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಲೇಕಲ್ಲಿ?
ಈಗ RDPR ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆರೆಗಳದ್ದು ಏನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ RDPR ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್
ನೀವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿಮಾರ್ಕೇಶನ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ದಟ್ ಇಸ್
ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ 0 to 40 hectares lakes comes under the limits of RDPR.
Okay.
From 40 to 2000 hectares comes under minor irrigation department. More than 2000 hectares comes under major irrigation. ಸೊ ಅದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ ಥರ ಬಂದಾಗೆ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವೆದರ್ ದೆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಅ ಸರ್ವೆ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಏಕರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಕ್ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಆ ಲೇಕ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದರ ಏರಿಯಾಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗದೆ ಈ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಏನು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ದವ್ರದ್ದು, ಇದು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ದವ್ರದ್ದು, ಇದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ದವ್ರದ್ದು, ಇದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂಥ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸಾಲ್ಟೇಟ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಅಂತಲೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅಗೇನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವಿಶಿಯಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಲ್, ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಿರೋದೀಗ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ as you said, like I think so, like but there has been revenue department has taken certain steps to survey.
ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ತಗೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. At least it is in the process. We are being positive about it.
Definitely.
That is it. Yes.
Yes, we are in that process.
So ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿದೌಟ್ ದಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ರೇಮಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಈಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿದೌಟ್ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಫ್ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಈ ಏನು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದೇರ್ ರೋಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಇ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಂತಿಷ್ಟು ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಇಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ವಿಶಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಲ್. It all depends on the survey of the lakes to be done by revenue department. So that is what I am stressing from the beginning, that combined efforts from all the departments is required. And for that ಈಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಏನಿದೆ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಇಟ್ ಗಿವ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸದೊಂದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳು ದೇ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್, ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಥ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಪನಿಷಬಲ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಸಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಲಾ ಆರ್ ದೋಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಆರ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ಸಮ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, ದೆನ್ ಎ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ officer only, because the act bars jurisdiction of other things. ಒಂದು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಏನು ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಪೋಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಕೇಸ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ವಿಷಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಅ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಕೇಸ್. ಇನ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಕೇಸ್ ದಿ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಿಯರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬೈ somebody, and to whom the complaint is to be given it is to be given to the designated officer, one whoever is authorized, like ಈ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ alone are authorized to receive complaints. These officers have got the powers to arrest the offenders. Arrest the offenders ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ, not in all this thing. Though the act makes the offense as cognizable offense. Cognizable offense ಅಂತಂದರೆ the person in contravention of the provisions, whoever has acted, can be arrested without warrant. ಇದು cognizable offense ಅದು definition ಬರುತ್ತೆ. So these officers are authorized to arrest without warrant, which means they do not need a warrant from a magistrate, and they have got even power to release them on bond. So section 12, which prohibits certain acts in the tanks, and if there is any contravention there, a complaint has to be lodged before the designated officer. So then he will take the further action. But direct to the authority, state authority ge, then what is the use of like giving them authority there?
ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಡ್ ಕಸ್ಟೋಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು
what they'll have to do, that is what they can't go beyond the directions, like whatever directions you will issue they'll have to follow as per act. ಹೌದಾ? then ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 14 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ these authorities also have got the power to seizure.
ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ನು, ನಾವು ಒತ್ತುವರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಭೂಮಿನ ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ರಾಜ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಮುತ್ತಾತ ಕಾಲದಿಂದ ಕಂದಾಯ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ದೆನ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಕಂದಾಯ ಏನು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ದ ರೈಟ್ ಓವರ್ ಸಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್.
ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ರೈತರು.
See, that is the reason why, like, see, this act is a new act, okay? So we have to give the time for testing it. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್, ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. There is some responsibility of the public also in this.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕೇಳೋದೆ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರು ಏನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ತಾತ ಮುತ್ತಾತನ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಕೆರೆ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂದಾಯನೂ ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ನನಗೆ?
ಈಗ ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ಲಾ ದ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್, ಕಂದಾಯ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ನಂಗೆ ಜಮಾಯಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಜನರಲಿ ಆಲ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಬಿಲಾಂಗ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಓನರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿಗೂ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿಗಾಯ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿಗಾಯ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಏನಿರ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಓನರ್.
ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾದಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇವಾಗ ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅವರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಟ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕರೆಂಟ್, ನಾನು ನಂದು ಭೂಮಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಇಟ್ಕೊತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಭೂಮಿ.
ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಲೈಕ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಪೇ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಮೀನ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ದಿ ಓನರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೇಕ್. ಓಕೆ, ನಾವೀಗ
ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯವರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಭೂಮಿ, ಇದು.
ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ನೀಡ್ಸ್ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಆಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವೀಗ ತಾಜ್ ಮಹಲ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ತೀವಿ, ಫೀಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗೋಲ್ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ನಂದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಬೇಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾಗ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ರೀಸನ್. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇವನ್ ದೇರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಟೈಡ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಒಂದೇ ಓವರ್ ನೈಟಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ ಆನೆಸ್ಟಿ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ನೋಡುವ, ವಿಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸಿ. ಸರ್, ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಎನಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್? ತಾವು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ನೋಡುವ. ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟೆಡ್ ಔಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಸಿ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಮುಂದೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಮುಂದೆ ನೋಡುವ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೇನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್. ಸೊ ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು. ನಾನು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅದು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಫ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ಓನರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಓನರ್. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್, ಅವರು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅವರು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಓರಲಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಫ್ ದೆರ್ ಈಸ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. I'll complete the presentations and then we'll come to the questions. I was just asking Hiramat because he is the person who is working there at the department. So ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ಸು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 14 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಇದೆ ಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲೇನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಬೇಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರಿಗೆ ಆ ಬೇಲಿಯನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್, ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು ಈಗ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಸೈಡ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಆನೆಸ್ಟಿ ಇಸ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಎಫಿಷಿಯನ್ಸಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗಾದರೂ ಎನ್ಶೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಯೋಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಇಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎನ್ಶೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಿಲ್ಲೋ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಾಗ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಪೆಟಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ RTI ಆರ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ದೆಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ದಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಇಫ್ ಈ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 14 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪವರ್ ಟು ಸೀಸ್, ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಸ್ಕೇಟ್ ಸಹಿತ ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕುಂದುಕೊರತೆ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅಗ್ರೀವ್ಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ದಿ appellate authority. So I'm just, let us know the law first and within legal framework whatever we can do it forward ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಂಗೆ ದುಮ್ಕೋದ್ಕಿಂತನೂ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅರಿವು ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವನ್ ಅ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಥರೈಸ್ ಟು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವನನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಹಿರೇಮಠ ಅವರು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಥರ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅನದರ್ ಈಸ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್. ಸೊ ವೆದರ್ ಆಲ್ ದಟ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಸೇಸ್ ಇಸ್ 32 ಅಲ್ಲಿ arrested person shall be produced before nearest magistrate having jurisdiction in the case within 24 hours of such arrest. Now whether it is judicial magistrate, because ನಾನು JMFC ಅಂತ ಸುಮಾರು ಗದಗ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಇಂಥ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ರಕರಣ ಬಂದಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. So it may not be a judicial magistrate because appeal power when it lies directly with the district and session judge. ಈ ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಲ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪವರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೇ ಬಿ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್. ದ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಶುಡ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈ, ಆರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ KSLSA ವಿ ವುಡ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಪೋಸ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ JMFC ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಅದು ಜುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಿದಿನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಲಾ ಹೌ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರೇ ಏರಿಯಾ. Then the next one is police officer. It is mentioned that police officer is authorized to arrest under this act, but rank is not specified. So even that clarification is needed so far as the act is concerned. Now what is happening is, like as I said, we have designated officers and authorized officers notified by the Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, by the minor irrigation department also. And as I said, it depends upon the area of the lake that these either the Panchayat Raj or the minor irrigation department will get the jurisdiction as custodian of the lake. Custodian and takshana, supadrige and takshana, it is like includes care and protection, conservation, everything, even including entertaining complaints. So ಈಗೇನು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅನೇಬಲ್ ಟು ಡೂ ದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ರೆವೆನ್ಯೂ ಆರ್ ದ ಸರ್ವೆ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೆಡ್. ಒನ್ಸ್ ದೇ ನೋ ದಿ ಏರಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೇಕ್, ದೆನ್ ದೇರ್ ಲೇಕ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್. But once that is done, my next like humble suggestion would be that every lake should have a board regarding its area. ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದರದ್ದು ಏರಿಯಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಸ್ಟೋಡಿಯನ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಅದರದ್ದು ಯಾರು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ದಿ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದ ಜನರಲ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಶುಡ್ ನೋ ಹೂಮ್ ಟು ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. ಫಸ್ಟು ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಸರ್, ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ವೆ ಆದ ನಂತರವೇ ಅದು ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಅವರು ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಅಂತಾರೆ ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಅದು ಈ ಕನ್ಸಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದಿ ಅಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಒಂದು ದಿಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ವಾಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅಪ್ ಬೈ KSLSA ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಸರ್ವೆನ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪೀಡಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ. ಅದಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆ ಕಸ್ಟೋಡಿಯನ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟೀಸಲ್ಲಿ. What I was just suggesting is like people should know whom to contact to complaint. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಯಾರು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕೆರೆದು ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯದವ್ರಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲೈಕ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಒಂದು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೂ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. I think so it was only after Leo sir filed the petition in 2021.
No madam, it was earlier it was
15th June ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದು WP ನಂಬರ್ 817 ನಲ್ಲಿ 11/4/2012 ಗೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿನೂ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್
ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೊನ್ನೆ 15/6/2021 ನಲ್ಲಿ 817ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಫೈಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿ ಸಿ ಅವರೇ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಡಿ ಸಿ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಹೆಡ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಫಸ್ಟು ಅರ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ದಾಗ ಇವನ್ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸಿ ಎಮ್ ಸಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ಟಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಡಿ ಸಿನೇ ಇದ್ದರು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಈಗ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಜುರಿಸ್ಡಿಕ್ಷನಲ್ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ who has been placed as the in charge ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಮಹಾನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಡಿ ಸಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಈಗ ಸಿಟಿ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆ ಜೂರಿಸ್ಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಎ ಸಿ ಆರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಿ ಎಮ್ ಸಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಸಿಟಿ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಇದು ಬಿ ಬಿ ಎಂ ಪಿಗೆ ಕಮಿಷನರು, ದೆನ್ ಬಿ ಎಂ ಪಿಗೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಈಗ ಸಿಟಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ನಾಗ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬಿ ಬಿ ಎಂ ಪಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ
ಸೇಮ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರುದು ಎಂಟೈರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ದೆನ್ ಅಟ್ ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಜೂರಿಸ್ಡಿಕ್ಷನಲ್.
ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಡಿ ಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈವನ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾಗಿದೆ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲುಕ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಈಗ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಆಗಿರೋದು.
So we have like ultimately it is even the assistant commissioner will also be involved in this.
He will look after only the
taluka municipal
comes under
municipal areas alli.
Okay.
So ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಾಲಿಟಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಫೆಲೋ ಇಸ್ ದರ್. ಸೊ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಅ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಫೈಡ್ ದ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್.
ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ನ ಬಿ ಬಿ ಎಂ ಪಿ ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ಗಿನೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ಡು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಬಿ ಬಿ ಎಂ ಪಿ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ
ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗಿ ಈಗ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ದಿ ಎಸ್. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಈಗ. ಲೈಕ್ ಹೋಪ್ಫುಲಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅನದರ್ 5 years.
ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 45% we have covered.
So there's still 60% to go. Right, like okay, let us be positive that things will be done anteli. So ee committees ಈಗ ಏನಿದೆ, we were talking about the local level committees, be it either the district level committee or the taluka level committee. ಈ honorable high court order, according to honorable high court, they'll have to submit a quarterly report. They'll have to, which means that they'll have to at least sit once in a quarter to discuss all these things. ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್, ದಟ್ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿದಿನ್ ದಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಸಿಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ಲೇಸಿಗೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅವರು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮಿನರಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಥವಾ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಡಿ ಸಿ ಶುಡ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಇವನ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಸೆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ದೀಸ್ ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ದಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ್ದು ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅಥರೈಸ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್. But because they are assigned with the responsibility under the Act, it would be appropriate or proper rather to involve them also in the committee meetings and fix responsibility on these designated and authorized officer to convene the meetings. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ದಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಸೇ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Though the authorities have been specified by the High Court, we hardly find that such committee meetings are conducted. So they should also take the responsibility of convening the meetings at the ground level. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ದು ಅರ್ಥನೇ ಇದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ದಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ದಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಅಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪವರ್ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಡೌನ್. Decentralization, what happens is, it is a triangular system like of administration. So there is one central authority which will delegate its power to the local authorities. Power ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಪವರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬಾಟಮ್ ಟು ಟಾಪ್ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಅಂದರೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಟು ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ಈ ಥರ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಚಾನಲ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ once like that the revenue department will complete its work in assessing the areas, I think so there will be demarcation of roles and responsibilities of the Panchayat Raj and the minor irrigation and the major irrigation. What will happen is, unless and until we do that, we can't fix responsibility. ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಕೌಂಟಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಈ ಡಿಮಾರ್ಕೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ದಿ ಡಿಫೈನಿಂಗ್ their roles and responsibilities is must. So that is the first reform which I'm humbly suggesting. Now, so far as, of course, penalties and offences are concerned, there are very minor penalties which are given. One of the former speaker also said that even I recommend for the penalties which is based on polluters pay principle. If you have if you have destroyed the lake, it is your responsibility to fix the lake. ಯಾರು ಅದನ್ನು ಆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೇ ಆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಾಲ್ಯೂಟರ್ಸ್ ಪೇ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪೆನಾಲ್ಟೀಸು ಮತ್ತು offenses ಇದೆ, all that is done. But the extent of penalty should be definitely to the extent of the loss which has occurred to the lake, tank or pond or whatever water reserve we have. So if possible, like that will be one of the proposals which will be sending. So this is what I intend upon. ಪೆನಲ್ಟಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಸರ್, ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಮತ್ತು ಫೈನ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ದಂಡ ಹಾಕೋದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಲೈಕ್ ಪೆನಲ್ಟಿ ಫಾರ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವೆನ್ಷನ್. ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಇದೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್. ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಿಷೇಧ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಥವಾ ಪಾಂಡಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಇಂಥ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳು ನಿಷೇಧ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಷೇಧ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವು ಅಪರಾಧ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪರಾಧ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅನಿಸ್ಕೋತದೆ. ಸೊ ಎನಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12 ಆರ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರೊವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 12, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಒಂದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸುಮಾರು 8 ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬುಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಲೈಕ್ ದ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೂ ಲಾಂಗ್. ಐಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎನಿ ಅದರ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಅದರ್ ದನ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಆರ್ impounding of water or for the purpose mentioned in clause 9, or construct any structure on tank land, occupy any tank land or part thereof, or cause any obstruction at the natural or normal course of inflow or outflow of water or from the tanks on the upstream or downstream. ಅಂದರೆ ಇದೊಂದೇ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಕೃತ್ಯ, ಈ ವಾಟರ್ ಫ್ಲೋವನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಅಥವಾ ಔಟ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಎರಡು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಟೆಡ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಅಂದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ 8 ಕ್ಯಾಟಗರೀಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ದಿಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಟು ಬ್ಲಾಕಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಆರ್ ಔಟ್ಫ್ಲೋ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೆನಲ್ಟಿ 23 ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಏನು ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದನ್ 6 months, ಅಂದರೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ 6 ತಿಂಗಳು, ಮೇ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಟು 2 years ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಫೈನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದನ್ 10,000 rupees. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್, ಪ್ರಯರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೆಸಸರಿ. ನೀವು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಯರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಬೈ ಕಂಪ್ನೀಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಅಬೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಬೈ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಹಿತ ಇದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಅಫೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ದಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟೀಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಕುಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ನಾವು ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಓವರ್ವ್ಯೂ, ಬರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ. ಅಟ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ವಿ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಕಾನೂನು ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. Now, so far as the role of KSLSA in protecting the environment is concerned, we have always been in support of and caring for the environment. One, the KSLSA gives free legal support, free legal aid to all the persons entitled under Section 12 of the Legal Services Authorities Act. ಈ ಕಾನೂನು ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಂ 12 ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಲಾಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಟ್ರೈಬ್, ಆಲ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್, ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಸ್ ಡಿಸಾಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಮನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಲೈಕ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ಡ್ ಅಥವಾ ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ಮೆಂಟಲಿ ಇಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಸ್ಟಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಹೂಸ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಈಸ್ ಲೆಸ್ ದೆನ್ 3 lakhs ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಆರ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಕೀಲರನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ಕೇಸಸ್, ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕೇಸಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಎಸ್, ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ಆಸ್ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್, KSLSA ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅಪ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಮೇಜರ್ PILs. ಲೈಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್, ಒಂದು ಪಚನಾಡಿ ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಪಚನಾಡಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಡಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ರೆಸಿಡೆನ್ಸು ಮನೆ ಮೇಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಬಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕಾನೂನು ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ ವಾಟ್ ದೇ ಡಿಡ್ ವಾಸ್ ದೇ ಟುಕ್ ಅಪ್ ಅ ಪೆಟಿಷನ್. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ಬಂದು DLSAಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಆವಾಗ ದ DLSA ಟುಕ್ ಅಪ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್, ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಅ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ KSLSA ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್. ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್, ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪಯನಿಯರ್. ಆ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನವರು ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ದಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿ CMC ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 14 crore rupees ಟು ದಿ ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮನೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು ಮನೆಯೇ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಾಕೋ ಥರಲ್ಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ದಿ ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಪೇಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್, ಇಂಟ್ರಿಮ್ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು ಅದು ಬರೀ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 14 lakhs ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು KSLSA ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ರೋಲ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಕಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ಡಂಪಿಂಗ್ ಯಾರ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ದೆರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಫೈರ್ ಸೀನ್. ಒಂದು 2-3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉರಿ ಹೊತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊತ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ದೆರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್. And then we received, I was working as member secretary at Udupi, so I received a petition from one of the local residents. Then we spoke to the pollution control board there. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿ ಇದು ಏನಾಗ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಪಚನಾಡಿ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ದಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಟು ಪೇ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್, you might have to pay heavy compensation in this case also, so kindly clear the garbage and do the necessary needful ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಆ ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ pollution board officers, they reacted to it and they saw to it that the issue was resolved. In the same way, we also had the similar issue in the Shimoga mine blast case. ಒಂದು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಮೈನ್ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 8-10 ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಫ್ DLSA ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಈ ಮೃತ ಏನು ಡಿಸೀಸ್ಡ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಸೊ ವಿ ವೇರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ದ ವಾಸ್ ಅನದರ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ವಾರಿ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಟ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ. ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ವಾರಿ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಾಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟಿನ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸೀಸ್ಡ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಲೈಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. And of course, for filing any public interest litigation, if you are entitled or if the matter is really of social concern, then definitely along with other petitioners and on its own we are ready to file any public interest litigation either through the High Court Legal Service Committee or even at the Supreme Court level at the Supreme Court Legal Service Committee. ಸೊ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಲೈಕ್ ಮೈ ಹಂಬಲ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಬರೀ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆವೆಲಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಆಸ್ ಸರ್ ವಾಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟಿಂಗ್, ಲೈಕ್ 3-5 Rs: ರೀಯೂಸ್, ರೆಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೀಸೈಕಲ್. ನಾನ್ ಬಯೋಡಿಗ್ರೇಡಬಲ್ ಏನು ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಎಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಸೇ, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಡಿಗೆ ತೆಂಗಿನ ಜುಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತು ಬೂದಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಮಂಡ್ಯದ ಪಾತ್ರೆ ತಿಕ್ಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತಿಕ್ತಾರೆ? ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಸ್ಕಾಚ್ ಬ್ರೈಟ್ ಆರ್ ವಿಮ್ ಡಿಟರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? So it is our lifestyle, like we also are responsible, we the people are also responsible for the pollution or in saving water. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸೋ ಮೊಟೋ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಸೈಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೀಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೀಡ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್ ಆನ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಹೌಸ್. ವೈಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಹೌಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎನಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿಲಿ ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. I remember my grandmother used to ask us to catch like ನಾವು ಬಟ್ಟೆ ತೊಳೆದಿದ್ದು ನೀರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹಿಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೋರಿಗೆ ನಿಂದಿರಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಶಿ ವುಡ್ ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟಿಗೆ ಫ್ಲಶ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ವೈ ಕಾಂಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್? ಲೈಕ್ ಓಕೆ ವಿ ಮೆ ನಾಟ್ ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ಮೋರಿ ಹತ್ರ ನಿಂತು. ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗು ಬಚ್ಚಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಕಾಲ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್, ಲೈಕ್ ನಾವಂತೂ ಇಂಗು ಬಚ್ಚಲಾನೆ ಅಂತೀವಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ಮೋರಿ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಟ್ರೆಂಚ್ ಥರ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಗು ಬಚ್ಚಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ಲಿ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಟು ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ದ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ವಿಚ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಹೌಸ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಶೇವಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಲೇಡ್ಸು, ನೀಡಲ್ಸು, ಬ್ರೋಕನ್ ಗ್ಲಾಸು, ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರೀಸು, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೆಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಗೆಯೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಬ್ಲೇಮ್? ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಬ್ಬೆ ಗಿಬ್ಬೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಲೈಕ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ವಿಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ದಿ BBMP ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಸ್ಟ್ಬಿನ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿನ್ ಗಿವನ್. ಸರ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಅವರು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಒಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. So first, like, let us start with our own house, that let us segregate the ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವ, ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಬಿಡಲಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ವಿಚ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೀಲ್ ವಿತ್. Let's see like what are the steps which we'll concentrate on the act like first. So I just like, this is my final submission or suggestion that if it is possible from the government, as you were saying ki vyavasthe ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಕೌಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವೇಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತ? ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜ್ ವೇಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೌಂಟರ್ಸ್ ವೆದರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್, ಇಫ್ ಐ ಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಪಾಸಿಟ್ ಮೈ torn chappal in one counter, I should get some points wherein I'll get reduction in the municipal taxes. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. ಕೌಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಈ ಏನು ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಕೌಂಟರ್ಸ್, ಗಿವ್ ಸಮ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್, ಸಮ್ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಸ್, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸೊ ಕಂಬೈನ್ಡ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರಿಯಲಿ pay well anta heluta. Let's see that this act which is passed by the government of Karnataka reaches its objectives. That is all. Like, thank you for the patient hearing, and sorry for the extended time like which I took. Please. Yes.
ಇದು ಟೈಮ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಾದಮೇಲೆ ಟೀ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಡಿಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಟು ಯು. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಕುತೂಹಲ ಮೂಡಿಸಿದೆ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಾನೂನು ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಅನುವಾದ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರಿ, ಸೊ ಖಂಡಿತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಓದ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ before we close this session, something that we all need to kind of also remember and look up to is, we always take examples from the West, but we need to now also look at examples that are happening in places like Rojava, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಲೋಕಲ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 50% ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಕಾಲಜಿ, ಎನ್ವೈರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್, ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನರಿ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗದೆ ಒಂದು ಬದಲಾವಣೆನ ತರೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ದ ಫೋರಮ್ ಟು ಜನನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
We'll have the final and concluding session, which is a panel discussion. So it is on the role of state in protecting and rehabilitating lakes of Karnataka in climate change context. And for that, I invite on stage Professor Krishnaraj from the Institute for Social and Economic Change, an expert member, Karnataka State Wetlands Authority. Leo F. Saldana, who will be chairing this session. Shri A.K. Singh, IFS, Additional PCCF, Karnataka Forest Department. And Usha Raj Gopalan, who's part of the Puttenhalli Lake Committee. She left? Okay. Yes. And also Shri Shashidhara Shetty. She's not there. She's not there. Anybody else should go?
Yeah, thank you for your patience, and we had a long extended session because we had to combine two together, and we have overshot our time, and I will keep it brief, but I want to say that Professor Krishnaraj also has to leave because his meeting was at 4 o'clock. He was here from 3 to 4 for the final session, which got deferred, but he has held back because he's committed to this cause, and I'll let him speak first, and then we'll take it forward.
Shall I speak from here? Or yeah. Thank you, Professor Leo, Dr. Leo, and the fellow panelist, A.K. Singh, and all the participants. I am highly privileged to come over here and share the dais with all of you. And the well-learned speakers already, they have spoken in detail. My friend, Professor T.V. Ramachandra, and also Shivkumar and others. I congratulate both ESG and also Karnataka State Legal Services Authority for their commendable job and historical verdict they have given for the conservation of common property resources, including the lakes, the rivulets of in and around Bangalore city and also in Karnataka. So I am also part of this Karnataka State Wetland Conservation Authority, and my friend T.V. Ramachandra, Professor T.V. Ramachandra is also there. We are at the individual level, we are trying our best to make effort to conserve the lakes and other common property resources. So I am also part of the National Green Tribunal. At the individual level, we are asserting our rights, our expertise we are using to conserve and make the decision in favor of the common property resources. Yes, some of the speakers, they have noted and they have spelled out. This state inaction is very high in case of conservation of common property resources, especially these the water bodies. So the markets took over the states, and the states have limited or inefficiency is very well noticed by all of us. So therefore, in order to conserve the common property resources, a collective action is required. Therefore, the citizens group and the legislation and also the individuals in the society and society at large, they should come forward and join hands together to conserve these common property resources. Why I am stating the state has completely failed? The state has completely failed on two accounts. One is that they don't have leadership skill to conserve these resources. There is a complete inefficiency on the part of the governments. And they don't have vision also. These two reasons I can quote, the state has completely failed, therefore a collective action is required to conserve the common property resource. I would like to give two examples how a leadership can change the society and also can bring a development, a positive development in the world. There are two mayors I am able to recollect. I am unable to recollect their names, but the two mayors, they did an excellent job in the world. One is that the New York City mayor. So in 1980s, the New York City faced a huge water crisis, especially water supply, drinking water supply, because of climate change and other issues. So just like Bangalore, they draw water from the several watersheds like Delaware, Catskill and Ashokan Reservoir. So when the water was not sufficient to meet the drinking water needs in New York City, the New York mayor took a historical decision to purchase all the watersheds in the Delaware, Catskill and Ashokan Reservoir. By investing a huge public money, from public exchequer, they purchased the land. They secured the watersheds. Even the farmers those farmers, they are unable to give up the land. They were incentivized to cultivate or grow only the organic farming so that the water is not get polluted. So as a result, today the New York City is completely secured in supply of drinking water. That is also the highest quality of water the New York City gets. And at the same time, they have also successfully managed the water in terms of demand side management by reducing the unaccounted for water and non-revenue water. Today in Bangalore City, even today, 48% of the water is unaccounted, wasted. So that was my study, which led to a lot of awareness among the Bangaloreans. We are wasting nearly 48% of the water, which is equivalent to supplying of water to another Bangalore city. So this is how we approach the common property resources. We are recklessly using the common property resources. So as a result, today in New York City, because of supply and demand side management, they changed the faucets. Today, even you go to BWSSB, the faucets, when you open the faucets, the water rushes out. So such water we don't require. We require only a small quantity of water to wash our hands. So there is no awareness among the people, among the even government, how to manage these type of scarce resources. So in New York City, the successful model they developed is that in order to address the climate change, they secured the watersheds. At the utility level, they secured the water with demand side management by changing the faucets, changing the toilet system, and not allowing the people to use water for car washing and gardening. There is a double pipes system where water is supplied for drinking purpose and also non-drinking purpose. As a result, even the population is increasing, the water demand has come down because of efficiency. The another story is about where I was there, both in New York City, I was there in Seoul also. In Sivol, there was a stream, just like our Rishabhavati stream was there. Then that was converted as a wastewater sewage. So the former other mayors, they constructed the flyover on the wastewater sewage. Just like in Chennai, you might have seen, they constructed the flyover. So another mayor came. Look at this vision. He completely destroyed that flyover. He rejuvenated the rivulet stream. As a result, he got into the level of president of South Korea. So this is how the leaders should demonstrate their efficiency, their leadership quality, and this is how the common property resources should be protected. Therefore, when common property resources are not being protected by the state, it is the duty of ours, the common people. We should come together to protect these common property resources. So they have given a historical judgment. That judgment needs to be effectively and timely. Should be implemented, and all the lakes in the city should be demarcated and they should be protected, so that the future generation get the benefits of these lakes. I stop here. I have some other meeting. I have to rush back, and I kindly excuse me for that. Thank you, Professor Leo.
Thank you very much for staying on. I know that you kept getting calls to come for the other meeting. So I wish you well in that meeting, and it's all right if you leave now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's got like 20 phone calls in the last 20 minutes. So he was supposed to be there at 4 o'clock. He came at 2 o'clock. So yeah. Please. I am happy to have Mrs. Usha Rajgopalan on the dais, because she has been one person who has inspired thousands of Bangaloreans, but millions across the world. You don't know how much of an impact you have had because of the passion with which you have protected one lake. But that's one of the models, and she's also here to speak about the challenges that there is. We don't want to stretch this argument too much, this panel too much, but I would like to wrap it up in, say, 15-20 minutes. Is it okay? Yeah. And I also wanted Mr. Sashidhar Shetty to be with us here, because as Member Secretary of KSLSA, we would like you to also share with us what you think can be done. Oh, that's fine. Please. Thank you. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll try and raise a quick question, and that would be easier. And first and foremost, I'll raise it to the Forest Department, the representative of which is Mr. A.K. Singh. He's the additional PCCF, so he's a very high-ranking officer. And what he told me earlier was he also was in the Lake Development Authority. So he has seen what happens in the authority there, and now he's in the Forest Department. So the order, which is 10 years old now, says that, and if you read in the main order itself, Forest Department was cast a responsibility of taking up lake protection measures, not in doing what the Revenue Department does, which is to demarcate the limits. But the role of the Forest Department was to try and raise indigenous flora, especially bushes and trees, in the no development zone around lakes and along the Kaluves. So how do you think that has happened, or has it at all happened in the last 10 years anywhere in Karnataka?
ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಹೌದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಲೇಕ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಂಗಾಮುದಿ ಕೆರೆ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕೊಕ್ಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಕ್ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಲೇಕ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 5-6 ಲೇಕ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಉಂಟು. Puttanhalli Lake, for example, development is taking place from the Forest Department. Yes, actually, in general, since morning I have been seeing actually this. ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಈ ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಚರ್ ಅವರದು ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೆಲಸ, ರೂಲ್ಸು, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸು, ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟೋದು. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ಬಾಲಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯಂ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಒಂದು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪ್ಟಿ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಆಗಲಿ, BDA, BWSSB, ಕೆಲವು BBMPನಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಕ್ ಉಂಟು. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ಜುಡಿಷರಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಡೆಮೊಕ್ರೆಟಿಕ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಲಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ನು, ಮೊಕದ್ದಮೆ ಅಥವಾ ಏನು ವಾದ ಹೂಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕ ಹಂಗಿದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೆಲಸ, ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಲೇಖವನ್ನು ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಗಡಿ ರೇಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಹಸಿರೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಜಲನಯನ ಪ್ರದೇಶವನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಖುಲ್ಲಾ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬದು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಲೂಸ್ ಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀರನ್ನು ಹರಿತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಲೇಕು ಬಹಳ ಬಿಗ್ ಲೇಕ್, ಏರಿಯಾ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ವಿಶಾಲವಾದ ಏರಿಯಾ, ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಿಂದ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನೀರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ನೀರು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಲುವೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆ ಲೇಕ್ವನ್ನು ಫುಲ್ ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನು ಒಂದು ಬರೀ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ 20 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 1 ಕೋಟಿ 2 ಕೋಟಿ 10 ಕೋಟಿ 20 ಕೋಟಿ ತನಕ 100 ಕೋಟಿ ತನಕ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲಸ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಫಂಡ್ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಫಂಡು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಫಂಡ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಫಂಡ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ 20 ಲಕ್ಷ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಅಂತೂ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ 20 ಲಕ್ಷ 50 ಲಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಡಿ ರೇಖೆಯನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಬೇಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇದು ಏನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆ ಲೇಕವನ್ನು ಅಲೈವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಲೇಕು ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಗನಿಸಮ್ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಸೊ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂಸರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಕೋ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕಾಮನ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸು. ಆ ಕಾಮನ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸು ಅವರ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ, ಅವರ ಪಾತ್ರ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಕಟ್ಟೋದು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂಸರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪು, ಈಕೋ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಲೇಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು 80% ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬರೀ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ರೆಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಅದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬಗೆಹರಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ದುಷ್ಕರ್ಮಿಗರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಗ್ರೇಬರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಫಿಯಾನವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಮಾಫಿಯಾನವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಿಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಗಾರ್ಬೇಜು ಮತ್ತು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಡ್ಡ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಅಡ್ಡವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಅದು ಕೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಹಳ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೇನು ಸೈಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಫೀಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಏನಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಫಂಡ್ ಇನ್ನು ಕಮಾಂಡು, ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಡಸ್ ಅ ವರ್ಕ್. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ಇಟ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶೋನ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ 5 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಇದು ನಾಗವಾರ ಕೆರೆ ಸರ್, ತಾವು ನೋಡಿರಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಸರ್. ಅದನ್ನು ನೀರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಟರ್ಬಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಗಡಿ ರೇಖೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲುಂಬಿನಿ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಸು ಕೂಡ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಹೆಬ್ಬಾಲ್ ಲೇಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶೋನ್, ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಶೋನು 5 lakes how to make a tank development program, how to successfully to operate this and to show to the public that yes, we can do.
ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿ ಈಗ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ಕ್ರೋರ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ worth. The people are actually spending, purchasing the apartment, and builders are also there. ಈಗ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈಗ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಕೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವಿದಿನ್ ದಿ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಬಟ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನೀರು, ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೀರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಳ್ತದೆ, ಆವಾಗ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಈಗ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್ ದಿ ಸೇಫ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್, how the water, waste water should, where the waste water should. Now they have become quite concerned about the common property resources in the surroundings. So now, if the, what the leadership, the question came, leadership. The government has to take a lead. We have taken a lead, but within our own capacity. Government is having its own size. In that, within the size, whatever our capacity, whatever fund iruttade sir, now adanna maade ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. That's why so many lakes. India is a very big country. Our Bangalore is very big, and lakes are plenty, and population is also huge, and government size is very small, fund is also very small, resources are also small, but we are making our action plan. We are implementing our action plan. Whatever the minimum meager fund is available, we are doing it, sir. We have shown to the public, yes, we can do, and we have done it.
But one question I had asked, we can come back to it later, is that the particular direction of the court, which was to rejuvenate the Kaluves across the state, that's still yet to be done, is what I believe. But based on the kind of model that, I mean, I know the forest department did an excellent job with several lakes, but unfortunately they were handed over to the private sector and they ruined it. So we had to fight a case and get it stopped, and now the whole idea is that common property resources cannot be privatized. That is the law of the land, and it went against that. Usha, you have worked in conserving it, but the challenge now is how do you create a community which is inclusive, especially in an urban context, and inclusive of we create our own caste system in cities, the upper class and the lower class. How do they come together in a situation where there will be conflicts? And how do you resolve conflicts and bring the sense of community to protect lakes? Because this is a problem that we find in many lakes.
I'm very happy to say that we have not faced this problem at all, because our lake is open to everybody. And we have not faced any issue of anybody saying, I have not been allowed into your lake because I belong to a certain community or a caste. We really don't care two hoots about the background of the person, so long as they don't misuse the lake. Anybody is welcome. But in this context, I would also like to say, first of all, thank you for calling me here, taken totally by surprise. Secondly, I agree with this gentleman about the government having their constraints. Yes, we are aware of that, and that is precisely why we got into lake maintenance, lake nurturing, because there are good people in every department, every apartment complex, every residential layout. In our case, we were very, very fortunate in 2008-9 when we started this campaign to save Puttanali Kere. Mr. B.V. Satish was then the chief engineer of lakes, and he invited us to take over officially the maintenance of the lake. If it hadn't been for his foresight, I don't think we would be here, and several other groups have followed our example. We are called the Puttanali Lake model. It is a very inclusive model. It's a very doable model. It is community-centric model. And it is all because of the leadership that BBMP gave us, and we still continue to get support from BBMP. The problem that we actually face is not so much from the people, but from the different government departments who do not have any interaction between them. Non-coordination. Right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And we are the go-between for them. We tell BBMP, Fisheries Department has said this, we tell Fisheries Department, Slum Board has said, we are not only the liaison with the community and the BBMP, but also with the different government departments. And why I vehemently support the fact that we, the people, can actually take up responsibility for the lake in the neighborhood and make a success out of it. It is also because of this reason, because we don't have any vested interest in this. We have absolutely no hesitation in meeting the Forest Department. I've even sent emails to his Legal Services Authority to get my work done. Because I am protecting my child and I will go to any length. So all of us lake groups, for us, our lake is a baby, and BBMP cannot take care of our lake as well as we do. They have too many lakes. So I think it is a responsibility of the neighborhood to pitch in and help the government. That is where, and it is a sustainable model. If you have a lake committee comprising of, I don't know who the officials are going to be, then that is going to have lots of problems of its own. Because the people coming to the lake, they are going to say, lake committee is there, they'll take care of it. Now what we are saying is, you see something wrong happening, you take action. For instance, the people who come to the lake, they are also the eyes and ears. If they see any misuse happening, they stop it then and there. If they see sewage trickling in, either they will tell us, of course, or they will ring up the ward office and tell BWSSB ward office, you're just coming in, and we get it stopped. Whereas, is the lake committee going to inform BBMP or BWSSB? How much time is going to take? Which is why I believe as people, we have a responsibility to our common sources. And we need to do our share. It's no point just blaming the government for all the ills. We have a role to play. And in this, Leo, I must compliment you on the battles that you've been fighting. Really, hats off to you. Because we have filed, we have filed 1 or 2 writ petitions, and God, I'm growing old in all this. May you have the strength to withstand all that, and may your cases get resolved very, very quickly.
I wish the last wish of yours comes true. The judiciary has a backlog of 4.5 crore cases, and we are just a small sprinkling of it. But I think that you raise a very important point of what Justice Patil says in his report, that there is no future for lakes if communities who live around lakes are not directly engaged in its protection. But the problem is, how do you do it statutorily? Because one model is, we have wards which are constitutionally required to be constituted, ward committees. So if every ward committee was given the custodianship, in a sense, by the local government to be the direct oversight forums over the lakes in their ward area, would it be possible for them to monitor, say, 6 or 7 or 8 lakes which is within each ward, and ensure that each of those committees are inclusive and they meet regularly? There is no sort of class or caste interest which plays, because we have evidence of that also within cities. So my question to Mr. Shetty is, what do you think would be the viable legal model to ensure that local communities can actually work? Because right now what is happening is they are taken over by private entities. For instance, Hebbal was remarkably well done by Forest Department under the Indo-Norwegian Environment Program, then handed over to the Oberois. Thankfully, the Oberois did not do anything more. But if you take Nagavara, Lumbini Garden put food courts and destroyed it. If you went to Vengayakere, it was completely trashed into, you can't even speak about it anymore as a lake by these private corporations. So we have seen the worst of it. And therefore, the lakes have now been taken back. The court has ruled against that model. High Court has ruled against that model. And the question is, going forward, how do you protect 40,000 lakes in the state? What do you think would be the viable model where local communities could work with local governments and the various special agencies to ensure they are protected?
As Madam said, it is not the work of one department, or we can't blame only the government for the failure. According to me, the protection and development of the lake is the responsibility of the not only the government department but also the citizens of the country. See, there are more than 40,000 lakes in the state of Karnataka. As per the direction of the Honorable High Court, now the district level committee is constituted. Unfortunately, these committees are not given publicity and people are not aware of it. Hardly 200 complaints are received for 2-3 years. And if you go to the village, there also the same problem is there. The Bangalore is a big area and jurisdiction wise it is a big, but the same problem is there in the village level also. And that's why, as you said, first of all we have to create awareness. For that, our legal society is ready. We have got 30 district legal society and 149 Taluka legal committees. Through this, we can direct them to have awareness programs and give the hold these program, organize workshops even, and tell the people that it is their responsibility and they have to coordinate with the concerned department. Of course, it is the duty of the government to protect the state, no doubt about it, but just blaming the government is not the solution. So we have to take a role, we have to do that, and it is a collaborative effort of all the departments. One cannot do that, definitely. So we have to, first of all, as you said, the collective effort is lacking. So that we have to do. First of all, let us create awareness throughout the state. We are ready for that. Legal society will always come forward, and it is our duty also. We will do that. The second thing is that wherever such the handling or the development or the misuse of these lakes or water bodies, if it is identified, immediately that should be bring to the notice of the district level committee and then to the apex committee. There are no reports are coming regularly to the apex committee from few districts. So that has to be happen and that has to be monitored first. That's why we requested the government that first of all we have to have a meeting with all the DCs. They are chairing the district level committee, and also our member secretaries of district legal society is also member there. So we will have a meeting and we will tell them that they have to create at least once in a month they have to organize a workshop or a awareness program. So we will create awareness first, and then we will collect the data, statistical information, where the development, where the rejuvenation of the lake is or the water bodies is required. That we can collect, and then action can be taken at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Mr. Singh, with a question, but first let me share why I'm asking this question. In Brazil, southern Brazil, there is a place called Foz do Iguaçu. 18 municipalities there got together and understood that the devastation, environmental degradation that had taken place during the military dictatorship was so enormous that even the rainforests were destroyed. But when they tried to return back to ways which they could contain the damage, the first thing they did was they started tearing out concrete from the canals which were built. There are hundreds of kilometers of canals which are concretized, which were living streams before in the rainforest. So they tore off the concrete, then they allowed the birds to come, they allowed the grasses to come, then they saw the forest growing up in the rivulets, and then the landscape started transforming, and the entire region is now an organic farming exporter, not just to Brazil but to other countries. Now this is an example which was used in the Justice N.K. Patil Committee report to ensure that Bangalore has 840 kilometers of canals. Leave it to BBMP, they'll concretize it and destroy the living systems that they are. Can Forest Department use the order, because the direction is to you, to revive these rivulets, these canals, so that the water starts, no, the stormwater drain is a wrong nomenclature because they were all, evolutionarily canals, which were part of the watershed. They were rivulets or streams. We have turned them into sewers and stormwater drains because we have a law which says that, BWSSB Act. or we have the BBMP Act which designates it. But can the forest department play a role and say, look, if you want to protect lakes, you have to protect the water flowing through these systems. Because these 840 kilometers are interconnecting something like 400 lakes, which are remaining now. If you just protect the lakes and without reviving the canals, you're not going to go anywhere. That we know. Ecologically, it will be nonsensical. So in Brazil, they use the term cultivating good water, like cultivating good food. So can forest department play a role in cultivating good water in Bangalore by reviving these canals, by planting it with indigenous grasses, species, and allowing fishes to come back? So in sewage, even contaminated water flows through, it can get cleansed naturally. So we don't waste millions of dollars of money buying expensive equipment to clean it up through ETPs, but allow earth to heal itself.
Of course, sir, this is really very ambitious, optimistic, and enthusiastic the query actually. The areas are very vast actually. And for any lake, because, sir, you told that there are this much of lakes, 205 lakes are there actually, all of them are interconnected, and earlier they used to be the part of some riverine ecosystem also. All these rivers which actually pass through Bangalore are coming from some mountains and some valleys and some huge hill ecosystem. For example, Iskandagiri and Nandi Hills and these Owl Beta, and there are almost more than 150 big huge mountain valleys ecosystems are there actually, and those areas are very vast. Yes, why not? We can definitely adopt that. We can definitely imbibe all those in our own culture also. It is already there actually in forest department. We had been doing. We are doing it for even centuries together, even for the last 3 decades, we have intensified our catchment preservation much more, doubled, tripled our effort actually. Yes, whatever the forest funds is coming actually, sir, we are rejuvenating all these hills, all these catchments, all these canals which you have been telling, sir. These canals are coming to the river, to the lakes actually, and yes, they are broken. They have been encroached by the farmers, because these are coming through villages, through towns, and to the lakes actually. And these water courses, these streams, and these rivulets, almost 80% of them have ecologically died actually over the last 2 decades, and people have encroached these most of them, and agriculture cultivation is taking place. Community land, civil society, civil buildings have started coming, been colonized actually. A lot of civil structures, these culverts and bridges and tunnels and these all concrete structures have come actually. So 80% have already encroached, and so whatever the 20% is still remaining, they are maybe those defunct water courses could definitely be again revived, rejuvenated with kind of a scientific program. Yes, if there is a fund with us from some scheme or the externally aided fund, we have been doing it actually under a lot of JBIC, we have done it under Western Ghat program, we have done it. A lot of Jila Panchayat schemes were there actually, we have done it. We have been doing the planting also, but these all valleys, these all rivulets, water courses are definitely, these are having some grassland ecosystems also. All those like Hesargatta also. So like this, lot of grasslands are there. We have been recuperating these grasslands actually. We have done it very successfully. A lot of greenery has been developed under JBIC. We have taken more than 55,000 hectares of afforestation also. We have taken very fast growing, high yielding varieties of species also. They have come up very nicely, and almost thousands of water courses we have revived. The water is actually coming and to the river, from the river to the lakes also. But surrounding the Bangalore, whatever the lakes, the rivers were there, for example, North Pinakini, South Pinakini, Kumdavati, Vrishvavati, and this Arkavati, a lot of rivers were there, sir. And if you see in monsoon, there is a lot of flooding because the rivers and these rivulets are not well coursed actually. That's why the water is not actually being properly drained out, and that's why these lakes have actually formed. Earlier, this Vrishvavati, Vashwati actually was actually flowing through the Bangalore, but it has been broken up, and that's how the lakes have come actually. And because those broken, encroached, and whatever the space was available, it became a lake actually. Whatever lakes we see are nothing but the continuance of all those river ecosystem. Now almost our rivers have died. Yes, sir, whatever the question important you have posed, the first question you posed, can the forest department adopt it? Can definitely you take a program? Yes, we have been doing it actually. We can definitely adopt more and more. If madam comes with the Pottanhalli Lake catchment area, Mr. A.K. Singh, these are the different rivulets, water streams, you please take it. Yeah, we have been taken. There is a Avalalli forest actually there. Singanakanhalli forest is also there. Lot of tank foreshore forest areas are there. During Mysore Maharajas also, Kaval lands were there, Kaval lands. Parampok were there actually. Those are all the grassland because where the cattle, livestock used to actually graze. A lot of minor forest produce are also there. Lot of trees and other bushes. So we have developed those areas. We have enthusiastically developed them. And if you go, please see, if you go to some lakes, see the tank foreshore area, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ಕೇರೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಗೊಬ್ಬಳಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಕೋಪ್ಲಿಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆರ್ಕ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಈಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ವೆರೈಟೀಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಜಾಮೂನ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಂಗೋ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅಥವಾ ನೇರಳೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಈಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೀಷೀಸ್ವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್, ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್, ಔಟ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್, ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಔಟ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಬಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಾವಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪುಗಳಾಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂಸರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪು, ಈಕೋ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಸೈಕಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ತಾವು ಲಿಂಗಾಬುದಿ ಕೆರೆ ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಲಿಂಗಾಬುದಿ ಕೆರೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಸೊಗಸಾದ ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ವನ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ yielding species we have actually, and even firewood, all those. So the forest department has to take care of all these stakeholders. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ದನ ಆಡ್ಕರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೇಯಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮೇವನ್ನು ಮೇಯಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೈತರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಉರುವಲ್ ಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಸೌದೆ ಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಸೌದೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಸ್, ಯೂಕಲಿಪ್ಟಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂತಾದ ಬೆಂಬು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಎಂಥೂಸಿಯಾಸ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಂತ ಮನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟನ್ ದಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. Lot of case studies are also on our website, in our magazines, in our journals. It is coming actually. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸರ್ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ 3 ದಶಕಗಳಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. And people are also reaping the rich dividends also. Sir. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡುವ ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ ತಾವೀಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಯಾವ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕೇರಿರುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಜನಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹಭಾಗ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಶ್ರಮದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಶ್ರಮದಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆ ತನಕ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಥೀನ್ ಚೀಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸೇಕರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಇದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ ಮಾಡುವ ತಾವು ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೇವೆ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರ್ತೇವೆ. ಹೇಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ನಾನು ಮರಳೂರು ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿ 22 ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಲ್ನಡಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. 22 ಕೆರೆನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆನೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದೊಡ್ಡಗ್ರಹಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಶಿರಾ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಕ್ಕನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕೆರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗಿಡಗಳು ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರು ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆನೇ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗದು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜು? ನಾವೀಗ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನ ನೆಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಮತ್ತು ಅಪ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಡೆ ವಿಯರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ವಿಯರಿಂದ ನೀರು ಹರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುತ್ತ ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನ ಕೆರೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸರ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗಿದು?
It's a very problematic feature of Usha. I think you have also faced this. So, quick response. What he's asking is
in the lake itself.
I'll take it up. Yeah. So the problem is the model. The model is that we are actually going and doing things inside the lake. The lake is supposed to hold water. That's not where to plant trees. That's not where to put walking paths. That's not where to put parks. But even in Puttanalli, there's a walking path inside the lake. But that's the past model. But that is perpetuating even now. Do you think that we all can get together? Because I can see that, there's so many technical presentations, Dr. Ramchandra's, Subramania's, Shiv Kumar. I mean, so many of us know this. And for 2 decades, we've been saying this. Hundreds of crores of rupees is being wasted in the wrong model. Is there a possibility that all of us get together and stop that nonsense? Because it is utter ecological nonsense. And ensure that lakes hold water, the rivulets are protected. As Mr. Singh has said, watershed development takes place in the right way with the right species and right grasses. Grasses are much more important than trees where water flows. So what do you think can happen? But a very quick, crisp one, because we want to end also.
Actually, the problem with urban lakes especially is that there are too many people eyeing the lakes. So if you want to protect the lake, it should seem like a lake which is taken care of. Okay? So I would really leave it to the authorities to definitely not a soup bowl design which they used to adopt, but now have also ecologists, naturalists on their panel and go by their guidelines and revive the lakes in the best ecologically possible ways. But as far as nurturing the lake is concerned, it has to be the community which is aware that this is a lake in the first place, and it is an urban lake. It has to be protected. That, I think, is priority number 1, protecting the lake from people and from sewage. And I would quickly like to add to Mr. Singh's comment. Your question was very good about this rainwater drains, planting reeds and that. It's a brilliant idea. But the problem is people will dump all sorts of rubbish into the drain. How are you going to stop that? So that is where I agree with this gentleman, Mr. Shashidhar, right? And that you should educate the people. That is priority. And the rest of it will all fall in place. But do not expect miracles to happen overnight. It's going to take a long time. We need to start telling people over and over, this is how. But telling them is not going to be, it's not going to work. So make them a part of your exercise.
Yeah, thank you. And on that note, I actually come to you, Mr. Shetty, with an idea which we were discussing with Srimati Kaveri last week, and she forgot to mention that here in her presentation. That is the need for district lake protection committee offices, which are not there. Because if those offices are there, then it can become an interpretation center, it can become an environmental education site. It is where the material, maps, records are stored. It is not only a place to come to when you have a problem, but it can also be a space for solutions. So do you think KSLSA could play a role in recommending to the Apex Committee in ensuring this becomes a multi-pronged effort where all the departments which are concerned, all the 9-10 departments which are concerned with protecting our water commons can converge in each and every district in this office at least once a month to take up solutions and also problems, but more importantly work with communities, and then we can have a sort of a plan of action.
Yes, sir, correct. Definitely we will take up with the concerned authority, and it is needed. The officers in all districts, because it is the mandate of the judgment that the DLC should work, and for that the office is required. Definitely I will talk to the concerned authority and the officer, and maybe the district commissioners, they will assist us in locating this office, and through them we will have the awareness programs also. So please guide us, and we will do that definitely.
It's a very hopeful note to really say thank you to each one of you, because we have heard a litany of problems from morning, but we also have a very sudden twist, and we are now talking about solutions and processes that can take us up in the direction of solutions. Because one of the things that we have always advocated as part of Environment Support Group is that there is nobody who is an hero in protecting lake. Everybody is a worker, and we need workers in hundreds of thousands across the state. We just don't like the idea that some people can do heroic deeds and save this planet. We are not super people. Supermen and super girls don't exist. So we would like to believe that with this kind of a possibility of having local district level lake protection committees with an office, and I'm thinking KTCDA, Mr. Irimath is there, would be talking to Mr. Mrutyunjay, who is the CEO, and perhaps then KTCDA Act itself can be amended, and KTCDA can become the nodal office in every district, so that you anyway have the legal mandate, but we decentralize you. You don't have to be centralized regulator. You can also be a decentralized regulator and environmental communicator. And the district commissioner is overloaded. So we can try to bring the problem which we have been talking from morning, the lack of coordination, to an end, and build a center for coordinating. We can call it the Water Commons District Office or something. And the mandate of the court has obviously been positive for this, and the guidelines are already there in Justice Patil Committee's report. So it's really something that I feel is a very hopeful note on a day when we were heavily rained out. We had 140 registrations. The problem is the pandemic. Everybody is comfortable. The minute they see that we have an uplink to a video feed and it is webcast, there's lots of people watching online. None of them wanted to take the trouble of coming. I don't blame them also, because I traveled 2 hours to come here. I live only 17 kilometers away. But it should not be that slow a traffic pace in a city like this. But what is on the upside is that people from Tumkur, from Mysore, from Chitradurga, and so many other places have also watched it live. So technology has aided us. So the communication gaps are being closed. So what we will do is there's a lot of good ideas that have come. As much as we have understood the nature of the problem much more clearly, the presentations that TVR made and Subramania made and Shivkumar in particular made have brought the technical dimensions of the problem, but they pitched it in a way not to turn us cynical, but to show us that this is the problem and we can turn away from it and quickly go in the right direction. And I'm grateful that Mr. Singh was here, Professor Krishnaraj was here before. We have had representation from the Pollution Control Board. We would have had Mr. Tushar Girinath, Mr. Atik, and Mr. Rakesh Singh definitely present here. But I believe the Chief Minister called for a meeting, and all the senior officers and additional chief secretaries were required to be present. So Mr. Atik sent me a message saying that he can't make it, and I'm sure that the same problem is there for other additional chief secretaries. But what the message that we have got from them is that they all understand that we have actually held a very important conversation today. And I'm most grateful to KSLSA for their willingness, especially Mr. Shetty and Srimati Kaveri, for their willingness to work with a non-profit organization and really help us organize this. I must also say that with their support, last year we did, there are 6 divisions, I think, 8 divisions in Karnataka. Each division has got 4 or 5 districts. And Ishwarappa, my colleague, went and he helped organize each of these divisions. And we held a conference for each of them, a similar conference for each of them, where the district administrators were there from the taluk level and so on. And then in February, we organized one in Chitradurga where 40 people turned up. By registration, in fact. And all the water users associations, panchayat level leaders, officials were made aware of this. So we are willing to work with you on this at the statewide scale. And I must also say that from Delhi, there have been people writing to us and saying they have been watching this. And many organizations, large organizations like ActionAid across the country have told all their offices to watch. And wherever ActionAid is there, they have said they will also try to help in organizing similar processes in the states where they're operating. So civil society is working with KSLSA here, and the model is being propagated nationwide. And we hope it becomes as infectious as the good viral solution it can be. Yeah. Yeah. So on that hopeful note, I thank you all for your patience, and I request Janani to take over. Thank you. Thank you very much for participating in this panel.
Thank you, everyone. We will just end this day's event with a vote of thanks by Srimati Kaveri.
Thank you, Janani. Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais and dignitaries present online. This is really a historic event which has witnessed discussions right from community-based organizations to individuals to all like the stakeholders, including the government officials. All of us have only one goal, that is protection and rehabilitation of lake, tanks or ponds and other water resources for not only for ourselves but also for the next generation. This is not the end but the beginning. Let us continue to strive for reaching our goal to save water and its resources. We place on record our greatest appreciation to the Environment Support Group in organizing this seminar in collaboration with Karnataka State Legal Services Authority. On behalf of ESG and KSLSA and all present here, I extend my gratitude to Honorable Shri Justice B. Virappa, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and Executive Chairman KSLSA for the inaugural address. I also extend my gratitude to Honorable Shri Justice N.K. Patil, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and former Executive Chairman of KSLSA, and also the head of the committee which submitted report on the preservation of lakes in the city of Bengaluru, wide order in WP 817/2008. I thank Shri H. Shashidhar Shetty sir, District Judge and Member Secretary of KSLSA for the welcome address and being part of this entire event. And of course, a big thank you to Shri Leo F. Saldana, Coordinator and Trustee of Environment Support Group, and for all his efforts in turning this concept into reality, bringing together all the stakeholders under same roof is a Herculean task, which he has done it very well. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Leo, sir. Thank you so much. I also thank all the resource persons. That is, we have on the list Dr. S. Subramanya, Shri Siddharth Joshi, Dr. T.V. Ramchandra, Srimati Bhargavi Rao, A.R. Shivkumar, Shri Girish B.K., Shri Anjaney Reddy. We also have had Chairperson Professor Krishna Raj, and of course on this panel Srimati Usha Rajgopal and Shri A.K. Singh, Chief Conservator of Forest Department, who have added value to this seminar. Huge gratitude to all the active and as well as inactive participants here. I don't say it inactive because everyone will be giving their role. So to all the participants who kept the discussion alive with their interactions. And of course, thank you all the print and electronic media, the tech team which has managed so well, Janani, and the entire ESG team for this wonderful program. Thank you one and all. Thank you, gentlemen, please.